Carlton, I've been asked to ask you by Ryan, who's an Arsenal fan. Does Carlton Cole think that Raheem Sterling will be a certain surefire starter for Arteta at Arsenal?
Yeah, off the left maybe. I think you could be off the left because sometimes you look at Martinelli, and this was last season, by the way, judging. He wasn't quite at it, and then you had to fill in that gap. I think he would be brilliant off the left, and I think he would be a starter, definitely. He's only 29, 28?
28, 29, yeah.
So you're getting a player that's supposed to be in his prime.
Yeah, there's John, another fan, asked me to ask you, Carlton, who's got the better deal here? Arsenal with Sterling, Chelsea with Sancho.
That's a good one.
You got to back your man.
No, because I love Raheem Sterling. I think he's going to be going there into a steadier project. Right now, you just don't know whether Chelsea's coming or going. That's all I've got to say. But I think Raheem Sterling goes into a team to add to it. And I think that's a steadier project for Raheem to go into.
Jim, big news coming out of Chelsea. We've spoken about Victor Osimhen and how desperate they've been to bring him to the football club. No breakthrough, we're told, in negotiations between Chelsea and Victor Osimhen. We know they've had a contingent over in Italy trying to get that deal done, trying to agree personal terms. At the moment, that deal looks to be off. Looks to be off.
Okay, so Osimhen, it looks like he will not be going to Chelsea. Does that, do you think, open the door more to Saudi Arabia? Ben Jacobs will update us when he arrives, but those were the options for Osimhen, wasn't it? Chelsea were in trying to get him before he could go to Saudi. Now they're out the equation. It seems to me it looks like Saudi.
And the key here is, of course, although our deadline is only, 40 minutes away from closing, the Saudi transfer window is open until Monday. So still time for Osimhen to get this deal done between now and Monday, if indeed, as it appears, he's not on his way to Stamford Bridge. Where does that leave Chelsea in terms of a number 9? Nicholas Jackson, really the only recognised striker, if you can call him a recognised striker.
It leaves them quite short, definitely. But it looks to me, they've got the young boy Gui as well that they think the world of, but I just think he's too young to burden that worry of being the main man at the moment. They've obviously done the João Felix business as well. So I think they'll have standings, but it's not a proper out-and-out number 9.
If you just joined us, we're live on TalkSport, live on YouTube, live on Facebook, live on TikTok. We are everywhere tonight. It's Jim White, Alex Crook, and at this stage, Carlton Cole. Ben Jacobs will join us shortly, and so too will football finance expert Stefan Borson. We're all involved tonight. It's one of those nights that we all get together because there's so much going on out there. If you have just joined us, this is the latest. Alex Crook is just telling us, Chelsea fans, it seems you can forget about Napoli's Victor Osimhen joining you. He is not going to happen. It seems that he will go to Saudi Arabia, but maybe not tonight because there's a bit of a gap between now and the Saudi window closing. But it does seem, more than seem, it's happening. Jadon Sancho is going to join Chelsea, from Manchester United. It hasn't worked out for Sancho in no uncertain terms at Manchester United. Might it work out for him at Chelsea? Well, he's hoping so, and Chelsea fans hope so as well. And as for Raheem Sterling, representatives and lawyers of Raheem Sterling getting on with the talking in hand, trying to get this deal done. Raheem Sterling, part of the so-called bomb squad, not part of the main squad, didn't train with the main squad, was put out with the rest of the lads who are not part of the main squad, seemingly had no future at Chelsea, but now it looks like Arsenal for Raheem Sterling. Will it happen before 11 o'clock? Alex, I know you're getting information all the time. I'm going to squeeze you in before we take another break. What are you thinking? What have you got?
Well, I'm just chasing up, Jim, actually. Eddie Nketiah, that was one deal we expected to be announced today. Arsenal to Crystal Palace for a fee of up to £30 million. No official confirmation of that as yet. Palace busy on this deadline day. They're trying to sign Trevor Chalobah on loan from Chelsea. That would be a straight loan, no option or obligation to buy. They've got Maxence Lacroix, another defender coming in as well. And crucially, as you've already said, Mark Guéhi, one of the talking horses of this transfer window, he stays at Crystal Palace. I do wonder for how long, because he's going to be out of contract, not at the end of this season, but at the end of next. I guess that's a story for another day.
There's a friend of mine, John Williams, a big Swansea fan. Just popped you on YouTube, Jim. Tell me about the Swans. Who are Swansea getting? Nobody, John, by the sounds of it. If that changes, you'll be the first to know.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Who would have thought a fortnight or so ago Billy Gilmour and Scott McTominay would be plying their trade in Serie A at Napoli? Unbelievable. We're right across that. This has happened very quickly. Jadon Sancho. So it was never going to work at Manchester United. How will other Manchester United fans feel about this? Because tonight he's a Chelsea player.
Well, I don't think too many United fans are going to shed any tears that he's gone, put it that way. 80-odd games he's played in a United shirt. The brutal reality is not too many of them have been memorable. You had that spat at the start of last season, that social media row between him and Erik ten Hag. I remember being on air with you in Dusseldorf during the European Championships, and for once, Simon Jordan and I were on the same page. We both said to you, this trip, it can't last. Erik ten Hag doesn't want Sancho at the football club. He's not picked him for the first 2 Premier League games, and here he is off to Chelsea. At one stage this week, Juventus were his most likely suitors. So it just shows you how quickly things can change. And I think Joe Shields, who's part of the recruitment team now at Chelsea, used to be one of the academy coaches at Manchester City. He's the driving force behind this, and it reunites Sancho with another former Manchester City academy player in Cole Palmer. I hope for Sancho it works out, because there's clearly a talented player in there. We just didn't see it at United.
It's going to be interesting to get reaction from this, because later on this evening, before we go at midnight, which is a long way off yet, we're going to get reaction from fans around the country. So there we go, Jadon Sancho. Chelsea no longer at Manchester United. As I speak, Alex, this is what happens on deadline day, doesn't it? We get text messages from those involved, those close to deals. And this is one right now, someone very close to the Raheem Sterling deal. Representatives of Raheem Sterling and lawyers now engaged. So it looks like Sterling is going to head across London. What's your take on that?
Well, it's a beat the clock type deal, isn't it?
I mean, less than, 40 odd minutes to go.
Yeah, 55 minutes to get the medical done, to get the paperwork signed. Although it's worth stressing at this point, and this always happens on deadline night, the deal doesn't have to be done by 11 o'clock. They just need to prove to the Premier League they've got so far down the line that so much paperwork has been signed. They'll get an extension to go beyond midnight, and we would expect that deal to be confirmed in the early hours of the morning. I
mean, this only came to light today, Alex, didn't it?
Literally this afternoon, Jim.
This afternoon?
Yeah, I spoke to people close to Sterling at 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon. They said at the moment, Arsenal's a possibility. Looks more likely that he'll stay at Chelsea. And then gradually, as we tick towards the 11 o'clock hour, we were getting the information that actually Jadon Sancho to Arsenal is very much on. I have to say, Arsenal sources have remained pretty tight-lipped about this throughout, but MIKEL ARTETA has spoken publicly about his admiration for Raheem Sterling. People think he's a veteran, Sterling. He's not 30 yet. This could be a really shrewd move for Arsenal.
I'm hearing, another text message. You have to remember, guys, they're watching us, incidentally, Alex. Great relationship with MIKEL. This is Raheem Sterling, of course. And the key thing is this. He was very keen, Raheem, that his family would be staying in the London area. That was a big thing for him, as I understand it, Alex. He didn't want to move elsewhere. There was talk, of course, that he might head to Manchester, not back to City, but to United. That's not going to happen. It's going to be a London one. It's going to be Arsenal. And this is what the boy wanted, but he wants to play football. He wasn't going to get football at Chelsea. He'll get football now.
And he wants stability, Jim. If you look at Raheem Sterling's career, he pretty much only played under one manager at Liverpool in Brendan Rodgers. He only had the one manager at Manchester City in Pep Guardiola. He goes to Chelsea. I think he's had 6 managers in 2 full seasons at Stamford Bridge. He isn't used to working in that kind of environment. He knows Arteta. He knows how to win trophies. And you look at Arsenal, maybe one of the criticisms of that squad is there's not enough players in it who have been there, done it, and got the title-winning T-shirt. He's done that. I really think this could be a great move for all concerned.
Various people asking me to ask you about Ivan Toney. What is the latest on this? A medical today, but in London to join Al-Ahli in Saudi Arabia. Is that as good as done? Is he out of here?
Yeah, I think he is, Jim. And actually, again, I remember speaking to you in Germany, and we were talking about potential interest from the Premier League, and I said to you, don't rule out Saudi Arabia, because at that stage I was told that looked the most likely destination. I think he's left it until deadline day just in case a Chelsea or a Manchester United, although I don't think that was ever going to happen in the case of United, come to the table. They haven't. Off he goes to Al-Ahli, as you say. £40 million the fee that Brentford are getting. Good money for them, for a player in the last year of his contract. And for Ivan Toney, it's a 3-year deal. It's worth £50 million over those 3 years. But I think he's basically kissing goodbye to his England career.
What a moment for Scott McTominay. What a moment for Billy Gilmour. Billy Gilmour, when you think of it, I mean, I've followed the career of Billy Gilmour, and he's still a young lad yet. He's still only 23. Formerly at Rangers, then joins Chelsea in 2017, on loan at Norwich, goes to Brighton, gets a whole load of football under his belt, and now, out of the Premier League, over to Italy, and joins Napoli.
Incredible.
Once the home of no less Diego Maradona. What a story for young Billy Gilmour.
And not that long ago, they were Serie A champions as well. Let's not forget about that. So Antonio Conte is the manager. I think this has been a really interesting deal, watching it develop. I broke the story a few weeks ago that Brighton, if they got a certain valuation, would be tempted to sell Gilmour. A lot of their fans didn't really understand the logic. But you look at what Brighton have done, and Stefan Borson will tell us later, they're one of, if not the biggest spenders in Europe this summer. But because they brought in so many new players, not least in that midfield area, I think it was going to be difficult for Gilmour to command a regular first-team place. I think, like you said about Raheem Sterling, he wants to go and play football. Gilmour, he's probably seen what Lewis Ferguson, his Scotland teammate, has done at Bologna. I think, yeah, I'll have a bit of that. But it wasn't an easy decision for Brighton and for Tony Bloom, the owner, to take. And I'm told it's with some reluctance, but they've allowed him to follow that dream and go and play for Napoli. And of course, alongside, as you say, Scott McTominay.
I wish him well. He's a lovely lad. He's a great kid and a great footballer, Alex. So we want to see him play. And it looks like he's going to be playing in Italy. Talking of Italy, it's understood that one half of the Chelsea ownership is in Italy tonight on this Victor Osimhen mission. Do we have an update? Because we're now into the final hour. We're deep into the final hour. So the clock is ticking. Chelsea's still trying to get a hold of this Osimhen deal, and there's constant talk that Osimhen himself will follow Toney to Saudi Arabia. But Chelsea trying to get this player still in this final hour, right?
Well, I'm not sure he's going to follow him to Al-Ahli. Again, we've got Ben Jacobs coming on later. He'll clarify this, but I think they've only got room for one overseas signing. So clearly, if that's going to be Ivan Toney, it closes the door on Victor Osimhen, despite the fact that they've offered him a very lucrative package, even more money than they're prepared to pay Ivan Toney. The last we've heard at TalkSport from Chelsea, we're not giving up on Osimhen. So here we are, less than an hour of the window to go. He's a player they've been on the trail of, not just this transfer window, but right back to the turn of the year and maybe even last summer. Someone who scored a lot of goals in Italy and for his country. Will it happen? At the moment, it's very much in the balance. But stay with us. We should have definitive news between now and 11.
I mean, honestly, it seems to me, Alex, they're up against it time-wise. But we remember what Chelsea did when they were trying to get Enzo Fernandez. You were sitting beside me, not in this studio, but another studio in TalkSport. And we thought they are up against the clock here, and they've got a time extension to get Enzo Fernandez over the line. We're not talking territory like that, but at the moment they'll go close.
I think they'll need an extension, Jim. I don't see them getting it done by 11 o'clock. If they agree a deal, I think we're going to get one of those deal sheets and it's going to go into the early hours.
So we're in that kind of territory?
I think we are.
OK. Very briefly, Alex, I'm trying to squeeze this in. Newcastle fans have been at me all day. They wanted Marc Guéhi. They didn't get Marc Guéhi. Crystal Palace have managed to hold on to the player. And now another name emerged today, Anthony Elanga. They were trying to get that done from Nottingham Forest to the northeast, but that hasn't happened either. So if you're a Newcastle United fan, how do you view this window?
I think you probably view it like Eddie Howe did. You know, he couldn't hide his frustration at the press conference this morning. I think it's been a nightmare window for Newcastle. They've got Lloyd Kelly in from Bournemouth. Yes, he's a good squad player, but I'm not sure he enhances the first 11 that much. They've signed a young striker from Sheffield United, Will Asula, to come in and help the attack. But again, I'm not sure he's ready for regular Premier League minutes. They wanted James Trafford as an extra goalkeeping option. That hasn't transpired. They wanted Gay, as you say. They tried numerous times to get him out of Crystal Palace. Steve Parish stood his ground. In fact, he moves the goalposts at the 11th hour. He upped the asking price from 70 to £75 million. Newcastle walk away. They tried for Elanga. Conversations accelerated. Around about lunchtime today, it was going to be a £40 million package, I'm told. But it didn't happen in the end because Forest didn't feel they had time to source a suitable replacement. I think Eddie Howe will be going to bed tonight feeling very dejected about Newcastle's transfer window.
Eddie, if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook at the moment, even on TikTok, do not go to bed just yet, because I think the mood that Mr. Cook is in, we're going to have a few headline stories between now and the deadline at 11 o'clock, and thereafterwards we'll tie it all up, who went where and why. So we're into the final hour, deep into it, only 45 minutes away from the transfer window slamming shut. It never closes, it always slams shut. Stay with us because Carlton Cole, once of Chelsea, once of West Ham, will join us here in studio, and he will come up to date with what is going on in and around the country, over in Italy as well. Victor Osimhen and all the rest of that. And Ben Jacobs, our colleague at TalkSport, will join us too. Much more coming your way on this transfer deadline day as we are deep into the final hour, and we are live on TalkSport as well.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
The four of us becomes five of us, because I'm delighted to say football finance expert Stefan Borsen joins us now as we go into the final minutes, Mr. Stefan Borsen, before the window slams shut. Stefan, good evening to you. From an FFP point of view, how's it looking? From what you're seeing, is it working out the way you thought it would work out in terms of amount spent, Stefan?
Yeah, look, the big surprise is obviously the amount of money that we're getting that Chelsea want to bring in. They want to cut down on those wages going out to Sterling, but seem to be still keen to bring players in. I think everybody else has pretty much gone home. Arsenal have always had a lot of capacity FFP wise, so it's not a surprise that they're able to do what they're doing with Sterling. The only question is, what does the deal look like and what happens when he goes back to Chelsea?
I see. On Chelsea, Stefan, does their activity surprise you, baffle you, what?
Well, we've talked about it so many times. It's surprising in terms of the level of spend, and the fact that they're still spending. I know Ben has had good soundings from Chelsea that they're fine from an FFP perspective and from a PSR perspective, but certainly the numbers don't seem to suggest that, unless they've got some non-footballing ideas, shall we say, intra-group sales or other such situations that are going to fill the gap, because at the moment they've got a very big wage bill. Despite what they say in terms of their briefs, their wage bill is enormous. The amortization cost for this year is going to be enormous, and so they're operating at a very big loss. The question, therefore, will be what other revenue and profits are they able to put together that gets them over the line in terms of making that 105 limit. And we'll just have to see. I mean, clearly, we're not going to know the numbers for the current season we're going into for a very long time. But what we need to do, first of all, is understand what happened for 23-24 and what the magic sponge was that they used in this year that's just gone. They used the hotels in 22-23. We know that. What we don't know yet is what they used in 23-24.
Okay, Stefan, I'll step in here at this stage. We're now hearing Raheem Sterling to Arsenal very, very close. Well, it'll need to be. There are about 14 minutes to go until the window shuts. We're right across it. Alex Crook is with me, so too is Ben Jacobs. Ben wants to fire one at you in a second. Before that, Alex, any further news? Nketiah to Palace.
Well, I told you it was coming, Jim. Eddie Nketiah is now a Crystal Palace player. Deal complete. £30 million with the add-ons. Eddie Nketiah going across London from Arsenal to Crystal Palace. And stay with me, Jim. Reece Nelson, I told you at the top of the programme, Ipswich Town favourites to sign him from Arsenal. I've just been told in the last few minutes, Fulham hijacking that deal. They're now in the box seat for Reece Nelson.
Wow, they'll need to be sharp. They've got 10 minutes to do it. Ben, Stefan Borsen, what do you want to ask him?
Yeah, Stefan, I was wondering what you think about Chelsea's short-term goals, because with PSR in existence, but having new financial rules shadowed in this current financial year, presumably they've got two tasks. Number one, get out of the PSR era and then have a bit more leeway in a squad cost control type system more similar to UEFA. And then number two, understand the repercussions of potential historical charges which are being investigated by the Premier League without charges at the moment, which came under Roman Abramovich. And obviously the latter could result in a transfer ban or consequences out of the current owner's control, whereas the former may just require some creative accounting, and then when PSR is gone, Chelsea might be in the clear.
Well, look, the problem is that the squad cost control is not going to fix the problem for Chelsea because of the first team spending. They have a huge first team squad cost to start with. They have huge amortization costs, and yes, they do have good player profits on the sales. But the issues are not just the current PSR regime. They will persist in squad cost control. And we also don't know yet the extent of the full regulations that will come. That you will have the replica of the UEFA squad cost control, but there is likely also to be a sustainability aspect as well, which will bring in some additional tests. So I don't think that what they're doing now is a short-term fix. Chelsea clearly think that they are okay for PSR and have things up their sleeve. We don't know what they are. We will see in due course. But on the face of it, Chelsea are still running at a very, very considerable operating loss that is not filled purely by selling youth players. So, as I say, we will see. But all that seems to have happened in this window from a financial perspective are things have gone adverse versus their budget. So players that they've sold have gone for lower amounts, and that is likely to cause them a problem, but they seem to be carrying on regardless. So you have to assume that they've got it under control. I've always said that these are smart guys. They don't need my advice, but on the face of it, looking from the outside, it is hard to understand.
Stefan, 10 minutes to the window closes. In that time, we'll get through as many deals that are close to completion. We'll try and confirm their completion in the time we've got left. A brief question from Carlton Cole coming your way, Mr. Borson. Stand by. Here he is.
How you doing, Mr. Borson? How you doing, mate? Listen, I've just got a quick question. I'm trying to get my head around the 8-year length contracts. How does that work?
Well, that's the golden question. It seems to make no sense, and especially when they've had evidence of the struggles that you can have with long-term contracts where you've got a player that you no longer want. I mean, they have a number of them, we know. And that's not just in Sterling. It's in Chilwell and it's in Chalobah. And, so nobody knows. I mean, you'll know better than me as a player the attraction of an 8-year contract. If it's at the right wage level, clearly it's attractive to the player. Why it's attractive to Chelsea is hard to fathom right now. Again, it's one of those things where you have to trust that the people who are involved at Chelsea know exactly what their plan is and exactly what they're doing. But I do think from the outside, it remains difficult to understand.
As Stefan answers Carlton's question, it's all happening at Arsenal's training ground. You'll no doubt be across this as well, Alex, because Raheem Sterling seems set to put pen to paper on a contract that will take him from Chelsea to Arsenal on loan. You're getting similar information to me at the moment. A hive of activity at the training ground, and it is very close. It'll need to be 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's there, Jim, presumably to undergo a medical. As I've mentioned, they're going to have to get enough paperwork completed to send to the Premier League to get this deal sheet, because they're not going to get this deal done by 11 o'clock. But all seems to suggest that they're very much on course, not just for Raheem Sterling to arrive at Arsenal, but indeed for Chelsea to sign a new player in the form of Jadon Sancho from Manchester United. And as I was telling you, Reece Nelson to leave Arsenal. We thought initially to Ipswich. Looks like Fulham, his most likely destination now. And I've been telling you about Rangers and them trying to sign Samuel Edozie from Southampton. What about this? In the last few minutes, I've been told Rangers have pulled out of that deal because instead they're signing Albanian midfielder Nedim Bajrami from Sassuolo over in Italy. That's a fee of £3.4 million. There were other clubs in the hunt for Edozie, including those in the Championship. He's got 8 minutes to find himself a new deal.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Victor Osimhen is staying at Napoli because what happened in the final 24-48 hours of the transfer market is something completely crazy. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Fabrizio Romano here as always to keep you posted on the transfer market. Guys, I'm recording this video, it's the night after the deadline day, and I wanted to enter into some of the big cases of the deadline day. So let's jump into it together. And so guys, the big sagas are over. The big sagas are completed. So many things to say on the crazy cases of the deadline day. First of all, Raheem Sterling to Arsenal after Reece Nelson, who had to go to Ipswich Town and is ending up at Fulham on loan from Arsenal. Arsenal signed Raheem Sterling. The deal is completed on loan, no buy option, no buy obligation, straight loan. He will be back to Chelsea at the end of the season. But Arsenal will pay less than 50% of the salary for Raheem Sterling. He also took a wage cut in order to join Arsenal. Move completed was something that Arsenal were not planning for a long time. A typical last-minute opportunity. Arsenal decided to go for it because they saw that there was the possibility also to send Reece Nelson to play on regular basis at Fulham, and so Raheem Sterling leaving Chelsea and joining Arsenal. And then Chelsea signing Jadon Sancho in a very particular way, because Chelsea sent two proposals to Manchester United on deadline day for Jadon Sancho. Two proposals which were with different formula. One proposal was a loan with buy option. The loan with buy option was for a higher loan fee, higher buy option, but no guarantee for Manchester United that Chelsea were going to take the buy option, and so no guarantee to sell the player in 2025. And then the other bid was loan with buy obligation. The package was lower, but guarantee for Man United that Chelsea were going to buy Jadon Sancho in summer 2025. So basically Chelsea told Man United, if you want to do the deal, decide between these two opportunities. The idea of Manchester United has been to reflect some hours internally, the board, the management, the manager, and then they decided to proceed with a second proposal. So loan with obligation to buy, to have the guarantee that Jadon Sancho is not returning to Carrington at the end of the season. So Man United will receive a fee between 20 and 25 million pounds for Jadon Sancho. This is going to be the transfer fee for 2025, so obligation to buy. The obligation is almost guaranteed because it will be triggered if Chelsea finish in the first 14 positions of the Premier League. So obviously almost guaranteed. So that's why the deal took some time. Chelsea and Man United started the conversation over a swap deal, then Manchester United insisting on a permanent transfer. Chelsea said no, has to be a loan with an option or loan with obligation. At the end of the day, they were able to agree on terms in that way, with a loan with an obligation to buy, 20 up to 25 million pounds final transfer fee. Sancho really wanted Chelsea. Sancho was pushing for this possibility, and he accepted the move. And then, guys, the crazy saga, Victor Osimhen. Victor Osimhen, guys, in this moment, as of tonight, is staying at Napoli. Victor Osimhen is staying at Napoli because what happened in the final 48 hours of the transfer market is something completely crazy. So, waking up in the morning, Al-Ahli in Saudi were 80% convinced that they signed Victor Osimhen from Napoli. Agreement Al-Ahli, Napoli, and negotiations with the player. So the Napoli side was done working on player side. While they were working on player side to get the final green light from Victor Osimhen, Al-Ahli see Napoli also changing the conditions of the deal. So Napoli started changing the details of this deal between them and Al-Ahli, while Al-Ahli were negotiating the contract terms with Victor Osimhen, then to make him travel for medical. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, then lunchtime, Al-Ahli get tired of this story, especially because Napoli changed the conditions of the deal, and so Al-Ahli call even Toney and tell him, okay, you can go for a medical, we have an agreement with Brentford for 40 million euros, you can travel, you can go, because he didn't have to travel, he did the medical in London, you can go for a medical. At that point, Victor Osimhen deal was in total standby with Al-Ahli. They were only signing one player, not both, Toney and Osimhen, only one. And so for Osimhen, it was basically Chelsea or almost nothing, unless something crazy was going to happen with Al-Ahli, Chelsea or nothing. Chelsea delegation in Napoli for 3 days trying to reach an agreement with Victor Osimhen. So Chelsea spent basically the entire day, the afternoon till late evening night, trying to get to an agreement with Victor Osimhen. They tried in every possible way for them. So the salary proposal was a fixed part plus add-ons based on Champions League football, based on goals scored, so several add-ons to make the proposal higher, trying to present the best salary proposal possible for their possibilities and also for financial fair play. But the entire proposal was not even close to the 11-12 million euros net salary of Victor Osimhen at Napoli. Not even close. They tried, they were pushing, around 10 p.m. they made one final try. I think they presented 5, 6, 7 proposals, one final try, not even close again to what Victor Osimhen wanted, and so the deal collapsed. This was the Osimhen case. With Chelsea trying till the end, with Chelsea confident to reach an agreement with Napoli because Napoli had no other way, but then with Victor Osimhen saying no to their contract proposal. Chelsea were feeling that maybe Osimhen in the final hours, to avoid staying at Napoli out of the project, was going to accept. He didn't. Osimhen decided to be super strong on his position, also because the situation between Osimhen and Napoli, and this is the final crucial point, we will return on that in the next days, the situation between Osimhen and Napoli is completely difficult, completely tense, and almost broken in terms of relationship. Broken because Osimhen was negotiating his contract with Al-Ahli, and meanwhile he was negotiating his contract with Al-Ahli, preparing to close that deal, Napoli changed the conditions of the deal with Al-Ahli to get more money, and so Victor Osimhen felt out of the deal with Al-Ahli while he was negotiating. So he started also closing the door to Chelsea proposal because the proposal was not even close to his current salary at Napoli, and so now what happens? Unless a Saudi club or from another country out of Europe arrives with money to sign Victor Osimhen in the next 2-3 days, Victor is staying at Napoli and staying out of the first squad because Napoli have no intention to change their position. I mean, they are convinced they did things in the correct way. At the same time, Victor Osimhen has no intention to change his position. He told Napoli several times that he didn't want to play for them anymore, so the situation was really tense. Now, between Napoli and Victor Osimhen, let's see if they can fix this, how they can fix this, how is going to be the conversation between Osimhen, Napoli, director, the president, the manager. So let's see what's going to happen now, but Osimhen is not staying at Napoli with the possibility to play. So it's not that kind of situation. As of today, Osimhen is staying at Napoli in a very, very tense, crazy situation. And so guys, thanks to all of you for being here as always with all the latest. This was the big 3 stories of the deadline day. Al-Ahli signed Toney, Osimhen, Sancho, and the story for Raheem Sterling. Guys, let me know your opinion here in comments, like this video, turn on the notification bell, subscribe to the channel. Ciao!
When I told you that Raheem Sterling could be on his way to Arsenal,
yeah, and
nobody could believe it.
And I told you, get back to me when he's at Arsenal.
Okay.
But, you know, the more you think about it, right, to be honest, yesterday was like, no, surely not. But Arteta, I think I believe there was a crossover at Man City between the two of them. So
There was.
So he does know him. Oh, there you go.
This is what he's had to say about him. My time with Raheem was exceptional. We built a really strong relationship together. He was unbelievable at that time. He taught me a lot as well about individuals, how the players think, how we support them. He's someone I have really strong feelings about.
Yeah, but he's not the same player that when Arteta was at Manchester City. So there is that inconsistency, and then there is a big problem with risk. Now, if this deal goes through in 28 minutes or whatever it is, then you would got to feel that Arsenal have mitigated a lot of the risk through the salary. Because the salary is on now, Arsenal don't want to take that on over a longer period. So I would sort of swing round from yesterday in the sense that he would give some cover to Bukayo Saka, who plays and has played a lot of football. Obviously, we talked yesterday about Trossard, Martinelli on the other side. Trossard covers a few positions. Smith Rowe has gone now. So maybe he's looking for a bit of cover, but it has to be the right deal for Arsenal, not one of these last-minute gung-ho, head in the crap deals that they put themselves in years ago and left themselves with a lot of big earners. This has to work for Arsenal, and let's see if they're able to get that done. But primarily because of what Arteta's statement says there. Clearly he feels that he's got a part to play possibly in helping this squad. He won't start, but he could help the squad.
Well, Mark Ogden and Jan Åge Fjørtoft are joining us now. Mark Ogden has been keeping a very close eye on those transfer dealings. It's said to be very close, Mark. What more can you tell us about this Raheem Sterling to Arsenal situation?
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at the clock now, so there's 28 minutes to the deadline. And what I was told maybe 10 minutes ago is that the clubs have agreed a deal, and it's now with Raheem Sterling's lawyers to just fine-tune the agreement. So as long as they don't find anything to worry about in the next 25-30 minutes, I think the deal's going to get done. So it is very close to the wire, but there's a confidence now that it's going to get done, although the caveat with the Sterling camp is that it's not done yet, but they are really trying to get it over the line. So it's just with the lawyers now, it's just with the contracts and just making sure everything stacks up.
So is this? Are we talking loan deal or are we talking permanent here, Oggy?
It's a loan deal initially, Craig, and with an expectation at the end of the season that it will become a permanent deal. So he's got 3 years left of his contract at Chelsea, and obviously he signed, I think it was about £50 million 2 years ago. So with amortisation at the end of the season, I don't think the deal would cost Arsenal too much. I think you're probably looking at around £20 million. I think that's what it would be worth at the time. So I guess if Sterling has a good season, £20 million for a player of his experience is a good deal. But initially it's a loan, and what I was told early in the week was that he's on a massive contract at Chelsea, £300,000 a week. Chelsea, just to get him out the door, would probably go to halfway covering that. So if that's the case, if they're covering half his wages, and Arsenal are getting this guy for 150 grand a week, that is good business for Arsenal, for a player that has got a lot of pedigree, he's won everything apart from the Champions League, and he knows Mikel Arteta. So I think all round it's a good deal if they can get it over the line.
It was still advantage Manchester City when you looked at their bench. And there is no way your starting 11 will go the whole season. So you will see, you'll have a look who you need there. He's an intelligent player. He will know his position. He will know where he goes. And maybe this is exactly what Sterling needs as well, to get a manager that believes in him and give him a fresh start.
It's another former Manchester City player for Mikel Arteta, Xhaka, coming into Arsenal. Obviously, Gabriel Jesus, Zinchenko, Raheem Sterling is another.
Well, those two never worked.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't get this. I really don't. Listen, I understand Arsenal want bodies, want to Mark's term, pedigree, and they find that in Raheem Sterling. But Sterling has done nothing in the last 2 years that suggests he makes Arsenal any better, even as a squad player. And so if we're here talking about maybe a £20 million package or 150 grand a week for a player who's there to cover Saka, to give him a rest, to maybe add some experience to a dressing room, I find that a lot of money to pay for a player who doesn't make you better. I just don't see, I don't see the value in this. Listen, great, maybe it's exactly what Raheem Sterling does, and he goes in and proves me totally wrong. But as we sit here, I'm not sure what we're hanging our hat on in terms of these numbers.
Well, I know what you mean, but when City have to rest players, and they are the that's the team that the others are aspiring to, and Arsenal have got close the last couple of years. But when City need to rest players, and in the modern day, you just can't go through these seasons now with 14 players. You just it's not going to happen. They bring in, maybe not equally as good, but they bring in quality, and they've lost one of those in Julian Alvarez. But when Grealish was out of form, it was Doku, who was 60 million as a young guy, I know that, but coming in. When if Foden was out of form, it was Alvarez coming in. Bernardo Silva, the list goes on, and Arsenal certainly didn't have that on the right-hand side. If you can't give Bukayo Saka and Martin Odegaard in particular rest during the domestic season of 38 games, you're probably not going to win the league. And so, I don't think it's an ideal scenario, but I think it's the best case scenario for Arsenal in Arteta's eyes, if the risk is mitigated with Chelsea paying the bulk of the salary. But he's still going to have to come in and do a job. But ultimately, you're paying money to have experience, bit of quality, bit of pace, bit of nous on the bench that can come in and cover key players. And Arsenal have learned the hard way in the last 18 months or so that you cannot win this league unless you can do that.
Which I agree with. But then, to your earlier point, Craig, it just feels like Arsenal have found themselves drinking in Last Chance Saloon. Now, the transfer window is closing. Let's freely assume that MIKEL ARTETA looked high and low for a Jeremy Doku type player. You mentioned Jeremy Doku. Wasn't able to find that young player who can come in and have an impact. And so now, with 22 minutes left in the transfer window, we're trying to get this Raheem Sterling deal over the line. Which, again, you brought it up. It just feels like Arsenal at the last minute trying to plug holes that in an act of what feels like desperation to me.
Mark Ogden, signing for Manchester United. Tell us more.
So this one's it's probably been done, 95% done for the last 2 days, but United had to get Scott McTominay out of the door to Napoli before they could do Ugarte. So McTominay to Napoli was completed about 2 hours ago. That freed up the money for United to complete a deal for Ugarte. They had the money, but it was obviously part of PSR rules. They had to make sure everything balanced. So United have got Ugarte from PSG. He's only been there a year, but he's a proper defensive midfielder. He's a young defensive midfielder, tenacity, box to box in terms of he can cover the ground, and I think it's what United haven't had for a long time. They've had McTominay who can cover the ground, but he's not quite got the football nous that Ugarte's got. So this is a really big signing for United because they've really lacked somebody to kind of anchor the midfield, play in front of the defence, be a partner for Kobbie Mainoo, phases Casemiro out of the team, I guess. So this is a big deal for United, but because it's happened so late on deadline day, he won't be eligible for the squad for the weekend against Liverpool. So it's going to be after the international break when he makes his debut for United.
And where's Jadon Sancho going to be this coming season, Mark?
What are we on now? 10 minutes to go. United and Chelsea have agreed a loan deal, so it's about getting that over the line. We've got 10 minutes to go, and I'm just looking at the clock thinking maybe not. But United and Chelsea have agreed a loan with an obligation to buy. Now, I just cannot get my head around this deal. It's a brilliant deal for Man United. They've got Jadon Sancho off the books, a player that has clearly got no future under Erik ten Hag, but listen, maybe the guys can. I'm sure Craig got an opinion on it. Why did Chelsea need another forward? Let one go, Raheem Sterling. But why do they need the 9th forward? A guy that never plays, hasn't kicked on at Man United for 3 years. It's the strangest deal of the window for me. This, if it gets done, which it probably will do.
Would it be so strange?
Yeah. Another one that they heard he was available and thought, yeah, we could do. We're lacking numbers. It's like, I tell you what we'll do. And I go back to, so they signed Pedro Neto, they signed João Felix. Dewsbury Hall's going to be a bit part player by the looks of it. And then all the rest of them. To give them a credit, they were really good against Wolves, and João Felix came off the bench and scored a very good goal. Right, they were excellent. However, they had a good blueprint over the last few years of the inconsistencies of João Felix, from his time at Atletico Madrid, from his time at Barcelona, and dare I say it, on their own doorstep, from his loan spell at Chelsea. So they went out there and they've spent quite a lot of money on a very inconsistent player who was once deemed to be a superstar. Now it looks like if they get this deal through with a few minutes to go, they're just bringing in another player in a position where they've got plenty of players for, and guess what? Another inconsistent player. Very inconsistent. He had a little spell on loan at Borussia Dortmund last year when they got to the Champions League final, when he did okay, to be fair to him. But is there anybody, and maybe the guys disagree, is there anybody thinks that Jadon Sancho is going to go to Chelsea and all of a sudden become this young man that was actually looking very good at Borussia Dortmund? It just doesn't make sense. Particularly bringing these players in when your key position, and I don't want to go over old ground here, I'm not going to mention his name, but when the key position that they had to fill this year really was the striking position.
Go on, just say it.
Go on, say it.
Just say it.
Go on, mention it.
Nico Jackson.
I feel as though Yanag Fiatov may disagree with some of what Craig was saying there about Jadon Sancho.
I would some time ago, because I followed this player very closely when he was at Dortmund. I saw him nearly every game when he played with Haaland. They were fantastic together. But I'm with Craig with this one. I have no clue what's going on. The thing is that sometimes when Arsenal's doing Sterling, you think that they have a process and they decide to do it. But when you look at Chelsea at the moment, you try to be the devil's advocate. You have to have a look. Maybe they're thinking so and so. What's the philosophy? Yeah, maybe they do this. But it's impossible to understand the strategy of Chelsea Football Club. It's like we were sitting here and thinking, what could they do now to make us even more confused? Yeah, let's take another forward, another winger, who is exactly the same as we have. Let's not go for a striker, let's get him. I mean, maybe sometimes in the future there will be a book telling us that there was something business going on, that they had to do this, and Manchester United and Chelsea had to agree on this, and this was for the longer good. What do I know? But yes, okay, you know I love Sancho, and he was one of my favorite players. But I can't see any strategy behind this.
And we'll talk about this game that's coming up as Arne Slot takes his team to Old Trafford on Sunday.
Well, we don't know who the team's going to be because
we definitely need a few answers here. You've gone for a draw, Craig. Shaka, Mark and Jan Agafjordov have all gone for a Manchester United win.
Yeah, and I just...
Augie's back, there must be...
Oh, yeah, so you want to go...
No, you carry on, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I just feel that this is a kind of game that Manchester United are at their best. It's the others where they kind of come unstuck. And I still feel that Liverpool are trying to figure out their best selves under Arne Slot. And as a result, especially in the wide areas, I just feel Manchester United have a little bit of the edge and somehow gets it done.
They derailed Liverpool's season last year, really. Maybe it was already sort of heading off the tracks a little bit. And a lot of it was down to Liverpool themselves. They had both games at Old Trafford by the scruff of the neck and basically chucked it away, right? And that was their fault. The reason I've gone for a draw, and I don't want to be too long-winded about it because we've got some big news coming up, I can smell it, is... or I hope we do, is there's no longer this rock and roll Liverpool side at the moment. It's a more composed, little bit slower build-up. Arne Slot's in there. There's a lot of changes, certainly behind the scenes. And it was Ipswich and Brentford. And I do think United have got better than last year. I know we'll keep saying it was a low bar, but they have got better. They signed some better players. I know Ugarte can't play, but they look a little bit stronger, a little bit more organised. And I think for that reason, we're unlikely to see one of these shellackings that Liverpool gave them 2 or 3 years ago, albeit it was at Anfield, I think it was 7. So I think it is going to be closer. I think United are a bit better organised and are a little bit more of a threat. And I think we're yet to see what this Liverpool side is really going to be like in terms of what the changes in philosophy are really going to be. From the 2 games I've seen, it's been a little bit more... I'm not going to say pedestrian, but a little bit more slower and poised in the build-up. And that's been a little subtle change that I've noticed.
Yeah, and you're going to be at the game. What have you seen? Yes, Mark is with us, but you guys have to wait. You're going to be at the game, yeah. What have you seen that suggests Manchester United will win it?
I do understand I'm now just a side order before Mark will come on with some great news, but I will. Yeah, I'm going to the Old Trafford. I was also there at the first game, and I think Manchester United. I wouldn't wish Shaka this will fit them well. Of course, Arne Slot knows that. He knows that Manchester United is better when they're not doing the game themselves. What I've seen from Arne Slot's Liverpool is a team looking for an identity.
Honestly, I'm not going to say this. I'm going to say this, and I say this honestly. I'm getting really bold now. For God's sake, announce these people that if they sign for these clubs or not.
Fenerbahce under Mourinho.
Okay, just get to it. Come on.
Okay, right. The situation is we're in this kind of weird holding pattern now. So the deadline closed at 11 o'clock, but we don't know yet because paperwork's being shuffled around, fax machines are wearing away. And the bad news, Craig, is that the Saudi Arabian window is open till October the 6th.
Yeah. Tell you what, I'm done.
We do a countdown to that. We have to do a countdown to that one, no.
I'm not listening anymore. I'm done. Like, 12 minutes of pain.
But isn't it fantastic?
We have
2024 and we're still waiting for that fax machine.
Okay.
Can anybody? Can somebody explain to the young viewers what a fax machine is?
Just David De Gea. Right, listen, we need to show you what's coming up in the Premier League this weekend, just in case you need to know. These are the upcoming games.
All right.
Arsenal taking on Brighton. We'll find out what's been going on at Arsenal in just a moment. Don't you worry about that. That's the big one we've just been talking about.
It's the year
Manchester United against
2027
Liverpool.
and we await news from Arsenal's training ground.
So this is what
The
you've got
fax
to look
machine.
forward to this weekend, and of course we'll be talking about all of these games on ESPN FC. Bad news for Arsenal is that Mikel Merino, their new signing, has fractured his shoulder in training. That came in his first session nonetheless, and he'll be out for several weeks. He collided with Gabriel. He was expected to debut this weekend, so they'll have to wait a little bit longer to see Mikel Merino. All right.
Well, you go down the training ground and see him. Apparently we've got people there.
Mark.
Get a picture. Well, that's a blow, isn't it?
It is a blow. It is a blow.
To get to a...
Yes. Okay. Let's
Maybe
get
we
your
can get to
opinion
a
on
football
this.
story here.
Yes,
I don't know.
let's
Just a
get your opinion
guess.
on this. It's got to be a blow for Arsenal and the player. Oh, we've got James Ollie coming in.
Hey! Ah!
Hopefully with some news.
Oh my goodness, where to first? Mark, first of all, has got some news about Billy Gilmour.
Yeah, Billy Gilmour signed for Napoli. So you've got Billy Gilmour and Scott McTominay are going to be the midfield axis for Napoli this season in Serie A, which is an interesting one. So it's a late deal today, but obviously McTominay's gone there and Billy Gilmour, yeah, probably obviously knows Conte from his time at Chelsea. Good play, Billy Gilmour, but I'm kind of surprised that you've got Napoli going that route. But you know, who knows? It could be the way to success and winning another Scudetto this season. We shall see.
All right, James Ollie is here to tell us what he knows, what's been going on. Talk to us, James.
All right, okay. Well, where do you want to start? I presume with Arsenal, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I think the way to look at this is that the Arsenal's window has kind of been about pairing. So they've had issues with trying to get players out, and then when they've been able to get those players out, they've got players in. So if you look at Mikel Merino, that deal happened around the same sort of time as Emil Smith-Rowe went to Fulham. And I think what's happened with Raheem Sterling is that the Reece Nelson situation looked like that wasn't going to go anywhere and that he was going to stay put. And when it became clear that Nelson might actually go out on loan, Arsenal decided to start exploring the Raheem Sterling situation. And that offer, I was told a week ago that Sterling was offered to Arsenal because, of course, they knew that Mikel Arteta had a strong relationship with Sterling from their time together at City. He's always spoken very positively about him in public. And Arsenal circulated back in March that when they got knocked out of the Champions League, they told, without betraying too many confidences, they told a few of us at the time that they were looking for a kind of wide forward, someone who could give them a little bit extra in that final third, something a little bit different to what they've already got. And I don't think any of us at the time thought it would be Raheem Sterling, but when you piece that piece of information with where they are now, and then you look at the fact that Nelson has gone late and they knew that Sterling was available, I think they decided to go and look at somebody who Arteta knew. There's no sort of hidden elements to his character. And given that Chelsea was so desperate to offload his wages, the player was desperate to move and revive his career and hopefully, from his point of view, try and get back into the England squad. It felt like a piece of opportunism that actually ended up with working all round. But I mean, I have to say, I went to the press conference at lunchtime today with Arteta before the Brighton game. And the mood around the camp then was, we're not going to sign anybody. So I think this has come together very, very late in the day.
Okay, so that's the Sterling news.
What
we just heard from James and how it's all been going down. When we stick with Chelsea and everything else that's going on there, what are we hearing about Jadon Sancho?
Well, okay, so this one's a bit harder to explain. I mean, this one I think is data-driven as much as anything. As we've talked about on the show before, Chelsea have an analytics model that they believe identifies them exciting players 24 and under who can develop on long-term contracts at Stamford Bridge. And I'm not here to defend their judgment on this, but they believe that Jadon Sancho, at his age and his profile and with what he's done in the game, has a potential to fit that profile over the coming years at Stamford Bridge in a way that someone like Raheem Sterling doesn't. So again, it's a little bit of an opportunism, I think. I mean, it's ironic, actually, that on one hand, the old regime, the pre-Bowley Clear Lake regime, looked at trying to get Jadon Sancho, years ago and weren't able to get it off the ground. So I suppose you could technically say that Chelsea's interest is long-standing, but I think, again, this has come together quite late. I'm told that the obligation to buy fee is as little as 25 million, and I suppose if you look at that in the context of the 60, 70 odd million that Man United played Dortmund to get him, it looks a bit of a bargain. But yeah, it's hard, and I'm sure Craig will say the same, it's hard to look at that Chelsea squad and think, well, they need another winger. It's not really going to solve them a problem. It just fits the profile of the player that they look to buy, and then it's up to Enzo Maresca to make it work.
Two of these players, at least MIKEL Modric and certainly Jadon Sancho, has not passed, forgetting the analytics, has not passed the eye test in the last couple of seasons, but for this small period at Borussia Dortmund.
My first thought was, this sounds like a really bad version of my algorithm for the top 10.
Did wonder.
I could have a job at Chelsea. I could have a job at Chelsea. I'm sure my algorithm would do a far better job than whatever it is they is coughing up right now. Jan would agree. Jan would agree.
Same thing. Maybe they do say, okay, when they have this analytical, it's hard for me to say this tool. Maybe they do the same way as the Champions League draw. They put the name in and then they get Ronaldo to push the bottom and then they see what they end up with. Maybe there's something like that with that.
I wonder what Enzo Maresca thinks of it all. I mean, he's just come off the back of... He's had all the Raheem Sterling press conferences recently. He's a very inexperienced manager at this level. Don't forget, he's been coaching around Europe and at Man City, then takes the Leicester job. Then all of a sudden he's propelled into this job that's in a different stratosphere, and not just because it's Chelsea and it's London and it's the Premier League, but because of the way the whole club has been run in the last couple of seasons with the scattergun approach. Coming off the back of a result they must be cock-a-hoop about. The best performance in a long time, particularly the second half. And I just wonder what he thinks in terms of, managing, and he's talked about it, managing the players that are not in the squad, that he said there could be 20 plus of them that are sort of ostracised from the main training group, and then a potential another player coming in. I mean, I don't know, it's another one at Chelsea where you look at it and go, why?
If you listen very carefully, you can actually hear that Raheem Sterling is signing his paperwork right now at Arsenal. Mark, is this true?
I'd imagine he's very close to it, because about an hour ago now we were on talking about his lawyers doing the final details. So look, there's the medical to be done yet, so he's going to have to do a little bit more work. But I think this deal's going to get done. I don't think it's one that's going to fall. Well, it can't have fallen through now. It's 20 past 11 in the UK. So yeah, I think Sterling's as good as done.
So Mark, we've touched there on that, but James, we've talked about all these very late deals going through, but one of them that isn't going to be very late is Victor Osimhen.
No, and for all the business that Chelsea have done, we'd probably still say, well, they kind of need another striker, right? I mean, all of the signings, you still would say, have they really got enough in that number 9 position to go and achieve what they want to this season? And look, I mean, yeah, I think we'll know more about this in the coming days, but the fact is that Al-Ahli, the Saudi Pro League club, arranged and finalised deals with both Ivan Toney at Brentford and Victor Osimhen at Napoli, knowing that they couldn't sign them both. That feels as though there's a lot more going on there than meets the eye, and I think I honestly don't know now exactly what has happened there, but it feels as though they've tried to cover all bases, knowing that Osimhen maybe didn't want to come to them, knowing that, well, even if Chelsea don't come in, maybe they could get him, and they've signed Toney potentially, or lined up Toney as a backup. And if Osimhen and Chelsea doesn't happen, then they've got Toney and they don't miss out on both. It felt as though, I think the Saudis played that very well, in the sense that, they knew that their transfer window is still open. It's open until Monday for them. So they always had the fallback position of knowing that they had more time. And I think Chelsea have ended up going for the striker that they wanted all summer. Osimhen, I was told months ago, was the one that they wanted to get. They felt that it wouldn't happen. Obviously, Antonio Conte came in. He wanted Romelu Lukaku to be his number 9 at Napoli. They got that deal done relatively late in the window. And I think the fact that that happened quite late, that the Saudi club came in late, it really sort of shortened the time frame for Chelsea to be able to negotiate. And they've ended up, falling short. So, yeah, it's a complicated one that, to be honest, Kay, I can't really give you the full details just as the window's closed this second, but it does feel as though, Chelsea were just outmanoeuvred a little bit in the market there.
Friday, August 30th. Welcome to ESPN FC Live. It's Labor Day weekend. It's deadline day, of course, 12 p.m. Eastern in New York, East Coast in America, 5 p.m. GMT. Luis Miguel Echegaray, Shaka Hislop. I have missed you. How are you?
I'm doing well, LME. I'm all right.
So you're in the offices. You're early. Are you sneaking a good lunch, are you?
No, I'm just dedicated to, all the things that make ESPN tick. You know me, LME. You know me.
Dedicated. Absolutely. I will take nothing less from the Trinidad and Tobago star. Shaka Hislop in the house. LME in the house. Welcome to ESPN FC Live. By the way, you see us multiple times a week. We'll also be here after all the action this weekend. Quick rundown on what's to come today. Manchester United host Liverpool on Sunday. We'll be talking about that match, the preview. I have to see what Erik ten Hag can do against Arne Slot, his countryman. We'll also talk about the deadline day deals or not so deals. We'll have to see what happens there regarding Victor Osimhen, Ivan Toney, Jadon Sancho, Raheem Sterling. We'll talk much more. And Kylian Mbappe, who is still looking for his first goal for Real Madrid in La Liga. We'll have to discuss that as well. By the way, send in your questions and comments as well, and much, much more. All right, Shaka, let's get straight to it. The Premier League is still in its early stages of the 2024-2025 season, but this Sunday comes a great game, at least historically speaking, as Erik ten Hag's Manchester United, after beating Fulham in the opener, now losing to Brighton last weekend, welcome Liverpool and this new look Liverpool and Arne Slot. Straight away, Shaka, what have you made of Manchester United's results so far this season? The win against Fulham, the close win against Fulham, of course, and the loss to Brighton. What have you made of them?
Same old Manchester United, if I were to be perfectly honest. Though, obviously, that comes with a little bit of a caveat. I think the injury to Højlund was significant for them. I'm not at all convinced by Bruno Fernandes as this false nine. Personally, left to me, I'd play Rashford through the middle. And I said before ball was kicked that I thought this had to be a big season for Alejandro Garnacho. And yet he's come off the bench for the most part for Manchester United. So I don't understand those decisions on Ten Hag's part. But to your question, Elmi, new season, same old Man U.
Same old Man U.
And while I will, I'm sure Manchester United fans are screaming at this point now.
No, they're not, Shaka. I'm surely they have some great perspective on how calm and commonality they are in terms of your comments. I'm sure they're very reasonable about it.
I'm sure most are, but let's go to most. A very small minority are screaming at their screens right now, and I think, listen, and they'd be right to say, listen, had that Xerxes goal gone in, or Garnacho, whoever you want to credit it to, gone in, maybe we're having a very different discussion about Manchester United, and that's a fair point. But also, moments before Manchester United scored their first, Brighton, through Welbeck, hit the crossbar. Literally, not even a minute before. And then Manchester United go up the other end and equalise. So it really could swing. You could see this from two different perspectives, that Manchester United were a little bit unlucky with the disallowed goal. Maybe they would have gone on to win the game, or that they got their just rewards. It all kind of came, the old cliche in football, it all comes out in the wash. In this game, it came out in the same 90 minutes, or same 45 minutes as the case may be.
Yeah, and obviously Brighton looking good at the start of the season, getting that victory over Manchester United. But now Erik ten Hag finds himself in similar territory, Shaka, because it was his debut season for Man United, where he lost to Brentford and Brighton and needed something against Liverpool. And indeed, they did get it. It was a 2-1 victory. We'll have to see what happens there. And look, it's still early in the season, right? Lenny Yora's injury was major. Højlund, you mentioned. Luke Shaw, Malacia. Now, Mason Mount has a muscle injury. He won't be available as well. Manuel Ugarte is a good introduction when he comes eventually, because I think he will fill that major issue that Manchester United have, which is like when they lose that ball, the middle opens like the Red Sea. They don't really defend that well against crosses, right? So there's a few there. But what do you think is Erik ten Hag's biggest responsibility against Liverpool on Sunday? Because historically, Ten Hag has a pretty good record against Liverpool at Old Trafford. But this is a new look Liverpool. What do you think Ten Hag needs to do on Sunday to make sure at the very least they don't lose this game?
I think Manchester United's biggest problem has been in midfield and defensive midfield. Listen, don't get me wrong. I absolutely love Casemiro. I absolutely love Kobe Mainoo. But Mainoo new into the game, despite he really does seem to at times play as though he'd been playing this game for the last 50 or 60 years. The maturity of his game really is something to behold. But I'm not convinced of Mainoo alongside Casemiro. I just feel that while I appreciate Casemiro's experience alongside the inexperienced Mainoo, I just question whether they need more legs through there, and whether Casemiro can continue to do the job at the highest level. So maybe the introduction of Ugarte is, the signing of Ugarte is exactly what they needed. How quickly he'll be introduced, we wait to see. I say that because I thought De Ligt would have been thrown in pretty much from the start. Ten Hag started the first game against Fulham with Masraoui, who signed at the same time as De Ligt. Yet De Ligt came off the bench in that one, came off the bench against Brighton. Against Fulham, I get it. You win the game, so you kind of stick with the same, certainly, rear guard. But now that you lost against Brighton, now that something needs to change, you desperately need to introduce De Ligt. Maybe this is the opportunity to do that. So whether he does that, whether Ten Hag does that with De Ligt from the opening whistle, we'll see. Whether he's brave enough to do similarly with Ugarte, again, we'll see. I still think Manchester United need another forward. Højlund, who I like a lot, but obviously has had his injury problems and through no fault of his own over the last couple of seasons. But then when he's out, is Xerxes a good enough kind of replacement as an out-and-out forward? Do you move Rashford in there? I just feel that there are so many questions about Manchester United that I've not seen an awful lot this season that even begins to answer that.
Yeah, Amad Diallo, of course, is ready to try and make an impact as well. He scored that goal against Brighton. Manuel Ugarte, by the way, led in tackles in both Portuguese League when he was there and the French League with PSG. So he'll be a massive need. Let's focus on Liverpool here, Shaka. His club, Arne Slot became, check this out, courtesy by the way, of Mark Donaldson's statistic encyclopedia. Arne Slot became the first manager, right, since Graham Souness for Liverpool to win their first 2 games in the league, in the top league. The first ever manager to do it in the Premier League. Unbelievable. And I'd be very impressed, Shaka, to see how quickly Liverpool has adapted to Arne Slot's tactics. What have you made of Liverpool so far, especially as they go ahead, against Manchester United, and they don't necessarily have a great record at Old Trafford, but still very impressive under Slot so far.
Impressive results. The performances have been, listen, it's unfair to draw a comparison with Jurgen Klopp and that style of football. A little bit more pragmatic on a Slot, and so this version of Liverpool is still getting to know that. But results certainly force players to buy into whatever the manager is selling. Now, that transition was always going to be difficult when somebody like Jurgen Klopp and his style, his success, and just everything about him and his personality and how it reflected on this club. How do you succeed that? That's a question that Manchester United are still trying to answer post Alex Ferguson. So the results have certainly helped Arne Slot in that regard. And as they continue, I think you'll start to see players kind of buy in more, start to feel a little bit more comfortable about what's being asked. And similarly, Liverpool fans understand this transition or this period of it as much as anybody. So it's a good start. But truth be told, it's been an easy start. This game against Manchester United is their first real test. So while, yes, you can go back into Mark Donaldson's encyclopedia and start to.
I mean, it wasn't even his stat. I'm sure he borrowed it from somebody else.
I'm just saying we're treading on very thin ice when we're relying on Mark Donaldson's encyclopedia.
You said it, not me.
I'm just saying. But to that point, this is their first firm test of the season. So let's see how they cope with this one, and then we'll start to maybe start putting some of those pieces in place for Liverpool and what the picture truly looks like.
Yeah, it's very early in the season. As you mentioned, this is, with all due respect to Brentford and Ipswich, this is
that's all right.
Big test.
It doesn't matter how early in the season, we'll still make broad, sweeping analyses.
Hey, listen, everything for the clicks, baby. That's exactly what we're doing for. But here's another stat, though, because you mentioned Arne Slot and pragmatism, etc. I'm wondering what you're thinking in terms of, because it is essentially a radical change from what Jurgen Klopp has been used to. Of course, Liverpool, by the way, 92% pass accuracy against Brentford. That's the highest percentage in 20 years, meaning, of course, that they're more focused on making sure, not really as so much as possession, but controlled possession and making sure that this team goes forward. What have you made of this new Liverpool? Because also, Darwin Núñez, I think, is going to have a hard time this season if he's going to try and break in that Lucho Diaz, Diogo Jota, Mohamed Salah trio. What have you made of this style, this philosophy, as it continues, and of course, as we look ahead to Sunday?
I would say interested to see how it kind of develops and comes together. Just because it becomes so used to Liverpool over the last 8 years or whatever it was, and that high pressing, high energy style. Now, again, you don't want to get kind of drawn in too deeply with some of the passing stats, but it does suggest, it's in a high passing percentage, sounds impressive. I think more to the point, it kind of paints the picture about that pragmatism and how different it is from Jurgen Klopp's style. But again, as I said, results shape how a lot of that football will be received. That 92% passing success rate means absolutely nothing if Liverpool had lost the opening 2 games in exactly the same style. But they won them. They have shown who their identity is under Arne Slot, the difference to Jurgen Klopp. Let's see how it develops. Let's see how it fares against their first true test.
Are they title contenders?
No. I think the title is between Manchester City and Arsenal. They're top 4 contenders. I have Liverpool as finishing 3rd, but I don't think they come March, let's say end of March, I don't think. I think Arsenal and Manchester City will be concerned about each other and nobody else.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this continues for Liverpool, especially because I think they still need a defensive midfielder to get that protection going. But we'll see. It's a big test against Manchester United. Let's go with predictions, my friend. Actually, no, before we go into the predictions, specifically about Liverpool for a second, Mohamed Salah, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Virgil van Dijk, Shaka, they're all free agents next summer. They can talk to other clubs from January. Are you worried about any of them? All of them? What are you thinking? Because Virgil van Dijk is 33 next summer. Mohamed Salah 32, around that. Trent Alexander-Arnold, in my opinion, the best right back in the game. And obviously he's going to have his suitors. What are you thinking in terms of that? Because that's a massive piece of homework for Liverpool's board to make sure that they either stay or they make some business out of it.
Yeah, I am absolutely concerned. I'm concerned around Mo Salah, given the Saudi Arabia interest of last year. I kind of thought that, okay, he'd go this summer, because how do you turn on that kind of money as a player? If you're Liverpool, you want to get some kind of return, especially in this era of profit and sustainability. I'm concerned about Virgil van Dijk, especially kind of, I feel he's been very measured in what he's had to say. And for me, a little bit concerningly so. And then for Trent Alexander-Arnold, while maybe if you'd asked me this 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have been that concerned. But when you see his reaction at the end of the Brentford game,
when he was sulking on the bench, you mean, after he came up, and Arne Slot went up to him and he said, "Listen, man, we this is a marathon, not a sprint. Like, we need the victory and we need you." And he wasn't too happy, was he?
No, he wasn't. Especially, listen, I get on the Slot going and having a word with him kind of during the game. But then at the end of the game, Trent Alexander-Arnold is still kind of sulking, and I think it was Luis Diaz who came and put his arm around him and almost had a giggle with him. Now, to your point, we've got 12 months before those contracts expire, and while that may seem all well and good and a long time, and Liverpool can put their house in order and yada yada, January 1st they can start talking to other people. January 1st, Saudi Arabia or PSG or Real Madrid or whoever else you want to throw into the mix can start having those conversations, and that makes those same conversations with Liverpool all the more difficult. And that is why I'm concerned, because it's not really 12 months that Liverpool are playing with. It's not even 6 anymore. Tomorrow's the 1st of September.
I mean, December is when it starts going. Yeah.
We're 4 months away.
Yeah, we are. It's going to be interesting. By the way, Virgil van Dijk is going to be 34 next summer as well. So, there's something to be thinking about. Hey, since we were talking about, we do it for the clicks and we like to get that opinion going or whatever, let's put this out there for a second, Shaka. Let's say that Sunday comes and Liverpool don't just win against Manchester United, they destroy Manchester United. What say you about Erik ten Hag at that point? Do you think the alarm bells will be ringing even this early in the season? Because the reason why I'm asking, and it's not, I promise you everybody, it's not just for clicks, it's because we've been here before, right? We've seen the situation. In fact, a large number of Manchester United fans were not exactly very happy that Erik ten Hag stayed. They wanted somebody else. So let me ask you this. If Liverpool win, and they win confidently and well against Manchester United, what say you on Monday morning regarding Erik ten Hag's future?
I've not been convinced that by Ten Hag, or certainly that he's here for the long term. And if we're going with alarm bells ringing, alarm bells for me were ringing for Erik ten Hag probably since January, if not before. And
so he shouldn't have stayed, in your opinion. He shouldn't have stayed.
I thought Manchester United would replace him in the summer. And listen, I get it. You win the FA Cup, and that changes conversations, that changes perceptions. But that was one game for me, and I thought I was one game at the end of a very disappointing season. Okay, so that FA Cup win kind of quietens some of those alarm bells. A bad result against Liverpool at home, again, kind of shakes any disguise off. that Erik ten Hag, for me, is again skating on. Again, he's been skating on thin ice for me since, as I say, probably since December or January. Yes, the FA Cup win kind of changes that. Also, they were within minutes of winning the Community Shield, but I make nothing of that at all. I'm sure Manchester City don't. Manchester City couldn't be less concerned about the Community Shield in all honesty. So if Manchester United find themselves at the back end of a poor result, I'm not sure how you continue to make the argument for Ten Hag.
Yeah, and by the way, Manchester United have been on the end of massive destructions at the hands of Liverpool. I was going to talk about Mohamed Salah, who, 11 goals, 2 assists in 13 appearances in the league. He scored in the FA Cup, and his last hat-trick was in 2021 against United when Liverpool won 5-0. So it's not to say that can't happen. All right, prediction time. Shaka Hislop, Manchester United, Liverpool early in the season. Big game, but it's also a test under the new manager, under Arne Slot, and obviously the continued test, as we have been talking, of Erik ten Hag. 2 Dutchmen going up against each other. What say you? What's the score?
Right now, I'm thinking Liverpool 2-1. I kind of underline the right now because I'm on FC later today and tomorrow. And
opinions change with facts. It's okay.
There's every single chance that in the next 5 hours, I will convince myself of something totally different. But
I expect nothing less.
Liverpool 2-1.
Right now, Liverpool 2-1. My friends, are going to go, yes, the draw. I think it's 2-1.
You're just sitting on the fence. Just sitting on the fence.
Hey, man, it's the best place to be. You get to see everybody argue. That's fine. 2-all. But anyway, that's Manchester United against Liverpool on Sunday. A massive game. And by the way, make sure to join us right after here on ESPN FC Live because we'll have all the reaction. And of course, ESPN FC TV later as well. All right, let's move on. It's deadline day. Shaka Hislop. It's the end of the summer transfer window in the Premier League, of course. There's a lot going on. Let's talk about strikers for a second here. I want to talk about Ivan Toney. Okay, Chelsea considering Ivan Toney, Saudi Arabia considering Ivan Toney, and obviously Brentford are prepared for this departure and not being part of their team in the beginning of the season. What do you expect out of this situation right now? It seems to me that Ivan Toney is looking at that money right now, and maybe Saudi Arabia might be the end. But Chelsea, with their 357 players, might be able to squeeze in one more. What do you think is going to be the future of Ivan Toney as we reach the end of this day?
I'll be honest, I wish I were Ivan Toney's agent right now. The Chelsea are desperately in need of a striker, as are Arsenal, by the way. But listen, all things being equal, if I had a choice, I'd go for Victor Osimhen. But Osimhen is asking an extortionate amount of money. So if that is undoable for whatever financial reasons, no. I will again here stress that Chelsea seem to be playing under a totally different set of financial rules than everybody else in world football, never mind the Premier League. But make what you like of that. I go for Victor Osimhen. But if that's undoable for whatever reason, I go for Ivan Toney. I think Chelsea need that out and out striker. Nicholas Jackson, I think, certainly had very good contributions in Chelsea's win over Wolves. I just don't feel he is the player that you rely on to get you back into the top 4. I don't see Chelsea doing any more than getting into the top 4, as I mentioned previously. That is where I think Chelsea's greatest need is. But again, I continue to stress, in this era of profit and sustainability and everybody kind of figuring out the account, I don't know what to make of Chelsea. Nothing that they do from a financial perspective makes sense. Listen, from a footballing perspective, and back in the day where owners could just underwrite whatever signings they want, fine. You can have as many as you want, loan them out, pay them wherever you want. You do your thing. You do you. In today's world, I just don't see how it makes sense. And if you're somebody like an Everton or Nottingham Forest or Leicester City or anybody else who's had to kind of endure points deductions and the scrutiny of the league, I don't know how you at all feel any kind of comfort about what you're witnessing there.
Yeah, Chelsea have way more players on 6 and 7 year deals than the rest of Europe combined, by the way, everybody. Combined. Hey, by the way, reported 30 million euros a year for Victor Osimhen from Al-Ahli. So we'll have to wait and see. Hey, we've got a few minutes here in the deadline before we move on to the last topic. So very quickly on Jadon Sancho here, Shaka Hislop, because he needs a home, clearly. But Erik ten Hag in the press conference today ahead of the weekend said, no, I think he's staying. But there's interest again from Chelsea. What do you see here happening with Jadon Sancho?
So now, Jadon Sancho moving to Chelsea makes sense for both Chelsea and Manchester United under one circumstance, that Raheem Sterling goes the other way.
A straight swap, yeah.
And that way, again, going back into how the financials works, all of a sudden now you can, let's use Jadon Sancho as the example. You can sell Jadon Sancho for, let's say, Manchester United and Chelsea, call it, let's say 50 million, just to make the numbers easy. 50 million. That 50 million goes straight onto Manchester United's books, and then Chelsea can offer him a 5-year contract. Again, I'm just throwing numbers out there to make it easy. And for their books, it's 10 million a year for the next 5 years. So so there's 40 million that kind of doesn't have to, is out there in the account somewhere. So otherwise, from a footballing perspective, it makes absolutely no sense to me. If I'm a buying club, I don't want either. I don't want either Jadon Sancho or Raheem Sterling. Not the kind of money that they command. But again, from an accounting perspective, you see how it works, just to kind of keep yourself on the right side of the money watchdogs, let's call them.
Yeah, let's see what happens. One thing's for sure, they need to play in order to get something going. All right, let's finish up here with Kylian Mbappe, by the way. Such a massive, obvious move here at Real Madrid, but he hasn't scored a goal in La Liga yet. Struggled against Las Palmas. Shaka, let me ask you something. He's struggled. I mean, it's still early, but he hasn't scored yet. What has stood out to you most from his play with Real Madrid that possibly needs improving?
That I just feel Kylian Mbappe has been kind of playing within himself, which I've not seen before. And I simply cannot understand. There's no questioning that Kylian Mbappe is an extraordinary talent. Yet I just feel that at times he hasn't run at defenders like you associate him with doing. He just hasn't played with the kind of fluidity and tempo that we know that Kylian Mbappe can, and I don't understand it. I don't know if he just needs that first goal to kind of shed some of maybe the nervousness about this move to Real Madrid. It's difficult to understand, and this a lot of times players take time to acclimatize, time just to fit in. Vinicius Jr. is as good an example of that as any. But we are talking about a player who's won the World Cup, a player who's scored a hat-trick in another World Cup final, a player who's won it all bar the Champions League at club level. So I just didn't see this coming, and it's difficult to explain. And again, I'm just going to put it down as a player desperately in need of that first goal, a player who all of a sudden is subject to the same kind of mortal frailties that we all have from time to time.
I'm just going to say this, everybody, okay? Play him on his position. Put him out wide, and he will go and run the races. I think when he's central, he gets a little bit too, locked in, because you have Vinicius Jr. on one side. Jude Bellingham's not there yet, but Modric still likes to occupy the place with Camavinga. And then you have Raheem Diaz, Rodrigo. Put him wide, and he will do wonders. But no doubt he will come.
It was an opportunity in the last game against, I can't remember who.
Las Palmas.
Not the game.
Mallorca.
The game of the weekend. No, not Mallorca. Was it?
Valladolid. Yeah.
Where he came in from that left-hand side and opened up, got the ball on his left side, just on that left channel, and kind of pulled his effort well wide. Which, again, when I see Kylian Mbappe one-on-one, even from a tight angle, I'm expecting either a goal or the keeper to make an incredible save. I'm not expecting him to pull an effort 10 yards wide. And that's what he did. And that, for me, just kind of said that, yeah, these guys are human after all. They still are. At times we forget. And at times they force us to forget. But yeah, they're still human.
Yeah, but we will see what happens. Surely he will come good. And we will come good, by the way. Shaka Hislop, Luis Miguel Echegaray, ESPN FC Live. By the way, some promos for you Saturday morning. Barcelona, Hansi Flick. He's got some issues, but he's doing just fine. And they're going for another win here as they face Real Valladolid on Saturday. Make sure to cover it. Coverage begins at 10:30. ESPN Plus, of course. That's Saturday. And later that day, Xabi Alonso's Bayer Leverkusen. If you didn't see the opener, by the way, my God, watch the highlights again. But they host RB Leipzig. Ooh, what a game. 12:30 Eastern, also on ESPN Plus. And then that takes us to Sunday. Real Madrid, as we were talking about. They're looking for high-flying Real Betis right now, and they're hosting Real Betis. Can Kylian Mbappe get that goal here as they host Real Betis? That's Sunday, 3:30 Eastern, coverage beginning at 3 p.m. ESPN Plus, where you can watch all of La Liga and the Bundesliga as well. And that's it for us, by the way, because we're also here as well multiple times a week. Shaka Hislop, enjoy your lunch, my friend. I hope you have a good weekend. And by the way, catch him later on, right? You're going to be on as well later on.
Yes, sir. I am.
All right. And by then, it'll be Liverpool 3 and Manchester United 1. Maybe you'll change your mind. The Premier League is still in its early stages of the 2024-2025 season, but this Sunday comes a great game, at least historically speaking, as Erik ten Hag's Manchester United, after beating Fulham in the opener, now losing to Brighton last weekend, welcome Liverpool and this new-look Liverpool and Arne Slot. Straight away, Shaka, what have you made of Manchester United's results so far this season? The win against Fulham, the close win against Fulham, of course, and the loss to Brighton. What have you made of it?
Same old Manchester United, if I were to be perfectly honest. Though, obviously, that comes with a little bit of a caveat. I think the injury to Højlund was significant for them. I'm not at all convinced by Bruno Fernandes as the false nine. Personally, left to me, I'd play Rashford through the middle. And I said before ball was kicked that I thought this had to be a big season for Alejandro Garnacho. And yet he's come off the bench for the most part for Manchester United. So I don't understand those decisions on Ten Hag's part. But to your question, Elami, new season, same old Man U.
Same old Man U.
And while I'm sure Manchester United fans are screaming at this point now.
No, they're not, Shaka. I'm surely they have some great perspective on how calm and commonality they are in terms of your comments. I'm sure they're very reasonable about it.
I'm sure most are. But let's go to most. A very small minority are screaming at their screens right now. And I think, listen, and they'd be right to say, listen, had that Xerxes goal gone in, or Garnacho, whoever you want to credit it to, gone in, maybe we're having a very different discussion about Manchester United. And that's a fair point. But also, moments before Manchester United scored their first, Brighton, through Welbeck, hit the crossbar. Literally, not even a minute before, and then Manchester United go up the other end and equalise. So it really could swing. You could see this from two different perspectives. That Manchester United were a little bit unlucky with the disallowed goal. Maybe they were going on to win the game, or that they got their just rewards. It all kind of came, the old cliche in football, it all comes out in the wash. In this game, it came out in the same 90 minutes or same 45 minutes as the case may be.
Yeah, and obviously Brighton looking good at the start of the season, getting that victory over Manchester United. But now Erik ten Hag finds himself in similar territory, Shaka, because it was his debut season for Man United where he lost to Brentford and Brighton and needed something against Liverpool. And indeed, they did get it. It was a 2-1 victory. We'll have to see what happens there. And look, it's still early in the season, right? The Lenny Yora's injury was major. Højlund, you mentioned. Luke Shaw, Malacia. Now, Mason Mount has a muscle injury. He won't be available as well. Manuel Ugarte is a good introduction when he comes eventually, because I think he will fill that major issue that Manchester United have, which is like when they lose that ball, the middle opens like the Red Sea. They don't really defend that well against crosses, right? So there's a few there. But what do you think is Erik ten Hag's biggest responsibility against Liverpool on Sunday? Because historically, Ten Hag has a pretty good record against Liverpool at Old Trafford, but this is a new look Liverpool. What do you think Ten Hag needs to do on Sunday to make sure at the very least they don't lose this game?
I think Manchester United's biggest problem has been in midfield and defensive midfield. Listen, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Casemiro, I absolutely love Kobbie Mainoo. But Mainoo new into the game, despite he really does seem to at times play as though he'd been playing this game for the last 50 or 60 years. The maturity of his game really is something to behold. But I'm not convinced of Mainoo alongside Casemiro. I just feel that while I appreciate Casemiro's experience alongside the inexperienced Mainoo, I just question whether they need more legs through there, and whether Casemiro can continue to do the job at the highest level. So maybe the introduction of Ugarte is, the signing of Ugarte is exactly what they needed. How quickly he'll be introduced, we wait to see. I say that because I thought De Ligt would have been thrown in pretty much from the start. Ten Hag started the first game against Fulham with Masraoui, who signed at the same time as De Ligt. Yeah, De Ligt came off the bench in that one, came off the bench against Brighton. Against Fulham, I get it, you win the game, so you kind of stick with the same rear guard. But now that you lost against Brighton, now that something needs to change, you desperately need to introduce De Ligt. Maybe this is the opportunity to do that. So whether he does that, whether Ten Hag does that with De Ligt from the opening whistle, we'll see. Whether he's brave enough to do similarly with Ugarte, again, we'll see. I still think Manchester United need another forward. Højlund, who I like a lot, but obviously has had his injury problems, and through no fault of his own over the last couple of seasons. But then when he's out, is Zirkzee a good enough kind of replacement as an out-and-out forward? Do you move Rashford in there? I just feel that there are so many questions about Manchester United that I've not seen an awful lot this season that even begins to answer them.
Yeah, Amad Diallo, of course, is ready to try and make an impact as well. He scored that goal against Brighton. Manuel Ugarte, by the way, led in tackles in both Portuguese League when he was there and the French League with PSG, so he'll be a massive need. Let's focus on Liverpool here, Shaka. Arne Slot became, check this out, courtesy, by the way, of Mark Donaldson's statistic encyclopedia. Arne Slot became the first manager, right, since Graham Souness, for Liverpool to win their first two games in the league, in the top league. The first ever manager to do it in the Premier League. Unbelievable. And I've been very impressed, Shaka, to see how quickly Liverpool has adapted to Arne Slot's tactics. What have you made of Liverpool so far, especially as they go ahead, against Manchester United, and they don't necessarily have a great record at Old Trafford, but still very impressive under Slot so far.
Impressive results. The performances have been, well, it's unfair to draw a comparison with Jurgen Klopp and that style of football. A little bit more pragmatic on a Slot, and so this version of Liverpool is still getting to know that. But results certainly force players to buy into whatever the manager is selling. Now, that transition was always going to be difficult when somebody like Jurgen Klopp and his style, his success, and just everything about him and his personality and how it reflected on this club. How do you succeed that? That's a question that Manchester United are still trying to answer post Alex Ferguson. So the results have certainly helped Arne Slot in that regard. And as they continue, I think you'll start to see players kind of buy in more, start to feel a little bit more comfortable about what's being asked. And similarly, Liverpool fans understand this transition or this period of it as much as anybody. So it's a good start. But truth be told, it's been an easy start. This game against Manchester United is their first real test. So while, yes, you can go back into Mark Donaldson's encyclopedia and start to.
I mean, it wasn't even his stat. I'm sure he borrowed it from somebody else.
I'm just saying we're treading on very thin ice when we're relying on Mark Donaldson's encyclopedia.
You said it, not me.
I'm just saying. But to that point, this is their first firm test of the season. So let's see how they cope with this one, and then we start to putting some of those pieces in place for Liverpool and what the picture truly looks like.
Yeah, it's very early in the season. As you mentioned, this is, with all due respect to Brentford and Ipswich, this is
that's all right.
Big test.
It doesn't matter how early in the season, we will still make broad, sweeping analyses.
Hey, listen, everything for the clicks, baby. That's exactly what we're doing for. But here's another stat, though, because you mentioned Arne Slot and pragmatism, etc. I'm wondering what you're thinking in terms of, because it is essentially a radical change from what Jurgen Klopp has been used to. Of course, Liverpool, by the way, 92% pass accuracy against Brentford. That's the highest percentage in 20 years, meaning, of course, that they're more focused on making sure, not really as so much as possession, but controlled possession and making sure that this team goes forward. What have you made of this new Liverpool? Because also Darwin Núñez, I think, is going to have a hard time this season if he's going to try and break in that Lucho Diaz, Diogo Jota, Mohamed Salah trio. What have you made of this style, this philosophy as it continues, and of course, as we look ahead to Sunday?
I would say interested to see how it kind of develops and comes together. Just because it becomes so used to Liverpool over the last 8 years or whatever it was, and that high pressing, high energy style. Now, again, you don't want to get kind of drawn in too deeply with some of the passing stats, but it does suggest, wow, it's in a high passing percentage, sounds impressive. I think more to the point, it kind of paints the picture about that pragmatism and how different it is from Jurgen Klopp's style. But again, as I said, results shape how a lot of that football will be received. That 92% passing success rate means absolutely nothing if Liverpool had lost the opening two games in exactly the same style. But they won them. They have shown who their identity is under Arne Slot, the differences with Jurgen Klopp. Let's see how it develops. Let's see how it fares against their first true test.
Are they title contenders?
No. I think the title is between Manchester City and Arsenal. They're top four contenders. I have Liverpool as finishing third, but I don't think they come March, let's say end of March, I don't think I think Arsenal and Manchester City will be concerned about each other and nobody else.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this continues for Liverpool, especially because I think they still need a defensive midfielder to get that protection going. But we'll see. It's a big test against Manchester United. Let's go with predictions, my friend. Actually, no, before we go into the predictions, specifically about Liverpool for a second, Mohamed Salah, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Virgil van Dijk, Shaka, they're all free agents next summer. They can talk to other clubs from January. Are you worried about any of them? All of them? What are you thinking? Because Virgil van Dijk is 33 next summer. Mohamed Salah 32, around that. Trent Alexander-Arnold, in my opinion, the best right back in the game, and obviously he's going to have his suitors. What are you thinking in terms of that? Because that's a massive piece of homework for Liverpool's board to make sure that they either stay or they make some business out of it.
Yeah, I am absolutely concerned. I'm concerned around Mo Salah, given the Saudi Arabia interest of last year. I kind of thought that, okay, he'd go this summer, because how do you turn on that kind of money as a player? If you're Liverpool, you want to get some kind of return, especially in this era of profit and sustainability. I'm concerned about Virgil van Dijk, especially kind of... I think he's been very measured in what he's had to say. And for me, a little bit concerningly so. And then for Trent Alexander-Arnold, while maybe if you'd asked me this 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have been that concerned. But when you see his reaction at the end of the Brentford game,
when he was sulking on the bench, you mean, after he came up, and Arne Slot went up to him and he said, "Listen, man, we this is a marathon, not a sprint. Like, we need the victory and we need you." And he wasn't too happy, was he?
No, he wasn't. Especially, listen, I get on the slot going and having a word with him kind of during the game. But then at the end of the game, Trent Alexander-Arnold is still kind of sulking, and I think it was Luis Diaz who came and put his arm around him and almost had a giggle with him. Now, to your point, we've got 12 months before those contracts expire, and while that may seem all well and good and a long time, and Liverpool can put their house in order and yada yada, January 1st they can start talking to other people. January 1st, Saudi Arabia or PSG or Real Madrid or whoever else you want to throw into the mix can start having those conversations. And that makes those same conversations with Liverpool all the more difficult. And that is why I'm concerned, because it's not really 12 months that Liverpool are playing with. It's not even 6 anymore. Tomorrow's the 1st of September.
I mean, December is when it starts going. Yeah.
All of a sudden we're 4 months away.
Yeah, we are. It's going to be interesting. By the way, Virgil van Dijk is going to be 34 next summer as well. So, there's something to be thinking about. Hey, since we were talking about, we do it for the clicks and we like to get that opinion going or whatever, let's put this out there for a second, Shaka. Let's say that Sunday comes and Liverpool don't just win against Manchester United, they destroy Manchester United. What say you about Erik ten Hag at that point? Do you think the alarm bells will be ringing even this early in the season? Because the reason why I'm asking, and it's not, I promise you everybody, it's not just for clicks, it's because we've been here before, right? We've seen the situation. In fact, a large number of Manchester United fans were not exactly very happy that Erik ten Hag stayed and wanted somebody else. So let me ask you this. If Liverpool win, and they win confidently and well against Manchester United, what say you on Monday morning regarding Erik ten Hag's future?
I've not been convinced that by Ten Hag, or certainly that he's here for the long term. And if we're going with alarm bells ringing, alarm bells for me were ringing for Erik ten Hag probably since January, if not before. And
so he shouldn't have stayed, in your opinion. He shouldn't have stayed.
I thought Manchester United would replace him in the summer. And listen, I get it. You win the FA Cup, and that changes conversations, that changes perceptions. But that was one game for me, and I thought I was one game at the end of a very disappointing season. Okay, so that FA Cup win kind of quietens some of those alarm bells. A bad result against Liverpool at home, again, kind of shakes any disguise off. That Erik ten Hag for me is again skating on again. He's been skating on thin ice for me since, as I say, probably since December or January. Yes, the FA Cup win kind of changes that. Also, they were within minutes of winning the Community Shield. But I make nothing of that at all. I'm sure Manchester City don't. Manchester City couldn't be less concerned about the Community Shield in all honesty. So if Manchester United find themselves at the back end of a poor result, I'm not sure how you continue to make the argument for Ten Hag.
Yeah, and by the way, Manchester United have been on the end of massive destructions at the hands of Liverpool. I was going to talk about Mohamed Salah, who, 11 goals, 2 assists in 13 appearances in the league. He scored in the FA Cup, and his last hat-trick was in 2021 against United when Liverpool won 5-0. So it's not to say that can't happen. All right, prediction time.
Xhaka, his love, Manchester United, Liverpool early in the season. Big game, but it's also a test under the new manager, Arne Slot, and obviously the continued test, as we have been talking, of Erik ten Hag. Two Dutchmen going up against each other. What say you? What's the score?
Right now, I'm thinking Liverpool 2-1. I kind of underline the right now because I'm on FC later today and tomorrow. And
opinions change with facts.
Yeah,
it's okay.
There's every single chance that in the next 5 hours, I will convince myself of something totally different. But
I expect
now,
nothing less.
Liverpool 2-1.
Right now, Liverpool 2-1. My friends, are going to go, yes, the draw. I think it's 2-1.
You're just sitting on the fence. Just sitting on the fence.
Hey, man, it's the best place to be. You get to see everybody argue. That's fine.
It's 55.5 minus now million euros in and out of the club, being Paulinho coming in, the big one, Olise, and so on. And as we say in here, and then they sold Delicto and Matsurai. And I'm not sure if we discussed this with Craig and Xhaka, but I said it before, when Company comes in with his way of playing, we know how he wants to play. We saw how he wanted to do it in Burnley, was good in the Champions League, the World Cup in naivety in the Premier League. Why keep Kim and Upamecano as the duo at the back? I can't figure it out. Kay, you were talking about they're playing Freiburg.
I'm saying, well, yeah, they're playing Freiburg at the weekend. What do you want to see from them that will make you a little bit more convinced about them? I know you think Leverkusen are going to win the title again this season, but what do you expect to see from Bayern to make up for the doubts that we were left with last weekend?
And just for the viewers then to understand that Freiburg, with their new coach Schuster, who took over after like 200 years with Streich as a manager, they're winning against Stuttgart. So they had a great start of the season. Coming to Sebastian Hoeneß, coming to his uncle, his father, former Bayern legend, Dieter Hoeneß, who is his agent. So there's a lot of tensions going on here. I think that Bayern will win this game. I'm not worried that Bayern will have a good season because they got so many good players. And I think what will save Company now at the beginning is that there are good players enough to sort this out. What I think is that, can they compete with Leverkusen? Can they compete with Dortmund? Can they compete with Leipzig? Because we remember Freiburg is coming there with Schuster, the coach. I was talking about Stuttgart winning there. Sorry about that. Hoeneß in my head there. But Freiburg is coming there. But what is interesting to see, can Bayern do that against the good teams? They will probably win this game against Freiburg. But still, as Craig was saying, they are tactically quite clever in Germany. They know where to go. And hopefully, Freiburg can come to Allianz and attack them early. Then we can have a great game. Because the problem is with Bayern, if you attack them high and they have to play in the space behind the defenders, that's not Harry Kane's game. That is not a game he wants to play. He wants it in his feet. So I think we're up for a good game this weekend.
Okay, so before...
What are we doing?
No, I'm just going to ask him about another game this weekend in Germany.
Well, you're prattling on about Germany. I want answers.
If we're waiting for the guys to get their deal together.
I'm waiting.
You need to be more patient.
I'm not here to tell people who's moving, who the movers and shakers are, because I have no idea. So I'm sitting here like the viewers at home, and it's 2 minutes, nearly 3 minutes now after the transfer window. I'm running out of patience. I would like answers.
Patience is a virtue, Craig.
I want answers.
Leverkusen are taking on Leipzig this weekend. Yes, we know there's a lovely Norwegian kid to be looking at Leipzig, Jan in Antonio Nusa. But when it comes to Leverkusen, we saw it again. We already saw it in the Super Cup against Atalanta as well. Things going their way late on in the first game of the season in the Bundesliga.
I can give Craig Burley one news. Is that Jonathan Tah, that Bayern wanted so desperately, he is staying in Leverkusen. So he made a statement, he will be staying, and that's good for them.
You missed the big news. Yeah, you missed the big news that Craig would love there, Jan, that he made a big statement about it on social media, which even adds further to all the things that Craig loves.
Well, I guess Craig, Shaka, and myself, we didn't have anyone doing some statements when we played. But yes, he did a great statement. But it was also a statement for Bayer Leverkusen, because they said 3 weeks ago, this is the price you have to pay. And Max Eberl said, yes, we're going to pay you if we sell De Ligt. And then he sold De Ligt and nothing happened. And the CEO of Leverkusen then said, I will never talk to Eberl again. So that's how it is. But it's a statement for Leverkusen to keep him, because I think that Leverkusen will go into as a reigning champion, but they will still be Bayern that people are hunting. And that is quite difficult to understand, but that's just the way the philosophy is in German football.
Manuel Ugarte, Mark Ogden, signing for Manchester United. Tell us more.
So this one's it's probably been done, 95% done for the last 2 days, but United had to get Scott McTominay out of the door to Napoli before they could do Ugarte. So McTominay to Napoli was completed about 2 hours ago. That freed up the money for United to complete a deal for Ugarte. They had the money, but it was obviously part of PSR rules. They had to make sure everything balanced. So United have got Ugarte from PSG. He's only been there a year, but he's a proper defensive midfielder. He's a young defensive midfielder, tenacity, box to box in terms of he can cover the ground, and I think is what United haven't had for a long time. They've had McTominay who can cover the ground, but he's not quite got the football nous that Ugarte's got. So this is a really big signing for United, because they've really lacked somebody to kind of anchor the midfield, play in front of the defence, be a partner for Kobe Mainoo, phases Casemiro out of the team, I guess. So this is a big deal for United, but because it's happened so late on deadline day, he won't be eligible for the squad for the weekend against Liverpool. So it's going to be after the international break when he makes his debut for United.
And where's Jadon Sancho going to be this coming season, Mark?
What are we on now? 10 minutes to go. United and Chelsea have agreed a loan deal, so it's about getting that over the line. We've got 10 minutes to go, and I'm just looking at the clock thinking maybe, maybe not. But United and Chelsea have agreed a loan with an obligation to buy. Now, I just cannot get my head around this deal. It's a brilliant deal for Man United. They've got Jadon Sancho off the books, a player that has clearly got no future under Erik ten Hag, but listen, maybe the guys can tell. I'm sure Craig got an opinion on it. Why did Chelsea need another forward? Let one go, Raheem Sterling. But why do they need the 9th forward? A guy that never plays, hasn't kicked on at Man United for 3 years. It's the strangest deal of the window for me, this, if it gets done, which he probably will do.
Would it be so strange?
Yeah. Another one that they heard he was available and thought, yeah, we could do. We're lacking numbers. It's like, I tell you what we'll do. And I go back to, so they signed Pedro Neto, they signed João Felix. Dewsbury Hall's going to be a bit part player by the looks of it. And then all the rest of them. To give them a credit, they were really good against Wolves, and João Felix came off the bench and scored a very good goal. Right, they were excellent. However, they had a good blueprint over the last few years of the inconsistencies of João Felix, from his time at Atletico Madrid, from his time at Barcelona, and dare I say it, on their own doorstep from his loan spell at Chelsea. So they went out there and they've spent quite a lot of money on a very inconsistent player who was once deemed to be a superstar. Now it looks like if they get this deal through with a few minutes to go, they're just bringing in another player in a position where they've got plenty of players for, and guess what? Another inconsistent player. Very inconsistent. He had a little spell on loan at Borussia Dortmund last year when they got to the Champions League final, when he did okay, to be fair to him. But is there anybody, and maybe the guys disagree, is there anybody thinks that Jadon Sancho is going to go to Chelsea and all of a sudden become this young man that was actually looking very good at Borussia Dortmund? It just doesn't make sense, particularly bringing these players in when your key position, and I don't want to go over old ground here, I'm not going to mention his name, but when the key position that they had to fill this year really was the striking position.
Go on, just say it.
Go on, say it.
Just say it.
Go on, mention it.
Nico Jackson.
I feel as though Jan Fjotov may disagree with some of what Craig was saying there about Jadon Sancho.
I would some time ago, because I followed this player very closely when he was at Dortmund. I saw him nearly every game when he played with Haaland. They were fantastic together. But I'm with Craig with this one. I have no clue what's going on. The thing is that sometimes when Arsenal's doing Sterling, you think that they have a process and they decide to do it. But when you look at Chelsea at the moment, you try to be the devil's advocate. You have to have a look. Maybe they're thinking so and so. What's the philosophy? Yeah, maybe they do this. But it's actually impossible to understand the strategy of Chelsea Football Club. It's like we were sitting here and thinking, what could they do now to make us even more confused? Yeah, let's take another forward, another winger, who is exactly the same as we have. Let's not go for a striker, let's get him. I mean, maybe sometimes in the future there will be a book telling us that there was something business going on, that they had to do this, and Manchester United and Chelsea had to agree on this, and this was for the longer good, what do I know? But yes, okay, you know I love Sancho, and he was one of my favorite players, but I can't see any strategy behind this.
Want to move on to talk about Ivan Toney right now, because obviously we'd seen his name linked with a few clubs. Arsenal was one of those, Mark. What's happening with this player?
You know, it's a strange one with Ivan Toney, because Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, you know, three of the biggest clubs in the Premier League, that they really need a striker, and he's available, and I think he's going to go for about £40 million, but nobody's really taking an interest now. You know, you've heard all sorts of things about Ivan Toney, that he can be quite a challenging character. He's obviously had the ban last season, which he's put behind him. I've heard the thing about him being a difficult character quite a bit. I'm not sure that, you know, I think clubs these days want every kind of, you know, I dotted and T crossed before they sign a player. And I think sometimes if a player is challenging, I think you have to take a chance. And I think maybe clubs these days aren't prepared to take a chance, certainly on a player he's 28, a big investment. But I don't think 28 is old. But I think Arsenal have looked at him, Chelsea have looked at him, United have looked at him, and for whatever reason felt that he doesn't quite fit the profile of players they want. Everybody seems to be going for younger players now. I mean, obviously Raheem Sterling kind of contradicts that, but you know, he's a last-minute, short-term option, like the guys have said. But Ivan Toney doesn't fit the bill for a lot of teams, and I think come September, October time, when teams start scoring goals, they might just regret letting Ivan Toney go to Saudi Arabia. But the clubs have looked at him; they don't fancy him. I was told last season that Erik ten Hag looked at him in his first season at United and felt that he didn't quite do enough work up front that he wanted. He wanted a more Erasmus Højlund sort of player that would buzz around the back four of the opposition and make life hard for defenders. But Toney scores more goals and can take a penalty. So I just think it's choices, and I think a lot of managers and coaches have decided it's not for them.
Yeah, and do you think Premier League clubs might have missed out on a goal scorer here in Ivan Toney?
But I guess what we do know about the recruitment process now at clubs, it's very professional, and I say quote professional. And I'm with Mark, sometimes you have to take a chance, fair enough. But you will sit down, you will do all your calculation. You have to do that about the financial rules. You have to do it with your squad, the broader squad. How can we get one of the star players to rest, and so on. So I think that I don't agree with Xhaka, but I see where he's coming from in terms of Sterling. They will think that Sterling will fit in because he can come straight into the dressing room, and from day one he can contribute in a way that is good for Arsenal Football Club. And Ivan Toney, and Mark is describing it well, that's more a risk. And then they will put pluses and minuses, and they will see what are we going to do at this stage of the season. Early in the season, yes, but they have still managed to be so close to Manchester City last season without a striker. I feel that Arsenal, and I've said it many, many times, that number 9 lacks them. Because if you compare the two teams, they got Haaland, they got no one, they share the goals. But I think that with Ivan Toney, the clubs have had more than enough time to see if he fits there. He's 28. Difficult character. I mean, difficult character can win you a championship. Ask Manchester United when they got Eric Cantona from Leeds United like 400 years ago. I mean, that changed the whole football club. I'm not saying Toney is there, But I think today the recruitment processes, the recruitment departments are so big. So there are reasons why Manchester United, Chelsea and Arsenal have not got Toney.
It's not the goals, is it?
It's not.
No.
It's not. So now you're looking at managers shy away from a problem. I'm not suggesting he is, but Mark knows more than me, and there's been some rumours. There have obviously been factual stuff like the suspension for gambling, but he scores goals. And back in the day, managers, and Jan mentioned it, like Fergie and others, would handle problematic players. Not always, but quite often they'd take them in as long as they could do a job. But now you've got a bunch of eyes and ears. It's not one guy making the decision. It's not one guy saying, I'll take the problem on. It's maybe 3 or 4, and maybe even more than that, chirping away in the background. He does this, he doesn't do this, he's late for training, he does that, he doesn't do that, blah, blah, blah. And clearly they've all had a look at him, and they don't want what they perceive as a guy who's not going to give them enough for being a possible problem. And what's that going to result potentially in? An Ivan Toney going into your backwater. And he could score 50 goals in Saudi Arabia. Nobody gives a toss. And it's a shame. Yes, from a point of view, he's going to make a lot of money if he goes. That's fine. But you're taking yourself to the football wilderness. And that, in some sense, is disappointing. But they've had plenty of time to look at this player, and nobody's taken the bait.
The thing that's kind of concerning for me here is, I'm with the boys, and I think everybody's saying from a footballing sense, this doesn't make an awful lot of sense. But when you have 3 clubs of Arsenal, Chelsea, Manchester United, all desperately needing strikers, probably the first 2 more so than any of the others, and none of them willing to take that chance, that becomes a concern. Because we're not just talking about, if Arsenal don't take a chance on Ivan Toney because they feel he's not the striker that will deliver us the Premier League, that's one thing. But we're talking about Chelsea and Manchester United also in that equation. 2 clubs finished, 7th and 8th or whatever it was last season. If Ivan Toney doesn't fit the bill for them from a footballing perspective, it says to me that there's a whole lot more going on. And maybe I would like to think that managers or clubs are still willing to take on that risk, that difficult personality, if it means goals, if it means points. The fact that they don't just suggests that there's a whole lot going on that, Sydney, I'm not aware of.
So why wouldn't other clubs in Europe? I mean, for example, Napoli have just coveted Romelu Lukaku again. I mean, come on. Come on. Romelu Lukaku is pretty much a spent force.
But at least you've seen what Lukaku can do in Italian football.
And Conte wants him badly.
And they have that relationship. So, I mean, I understand your point.
I know, but we're on the History Channel here. It's what did you do for me at Inter Milan 3 years ago?
One of the biggest stories this summer has been the future, Mark, of Victor Osimhen. What's going on here? What's going to happen with this player?
It looks like he's going to stay at Napoli. I mean, we've got 15 minutes now, and it looks like that Napoli have decided that they haven't got a buyer, because I think there's an escape clause over 100 million euros, which is too much for clubs this summer to spend on a striker, even Chelsea, who spend that kind of money every week. And I think the loan deal wasn't an option, and Saudi Arabia just didn't appeal to Victor Osimhen. He just didn't want to go. So, credit to him for saying, no, I'm not going to Saudi Arabia. I think we had a similar situation with Raheem Sterling at Chelsea a couple of weeks ago. Saudi was on the table, but didn't fancy it. So Osimhen doesn't want to go to Saudi Arabia. I think ideally he'd go to the Premier League and go to Chelsea, but they just looked at the numbers and it couldn't be done. Napoli weren't prepared to do a loan deal which didn't involve Chelsea paying a big part of his wages and a big loan fee. So the numbers don't stack up. So the reality now is that Osimhen's going to have to stay at Napoli for the next, 4 or 5 months until January. And if he's not going to play, he's not going to play. It's probably 4 months till January. That's just like having a hamstring problem or an injury that misses half a season. So it's not the biggest blow in the world. So he'll get a move in January, I guess, unless he can persuade Antonio Conte that he's a better option than Romelu Lukaku, and that is very possible because, as the guys are saying, Lukaku's probably had better days in the past, and it might work out that Osimhen stays and turns it around.
Dare I even ask you?
No.
Yeah, go on.
Dare I even ask you about Victor Osimhen for the 4th day running of whether Chelsea should have really pushed harder to get this player in?
You were right. Your initial instincts were absolutely spot on. I am all Victor Osimhen.
I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the question.
I did almost duck when I asked, so you know what I'll do? I'll ask Jan instead. Jan, same question to you. I dare ask you it.
Well, first of all, Osimhen being linked to Chelsea is like this Schneider to Manchester United. Remember, he was linked for like 30 years and never ending up at Manchester United, by the way. And Mark is saying, I mean, there are two words that don't come together, saying that Chelsea can't afford a player. I've never heard of that. And secondly, that Chelsea hasn't got a striker. They've spent all the kind of money. They're starting it today again. We'll probably talk about Sancho later. And they still can't manage to get a striker in. There are people that say, well, Jackson will do it for them. I like Jackson, but there's no way he's going to do it for them. But Osimhen, this is like one of those ongoing stories that go on forever. I hope to see him here in the Premier League. I hope to see him at Chelsea or Arsenal or whatever, but it doesn't seem to happen. And now we're sitting here discussing, is Osimhen better than Lukaku? That is History Channel, Craig. I'm with you there.
So, you didn't even have Chelsea in your top 6 when it came to your predictions. If Osimhen had have landed there, would that have changed your predictions for the coming season?
Well, I mean, it would have helped to get one of the best strikers the last 3-4 years. We've seen that before. But there are many clubs now with Manchester United, Arsenal, and Chelsea looking for a striker, and they still can't manage to get Osimhen. So to your question, of course, if they got a striker in there, they got enough players, at least they got enough players in quantity, but they also now slowly got a lot of quality there as well. Maresca just got to learn how many players he got that he can use. So with a striker, I think absolutely they could burst into the top 6.
To bude ten.
here we are, guys. Welcome back here on Playback. Welcome back on our Deadline Day show, powered and with the partnership of Kraken. So a big day together, a big night together. Many things are happening. My phone is literally burning. Many things to say, from Sancho to Osimhen, Toney, Lo Celso to Betis. A big news for Tottenham because they're signing a player for the future, but also many other clubs around the world. We will keep you posted on everything with my team here as always, with all the people always bringing the great stuff behind the scenes to help us, and so ready for a transfer deadline day powered by Kraken. Here we go.
Here we are again.
Here we are.
Here we are again for the 7th time.
Let's start with the news immediately.
Yeah, we have news?
Yeah, we have news.
No foreplay, no nothing, no small talk.
I give you 1 minute, okay? So I prepare the tweet.
Okay.
Let's do like this.
Perfect. So while he's preparing the tweet, Francesco,
we're back.
Francesco Porzio, Matteo Moretto is on the couch today. How are you feeling?
And Aviv as well, of course.
Aviv is
we
here.
are back here for the 7th time.
7th time
we do
with
the
Fabrizio
day.
Romano.
Exactly. And we can say there are a lot of things happening. And we are not teasing because a lot of things are happening this
Están
time.
pasando cosas.
Están pasando cosas. We can say that, and we will talk about everything that's going to happen, everything that had already happened in the summer, because many things, like something
Like what?
Maybe Kylian went to Madrid.
Okay,
I don't know if you want to talk about Real Madrid, but we can also
we, of course,
mention that.
We can always speak about
We
Real
will
Madrid.
talk about what's going to happen in the next 5 hours and 43 minutes and 16 seconds. And then we will talk about what can happen in January, because many things can already happen in January, and we will talk also about that.
Plus extra time, yeah? So
Plus extra time, yes.
For those of you who just tuned in, welcome. Welcome everyone. If you're watching on Playback, welcome. If you're watching on YouTube, welcome. It's going to be a long stream. As you can see in the top left corner, 5 hours and 52 minutes remaining. We will be reading out your comments, your questions. So please interact with our streams. I can assure you we'll be reading them. And we'll have an extra time of more or less 1 hour. And I think that was the minute you gave me, no? Fabrizio?
Yes, that's the minute, and we go with some news because there are many things, guys. So I promise to all the guys who are following us that I will be updating you on Victor Osimhen in a minute, on Jadon Sancho, on Ivan Toney. I wanted to start with Lo Celso because one of the exclusive news of the day, in my opinion, one of the most fascinating news of the day, is Lo Celso to Betis is a here we go. So Lo Celso back to Betis. But the fascinating part of this story is obviously about Lo Celso, because Lo Celso returns to Betis, and Lo Celso really wanted to go to Betis. There was Aston Villa pushing in the recent hours, trying to enter the race, but he's going to Betis. I was working with Marte about it, so this was the news. But the most interesting and fascinating part of the story is that Tottenham, in this agreement with Betis, and this was the exclusive update from the afternoon, they are reviewing all the contracts right now, but the deal is gonna be done. Tottenham, in the deal with Betis, get Johnny Cardoso priority option for the future. So basically what happened? The negotiation between Tottenham and Real Betis was really complicated, really difficult, because Tottenham also yesterday were not approving the conditions offered by Betis. So what Tottenham and Betis decided today is Tottenham go there and get an option, a priority option to sign Johnny Cardoso, USM national team talented player, talented midfielder who was in the list of Fiorentina, Milan, Everton, several clubs around Europe. He's going to Tottenham potentially in the future, because Tottenham will have this option to sign the player and complete, screenshot this and send me, and complete the move to Tottenham in the future. So Johnny Cardoso option for Tottenham. Tottenham will buy two things in this deal. They say, okay, Lo Celso can go to Betis. In exchange, we'll have the option for Johnny Cardoso and the percentage on the potential future sale of the player. So Tottenham will have two ways. If they want to sign the player, they have the option next year, in the next years. Otherwise, they will have a percentage on the future sale. So if Tottenham say, okay, we don't want this player, he's going to Liverpool, Lyon, Bayern, Inter, Milan, whatever, in that case, they get a percentage on the sale. So they are kind of buying rights of the player. That's the agreement. So Johnny Cardoso, future potential Tottenham player, Lo Celso immediately going to Real Betis. Done deal.
And this is something that I don't remember happening in football, at least recently, you know?
Yeah.
Buying a player but not receiving money immediately, and then you get like the priority for the future. What's going on?
We have a Champions League final when you have like someone jumping on the pitch.
Don't show him, you know.
Don't show him.
UEFA doesn't want to.
In UEFA, we don't show the pitch intruders. Yeah.
But what we were saying,
happened.
that it's something for...
We cannot look at it as well.
No, exactly. We pretend to look at different things.
But this is a funny shot. This is nice to show. This is also show this.
Too late.
Too late. Yeah, this was good.
And
he didn't take his eyes off his phone.
No.
Yeah.
Couldn't care less about what was going on behind him.
Before we go onto Lo Celso, just thanking the 15,000 people who joined us on
How
YouTube.
many?
15,000 we are already, and 5,000 as well live on Playback TV. We'll be reading your comments.
Let me guess the questions.
Okay, you can guess the first flag. What is the flag I see most in the chat?
Okay, red.
No. A country flag.
Country flag.
Yeah.
I thought it was like
a country flag.
A team flag.
No, country flag.
England.
No.
Nigeria.
Yes, Nigeria.
Okay.
Of course.
It was one of the two.
Why so many Nigeria flags?
I guess because they want to know about the future of Victor Osimhen. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
How many Nigerians are watching? Please spam the chat with Nigeria flags.
We will talk about that because, of course, Victor Osimhen is the biggest topic of the night, afternoon, morning, wherever you are watching. And because we don't know what's going to happen, basically, because we will hear from Fabrizio and Matteo later. Matteo, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Si quieres, ¿puedo hablar en español?
No.
Porque tengo una noticia de un equipo español.
¿Sí?
Yeah.
Okay.
We will translate in English.
So just to explain the role of Matteo will be sitting there, and he will only come in when we have news in Spanish. And he will also say the news in Spanish, which after we will translate it to English.
Yes. That's our topic.
Es una noticia importante, ¿eh?
Ok.
Porque
Cuéntanos.
vamos a tener el delantero de la Real Sociedad.
Ojo.
¿Qué va a hacer?
La Real Sociedad acaba de cerrar el fichaje de Orri Oskarsson del Copenhagen por 20 millones de euros. Una negociación muy larga y me comentan ahora mismo que el tema está cerrado. Están cruzando los documentos, los clubes. Así que la Real Sociedad por fin va a fichar un futbolista muy joven, tiene como creo 19 años. Le quería el Manchester City. Muchísimos equipos europeos han preguntado por él y Orri Oskarsson va a ser el delantero de la Real Sociedad.
So, let's translate that in English.
Yes.
Orri Oskarsson is going to be the new Real Sociedad striker coming from Copenhagen, right? For around 20 millions.
That's a big amount, for a Spanish club.
Sí. Ahora a ver qué me cuentan.
But does this deal depend on the Merino deal?
No.
Okay.
La Real Sociedad quería a Oskarsson y...
No, but they have the money from the Merino deal, of course. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay. As you can say, you see the chat. There's...
Sorry, but we have updates, I'm coming.
Edo.
And as you can see in the bottom left of your screen, we will be giving out the updates that Fabrizio gives in show. So as it says there, it's his recent and fresh tweet. We have to thank as well the partners that
That's
have
what I
joined us
wanted to
today.
say.
Because
Yes.
you're looking fresh.
Not as you, but yes, because we are both dressed up by CP Company.
As
of
always.
course, as always,
Friends
our
of the show.
partner. And Matteo as well, and Fabrizio, of course. We're all dressed up by them, and it's always a pleasure to be with CP Company. And
We mentioned Kraken before.
Kraken before, of course. It's the Deadline Show powered by Kraken.
Two jerseys. They're the sponsors of Atletico Madrid.
Atletico, yeah.
Atletico Madrid and Tottenham Hotspur. Powered by Heineken.
Heineken?
I'm sure you've seen a cool little commercial that Fabrizio did with Max Verstappen yesterday, shot at Monza, and posted today on his social media channels.
And we will see that later as well.
Max Verstappen. We will see it later today as well. And I can already give you a little hint. Yeah.
About what?
Fabrizio interviewed Max.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. That's nice to see them come
Nice to
together.
see
Two
it, yeah.
worlds.
Yeah.
Combined. How difficult is it to get an interview with Max?
How difficult is it to get an interview with Fabrizio? No, it's quite easier.
How difficult is it to get Fabrizio to do an interview
with
1 day before deadline day?
That's very challenging. Yeah.
Very challenging.
Very challenging. I don't know how you did it, to be honest.
I have my ways. You know, I have my ways with Fabrizio. But at the end, it's all about getting things done. We have OneFootball with us as well today. OneFootball is a place you like?
A place I know quite well, I would say. Yeah.
We will.
It's a place where I used to work for some time. Matteo as well.
And I have a surprise for you because we have Quiz with us today as well. You remember Quiz?
Of course I do. Every time you tell me that I'm not good in doing that, but I work on that and I try to.
And we will play. The player completed the medical in London, and now Al-Ahli are completing the deal for Ivan Toney. So the agreement is really at the final stages for Toney to join Al-Ahli. It means that Victor Osimhen remains one of the names for the final hours of the market, because Al-Ahli in this moment, then if it changes we will let you know, but in this moment Al-Ahli are going for Ivan Toney. In a minute I will tell you more about Osimhen, I will tell you more about Sancho, but now important update on Ivan Toney, who is very close to joining Al-Ahli. Then I will come with all the rest.
Wow.
Ivan Toney was one of the names of the summer since a lot of time. It was one of the names that we were mentioning for a lot of weeks.
Chelsea, Arsenal, United.
And at the end was a deadline day name. And it's very connected also with Victor Osimhen. Fabri will talk about it later. But he was already undergoing medicals at the beginning of this afternoon, so he was waiting for the move, and then was connected to the Osimhen deal as well. So we will talk about Osimhen, I think, later, because it's gonna be, and I see the chat here mentioning him many times.
No, what I like about this one is we mentioned many times, right? There's many factors to a transfer and to a deal. But the fact that he did his medical, not in Saudi Arabia, but in London, because of course, like now to travel to Saudi Arabia will take him 6-7 hours until he gets there. You don't want to lose time, of course, on deadline day.
Yeah, that's something very usual on deadline day, to have medicals in the country where you are, because there is no time to fly, to have all the, to do all the procedures in another country. Also, Saudi Arabia is quite far away. It's not like going to Italy or Spain or France. It's quite difficult to get there in the last day, so not difficult, but it's easier to do it where you are. So that's why this is something happening a lot in the last hours of the deadline day, on the transfer window as well.
You know what I like to do? I would just like to randomly read out comments with names. I'm just going to read out names, okay? So I see obviously
names of the people or of the players?
Of the players. I see Osimhen, I see Ziyech, I see Tahirovic, I see Podence, I see Sterling, I see Memphis Depay, I see Sancho. All those are names that will be mentioned today at some point.
At some point, yes. I don't know when, but definitely yes.
We're very early
Sancho
still.
is that what?
There you go. Stop commenting then, yeah.
Cross that. Cross the name.
Okay.
Adrien Rabiot, for example, is a free agent, so he's a player that can move also potentially tomorrow, Sunday, or
tomorrow, Sunday,
or
but
Monday.
not too late.
Not too late, but
not too. If he wants to play for Champions League club, this is also good to mention.
If
he wants to be registered
to get
in time,
the list, yes.
Yeah, it has to happen before Tuesday. I think Tuesday is the deadline
of list.
Yeah, of list to send in your list. So he has a few extra days. Also important to mention that today the transfer window closes. Today, Friday, 30th of August, a day or two earlier than it usually happens. The deadline is closing in the top 5 leagues of Europe, but not in all the leagues, because, for example, the Dutch Eredivisie is on Monday.
Saudi League as well.
Saudi League, Turkish League is always traditionally later.
It's something that I think it's a hot topic for Fabrizio as well. Should be defined in a way. We are here every deadline day saying this, but it should be.
It's not fair for him.
It's not fair for his health to have a deadline day with different countries, different hours.
I want to say something.
I know you want to say something, but
I want to say something.
Also, the leagues already started everywhere, so we are still here. Like tonight, there are games happening here in Italy, around Europe.
Imagine they do a system. How funny it is! They do exactly this. They do a system where there is a football game tonight. Inter and Atalanta, two big clubs playing, but even if it was small clubs, it doesn't matter. And meanwhile, you are still closing the transfer market. So in the final 4 hours, you play football. I think if you give this strategy to a kid 3 years old, has a better idea than people who did this. Congratulations. Very nice. Congrats. Very smart. Congrats. Good. But every summer is the same, eh? So.
And winter as well. It's always like that. What can you say?
Also today, all the managers talking in England before the weekend. What's the sense?
No, it should be at least before the first game of the season. They did it once, remember? It was, I think, 2019 maybe, or 18, something like that.
18, I think.
18.
It was when 18 because Luka Modric was the best player at the World Cup, I think. There was a World Cup or Euro something. Luka Modric was the best player.
World Cup, Russia.
Luka Modric was Ballon d'Or. Ballon d'Or, Luka Modric.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah. That summer.
It was also the summer of.
That summer.
Of Ronaldo to Juventus, I think. I'm not wrong. Anyway.
What time is it?
Time to. No, I don't know. It was time to say something
or
time to.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. You know.
6:25. I know you already quite well. So.
No, you know where I was getting at.
What time is it? Time to.
Time to say thank you to one of our partners, and that partner is Futbol, because the Bundesliga market just closed.
That's true. I wanted to mention that.
No?
Yes. At 6 p.m.
Yeah, 6 p.m. 25
As
minutes
always,
ago.
Bundesliga closes at 6 p.m.
But traditionally,
Italian transfer window won't close at 8 p.m. as it usually happens, but it's going to be at midnight like all the other top leagues.
You know what we always said, right? That the German.
No.
It's working to you?
No, it didn't. It wasn't working because it's not charged. So it wasn't.
So we don't have this working?
Yeah, we will fix it.
Oh, thank you. If possible. Otherwise, it's a big problem.
You need power for your phone?
Yeah.
How many times do you charge your phone per day?
No, by the way, it's urgent.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we fix this, or can we get him a power bank ASAP? Come.
I have something to say on Sancho.
Fabrito.
Yes, thank you.
Take it in the meantime.
Just a second.
You have something to say on Sancho, but not to us.
Not to us.
You know the meme?
Not to you, not to us.
You know the meme, yeah?
Yeah.
Like order an ambulance, but not for me.
Us. Not for me.
And this one, I have something important to say about Sancho.
But not
to you.
Not for YouTube, not for playback. He's going to be
not for you guys at home.
For himself.
Okay, but what we were saying
about the Bundesliga.
This always happens when we speak about brands, when we speak about our partners.
Something incredible happens. Yes.
Something happens in the middle. But what I said...
But our partners know that.
What we always say about German clubs,
they've no
the
business.
Deadline day, it doesn't matter because they close the business way before deadline day.
Way before. Deadline
Until
day.
Bayern.
Deadline day.
Dead.
What a joke.
Bad joke. But until Bayern came in last season and showed us they wanted to buy Palhinha in the last minute, they had some business in the last minute.
They failed also to sign Palhinha.
You prefer to speak or you prefer not to speak?
Just a second.
Okay.
Jose Mourinho style.
Jose Mourinho style.
Prefer not to speak.
So we have the Bundesliga transfers, the most important ones this window, powered by Futbol. And also we have to do a big shout out to Futbol, one of our partners, this transfer deadline day with Fabrizio Romano. And we have to discuss the transfer. So João Palhinha, thoughts? You have other important business?
No,
I
was
Just tell me if you have other
no problem. I think Bayern Munich were quite. It was a solid transfer window for Bayern. No, they did some incomings, outgoings as well. With a new manager, I'm interested to see how Vincent Kompany will do at Bayern. No, it's a quite interesting appointment, no, for Bayern.
Yeah.
And of course, Olise, Palhinha as well, and then Guirassy to Borussia Dortmund was a big signing for Dortmund as well. He's a player that many other clubs, European clubs, were interested to sign in England, in Italy as well. So I think it's a big signing for Dortmund.
I like Dortmund's business because they brought in Guirassy, but also Jan Couto was fantastic for Girona last season.
Yeah,
Like
Girona. We will talk about Girona maybe later because
they were undressed.
Exactly,
Undressed Iniesta, like this transfer window.
Matteo will talk about Girona. I think he's
completely.
Can't wait to talk about Girona.
No, but as we see another name from Girona here, Aleix Garcia to Bayer Leverkusen. This was a special.
Bayer, another team that would be interesting to see after the incredible season they had in the 2023.
It's difficult to repeat.
It's very difficult to repeat, yeah.
Especially what they've done.
After what they've done, it's difficult to repeat themselves.
They've almost done the perfect season.
But which is the German team you are more interested to watch, or you?
A player who did quite well in Germany is Ivan Perisic. Ivan Perisic won the trouble with Bayern, Hansi Flick as manager. Ivan Perisic did very well at Wolfsburg in the past. Ivan Perisic could return to Serie A. Genoa are trying to sign Ivan Perisic. That would be massive. In my opinion, fantastic player. He had some injuries recently, but when he's fit, Ivan Perisic is fantastic, even if he's still no longer super young. But Genoa are trying to sign Ivan Perisic. They made a proposal. It's a dream target, not easy at all, because we know he was already on a big salary at Tottenham. Then he changed it to go back to Croatia. Now he's back on the market as free agent because he terminated the contract. But let's see if they can make it happen. So Genoa trying to sign Ivan Perisic as last-minute surprise.
So they can potentially have Perisic, Malinowski as well, Vitinha, I mean, quite interesting.
And Franco Onyeka from Brentford going to Augsburg, another deal done a few minutes ago. He was in the list of Valencia. Valencia signed Barrenechea from Aston Villa on loan, and so Onyeka is going to Augsburg. Genoa trying for Ivan Perisic. In a minute, I tell you about Jadon Sancho.
Okay, you leave it this way. We can say about Perisic, or you want to finish about the Bundesliga players, Aviv, as well?
No, we can still talk about the Bundesliga players, because I think if you look at all the teams there, so we have, of course, the Bundesliga is a very competitive league, also always very strong in the European competitions as well. But if you look at Bayern Munich, Palinha Olise, you look at Dortmund, Guirassy and Couto, you look at Leverkusen, Aleix Garcia and Martin Terrier, and you look at Leipzig, Arthur Vermeeren, Antonio Nusa, but also an important one, I think, a player who is not on this list, the renewal of the loan of Xavi Simons, which will be key to them. Of course, they also lost Dani Olmo, but they brought in a few very...
And also keeping Benjamin Sesko, for example, is another big one.
Important and young player. So I think it will be very competitive in the Bundesliga this season. For you people at home, or not at home, wherever you are, I don't really care. You have this QR code on the screen where you can scan it and you can download the OneFootball app. So do it. And why you should download the OneFootball app? Because for all the fans that are watching today from UK and from Ireland, this weekend you can stream 8 Serie A matches, Serie A, the Italian league, for free on with OneFootball's Home of Serie A pass. Also, there's Lazio versus Milan, there's Juventus versus Roma, are available for pay-per-view for just £4.99 each, and for Matchday 4, get a team pass, so you can follow your favorite team, for £79.99 or a season pass for $99.99 for the full season, where you can watch unlimited Serie A football. And who doesn't want to watch Serie A football?
Who doesn't? I mean,
you watch Serie A football?
I watch a lot of Serie A football.
5 Champions League teams.
5 Champions League teams. Last season was incredible with Bologna, with Thiago Motta. We already saw the impact of Thiago Motta Juventus in the first 2 games.
Fun attacking football in the Serie A.
The only one team to win twice in the first 2 games, Thiago Motta Juve. So, and this weekend we have Juventus against Roma and Lazio against AC Milan, 2 big games. So definitely a league to watch. We are biased because
we're biased, of course.
Biased,
and there's a person who is working in the Serie A who is here behind the scenes, so I cannot.
Right.
I have to say this as well. There's a pinned comment in the chat, so you can click on the link, and through OneFootball, you can get this Serie A pass.
Fabri, go ahead.
Fabri was about to say something.
Just a second.
He teased us. He's
on Sancho. He's on Sancho. I want to say something on Sancho. On Sancho, okay, here I am. From what I understand, I gave a news in the afternoon saying that Chelsea made a proposal, an official bid for Jadon Sancho. I can confirm that. Now, to move into the details, Jadon Sancho proposal from Chelsea is actually 2 different bids. So Chelsea submitted a single proposal, but with 2 options for Manchester United, from my understanding. One proposal is a loan with buy option clause. So you go on loan, spend 1 season at Chelsea, and then next season, end of the season, you decide whether you want to keep the player or he returns to Manchester United. The other bid is on loan with obligation to buy, so basically a permanent transfer for summer 2025. So it's 2 separate proposals made by Chelsea for Jadon Sancho. Obviously on different terms, because if they buy the player now, loan with obligation is 1 fee. If they do loan with buy option, obviously the loan fee is higher and the buy option is different. So this is the proposal from Chelsea to Manchester United, double bid in the same package for Jadon Sancho. Now it's on United to decide. Yes, no, bid 1, bid 2. So it's on Manchester United to decide what they want to do. This is the proposal for Sancho, loan with buy option or loan with obligation. So basically, loan or permanent. That's the point. Let's see what's going to happen with United. Chelsea are optimistic because Chelsea also agreed on personal terms with Jadon Sancho. So Sancho said yes to Chelsea. Juventus were in the race for a long time, for weeks, but at this point Juventus are no longer negotiated with United. Yesterday and 2 days ago, Juventus with new bids tried to improve their proposal, tried to reach an agreement with United. Too expensive. Terms of the deal were too complicated for Juventus. Juve offered an important loan fee, but then the salary coverage was a big issue, a big stumbling block in the negotiation with Manchester United, and now Juve are in total standby on Sancho, no longer negotiating at this point, and Chelsea are advancing with 2 bids on the table, and Sancho said yes. Sancho agreed on personal terms, Sancho wants to go to Chelsea, and so now depends on the clubs, depends on Manchester United.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
This will be one of the big ones till the end, Jadon Sancho. This will be one of the big stories of the final hours.
What are the biggest stories?
You know what I like about it? Though?
What?
That they gave him options. So he has 2 options. And
well, the whole summer, Sancho was a big story at the end.
No, but it makes sense if you look at Chelsea's squad. It's a small squad, so. And what they definitely don't have is a left winger.
I can hear the irony here, in the room.
They don't have a left winger. You know
I think
why
we have a picture there of Chelsea we will talk about later.
You know why they don't have a left winger?
No?
Because they have 10.
Good joke. Yeah. I could do that as well.
Yes.
Stefan Bajcetic on loan from Liverpool to Salzburg is completed, is official. This was another saga of the week because Bajcetic was expected to travel for medical at Salzburg. Then Barcelona entered the race for Bajcetic in 24 hours, 4 million euros loan bid. But then for financial fair play for Barca was not possible to proceed. And so Bajcetic, who was prepared to say yes to Barca because he was ready to say yes to Barca, at the end is going to Salzburg. Still very happy because there is Pep Linders, the right hand of Jurgen Klopp at Liverpool for a long time. He wanted Stefan Bajcetic, and so exclusive news confirmed on Stefan Bajcetic moving to Red Bull Salzburg from Liverpool. Straight loan, no buy option.
I think here, Fabri, also important to mention the Barca link, right? It was also, I think, an exclusive brought by you a few days ago.
Yeah. Actually,
and
both
that died.
Salzburg and Barca were exclusive.
Yeah, and that died. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, about the Barca link and why it didn't happen?
It didn't happen because of financial fair play, basically. Then I can't say too much details because I don't know. So I'm not good at financials at all. I hate numbers, so that's the reality. But Barca, because of financial fair play, were not allowed to proceed with the deal for Stefan Bajcetic. So they tried, they negotiated with Liverpool, they negotiated with the agents, but for Barca it was financially not possible to sign the player. So that's why Barca are not signing any player, basically, because of financial fair play. So that's it. And it's a shame for Barca because Bajcetic, I think it was a very good idea to sign a player like this on loan. Also, Thiago Alcantara knows him very well. Okay, Thiago is no longer there in the staff of Hansi Flick, but he's still a very good friend of Hansi Flick, and so suggesting some things. But for Barca was not possible.
Yeah, Thiago Alcantara played under Hansi Flick, played with Bajcetic, did a preseason as well as an assistant of Hansi Flick with Barca this season. So he was very important in this one as well. So you say Barca has fair play problems. Can we expect anything from Barca tonight?
I don't think so.
Would it be a miracle? They always pull something off very late.
But this time I think it's going to be more than difficult. That's my feeling.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not the director of Barca. Unfortunately, I can't control deals. So I don't know. But at the moment, zero. I don't want to say things that are not true. So that's the point.
Francesco, you remember what happened last year, yeah, with Barca, while we were sitting here?
No, what was that? Too many things happened about Barcelona.
No, the Cancelo, the Joao
Joao Felix.
Yeah.
I remember Aubameyang back in the days. I think it was 2-3 days.
Luke De Jong.
De Jong. That was the first deadline day we did.
Yeah.
With De Jong and who was the other one?
De Jong, Saul, Griezmann.
Saul Griezmann. Yeah, the three together. Barcelona is always around, when it comes to deadline days.
What do we know about Carlos Forbes?
Probably going to Wolves. I'm kind of proud for that news because it was the day when we had the story of Pedro Neto going to Chelsea, and I remember after 1 minute I tweeted Carlos Forbes will be the replacement for Pedro Neto, this is the name they want, and now it's deadline day, so it took some time, but Carlos Forbes is going to Wolves from Ajax, so there is still something to sort on personal terms, so still some job to do, but moving in that direction.
Perfect.
Wolves signed, in my opinion, one of the most underrated players. We wait for the official statement, but Wolves did a fantastic job by signing André from Fluminense. This is a special midfielder. André is very good. Then Premier League is completely different from South American football, so let's see how he's gonna adapt to the English football. But fantastic signing, in my opinion. André has all the potential to do very, very well there.
Fab, we received a nice little amount.
Thank you,
Can we
Charlie. Thank you. Saying, give my brother Neil Cannon a shout out. Ciao Neil. Thank you. Massive Chelsea fan, so stay tuned, Neil, if you are watching us, because it's gonna be a long night for you and for me.
You still have 5 hours and 19 minutes to watch us, so good luck with that.
Cheers, Charlie. So yesterday was quite an eventful day, and I'm not saying it because of the transfers, to be honest, but because we managed, and we just spoke about it, how hard it is to interview Max Verstappen, but it's way harder to get Fabrizio to do an interview a day before the deadline day. We managed, and we brought Fabrizio and Max Verstappen together for what I think is one of the coolest crossovers between, you take the two number ones in their field, Fabrizio number one transfers.
Quite similar in a way.
Number one in Formula One. Quite similar, you say, because they're both absolutely
young, aggressive,
maniacs in what they do, obsessive and the best. And we brought them together.
Together, yes.
And together they were in peace.
Yeah?
Yeah. They understood each other. But actually we filmed some nice stuff, so I think we can take a look if Nico has it prepared.
Really? Did he sign with them? Yeah, he signed with them. Guys, before we get started, are there any updates on the transfer deadline? Fabrizio, is that you? Yes, Max. Are you ready for the latest football updates? Here we go. And F1, we love a last-minute overtake. Great, because I can tell you that she's leaving and joining. Really? Did he sign with them? Yeah, he signed with them, and I can also tell you that he's in advanced negotiations to join. Oh man, every time you get to the juicy part, the cars drown you out. I guess it's as chaotic here as it's on transfer deadline day.
Two quick things. Thanks to Max Verstappen, who is a big fan of PSV Eindhoven, if I'm
PSV Eindhoven and Barca.
Yeah, on Barca we already said, but on PSV Eindhoven I tell you that today they completed an interesting signing. It's called Joel Ndala, a winger from Manchester City. We could spend 5 hours about this topic, but Manchester City Academy every summer producing 3, 4, 5 players sold for 20, 30, 50, 40. It's incredible what they're doing, and Joel Ndala is going on loan with an obligation to buy, so it's a permanent move. On loan with obligation to buy, you're permanent to PSV Eindhoven with a buyback clause, sell-on clause, so they're still negotiating terms, but PSV Eindhoven are signing this boy from Manchester City. Really interesting signing. Then let me say that for Lo Celso, we already said, Johnny Cardoso, they are signing and preparing all the documents now. Johnny Cardoso accepted to go to Tottenham potentially in the future, because again is an option for Tottenham to sign the player, so let's see what Spurs will decide to do, but the player said yes to this opportunity, yes to this possibility, and so for Johnny Cardoso also another big opportunity for the future to go to Tottenham because the contracts are being prepared right now. Let's see what happens with Jadon Sancho, because as I told you, there are 2 bids on the table from Manchester United from Chelsea. So another big story of the night. My feeling is that Sancho can really go to Chelsea. There is still some job to do, but it can happen because the player is really intention to go to Chelsea. So let's follow this one, and in a minute we touch again on Toney and also on Victor Osimhen.
Puedo darte una actualización del fútbol español. Bueno, fichaje muy importante porque Orri Oscarsson, volvemos a repetirlo, exclusiva que hemos contado aquí, ya vuela hacia San Sebastián para pasar el conocimiento médico. Así que yo creo que vamos a hablar mucho de este delantero, tiene 19 años, uno de los más prometedores que hay en Europa. Le quería el Manchester City, o sea, el City preguntó por él y va a firmar por la Real Sociedad. Fichaje cerrado y por fin la Real Sociedad va a tener el 9, que es Orri Oscarsson. O sea, vamos a hablar mucho de él, ya verás.
You know, the Real Sociedad signed Orri Oscarsson, as Matteo is saying. They considered many strikers this summer. Among the strikers they considered, there was David Datro Fofana. David Datro Fofana, who is at Chelsea looking for a solution, let's see what happens in the next hours, was one of the names in the list at Real Sociedad, but they're signing Orri Oscarsson. Very good signing.
Very good. Many things are happening. On Ndala, do we know the figures more or less?
Not yet. Not yet. I will let you know.
Thanks, Fabrizio.
Broja to Ipswich Town is getting really closer. It was done, he did the medical, then the deal off, now they reactivated the contacts, and so work in progress to make it happen. Broja to Ipswich.
We now have to say thanks to the 22,000 people watching us live. That's a good number, huh?
Yes, waiting for...
Could be higher, but it's a good number.
Waiting for some here we goes in the next 5 hours and 40 minutes.
And also 6,000 people on Playback TV.
30,000.
That's good, almost 30,000, which is good.
And we are waiting for...
We're waiting for it to
something
get warm,
happen.
huh? No, but it will get warm.
Yes,
With
because I
Osimhen,
think
with Jadon Sancho.
Sancho as well, as he was mentioning. So I think those two will be the biggest names. And then some surprises, we never know.
And then some surprises. Fabrizio, I see your chat live on Playback TV. Any news on Santiago Giménez?
Staying. Nottingham Forest tried in every way to make it happen. Nottingham Forest, even people from Nottingham Forest traveled to Rotterdam to meet with the player, to explain him the project, to try again. Santi Giménez stays. I think it's been quite unlucky summer for him, but in general for many strikers, there were not so many strikers moving. No, the strikers domino didn't really start this summer. There was Zirkzee and all the others. You know, Man City not signing a striker, then Arsenal not signing a striker so far. Liverpool not signing a striker, Newcastle not signing a striker, Bayern not signing a striker, Leverkusen not signing a striker. In Italy, also only Milan basically signed the number 9 because Juventus didn't. Inter already signed Taremi in February, so it was really quite summer
and Napoli.
for
Napoli anticipating
Napoli was
Osimhen.
always going to be Lukaku, so it was not even a possibility for all the other players. So it was quite summer for top strikers.
Yeah. Okay. Naif Aguerd is also a name mentioned here in the comments.
Real Sociedad.
Real Sociedad. So Real Sociedad hitting twice on deadline day.
Oscarsson and Ugarte for Real Sociedad. They are very busy. They are very, very busy.
Very, very busy. Okay. And I'm saying this as I'm reading the comments. It's really, the comments it's unreal.
Yeah.
The amount of comments. But I think it's we're used to it, no, on deadline day. There is a lot of movement. Eduardo Bove news.
Eduardo Bove, I think, goes to Fiorentina, no?
Sì.
They say the Eintracht all the week in Italy. Eintracht.
Yeah.
No, Fiorentina.
Pues muy bien. Fabrizio, Miguel Zapata is asking, thank you for all the hard work you do. That's him saying.
Thank you, my friend.
Any news on Arsenal's search for a forward?
No, at the moment, no. I think it was always quiet. The only possibility for Arsenal this summer to sign a number 9 was Benjamin Sesko. Then so far, no. But again, guys, we are here, so in case something changes, we will be ready. Remember, Deadline Day show presented by Kraken. We are here till 1 a.m. So any news, we will be ready. But at the moment, is quiet.
Thank you, Miguel Zapata, for your kind donation. We'll make sure it goes to the right people. Benacer to Olympic Lyon.
He's the Benacer expert.
Si quieres puedo...
A posto.
In italiano?
In italiano, dai.
In italiano ti posso dire che per Benacer al momento tutto tace, nel senso
Top.
che...
You can translate.
No, questa mattina l'Atletico Madrid ha chiamato, ma ha chiesto un prestito secco. Il Milan non ha aperto questo tipo di formula perché avrebbe preferito e preferirebbe eventualmente non prestito secco, almeno prestito oneroso. E il Marsiglia si è informato, ma la pista al momento non avanza, sempre per lo stesso problema. E quindi ad ora Benacer resta, ad ora. Poi vediamo, però.
So at the moment Benacer is staying because both Atletico Madrid and Olympique Marseille asked for a loan move, and AC Milan are now willing to let him go for a long straight move.
Milan has some things to resolve, because there is Ballo Touré, there is Origi.
Luka Jovic as well.
Yeah, Jovic I think can also be part of the squad. I'm told that I was checking today that was the news that Jovic was not at Milanello, not traveling with the squad for the game against Lazio, but I'm told it was just a physical problem. So it was not because he's in negotiation with Sancho.
Because both Luka Jovic and Ismail Benacer are not called for the game against Lazio on Saturday. So Benacer for market reasons, for transfer window market reasons, while Luka Jovic it's not strictly related. Even if AC Milan today are completing the signing of Tammy Abraham from AS Roma on loan, as a loan move, while Alexis Lemaker will go to Roma for a loan move as well. So AC Milan signed another striker, so just to complete the topic.
I see a comment here from Nenad Milosevic on Playback TV. This guy doesn't speak English or what? For people tuning in right now, we need to explain. Matteo is here with us, and because he is our Spain expert, but also Italy and AC Milan, we keep him here, and he's only allowed to speak in Spanish and Italian.
If he speaks English,
so we translate. Exactly. We don't want to get him too involved because maybe he can get too powerful. So we let him speak in Spanish and Italian only.
I have to speak in Spanish.
Whoa, wait. Hey.
Calma.
Another question here on Playback TV from Moben. Dear Levy, please ask for Ziyech to Ajax. What do we know about this one?
Nothing.
I
don't have anything about that, to be honest.
There you go.
Nothing. Cardoso, guys, is okay, all okay between Betis and Tottenham. I know that maybe someone is I think underrating and underestimating this story, but Cardoso is an important player. Mark my words. Remember this deadline day stream. Last deadline day, we had Tottenham, Lucas Bergvall for the future. Lucas Bergvall arrives, and I think Lucas Bergvall is going to be one of the best midfielders around. I am absolutely in love with how good is Lucas Bergvall at playing the ball, potential top player. Johnny Cardoso is obviously different kind of player, different kind of profile, but he's still a player I really, really rate. So keep an eye also on Cardoso because Tottenham will have an option to sign him for the future. We can confirm Real Sociedad in talks for Nayef Aguerd with West Ham. Let me say that for Sancho, my information is that Juventus are no longer involved in the story. So it's only Chelsea at this stage in negotiations for Sancho, and Sancho told clearly to Chelsea that he wants to go and he agreed on personal terms. So now he's on Chelsea and Man United, with Chelsea really optimistic. Many people asking about Newcastle, Elanga. It's true that Elanga called Nottingham Forest for Elanga, but Newcastle know that Nottingham Forest, as of now, still many hours to go, but as of now, Nottingham Forest have no intention to let Anthony Elanga go.
Okay, and while you were saying that, I'm receiving here a comment from Jordan. Hey, hello, I appreciate the hard work you do. It's my mom's birthday today. Can you give a shout out to Shireen, please? She sat next to me.
Shireen, big hug from Fabrizio. Big hug to all the moms around the world because,
Mom, you only have one.
Yeah. And also to mine, because actually I don't see her a long time, so I'm always on my phone. So I know she doesn't even know what is deadline day. But really, she, if you go to my mom and say, okay, tonight there is deadline day, she thinks you're going crazy. So she has no idea about everything. So
maybe it's better like that.
Yeah.
It's better if she doesn't know that.
I think so.
Guys, we're reading out your comments, of course, here in the chat live on the stream, but also remember, on screen there is a hashtag deadline day with Fabrizio Romano. It's a long-ass hashtag, and you can use it on Twitter /X, whatever you want, and we will read out the best tweets also here in the show, so you can interact with Fabrizio. Send us memes, send us funny stuff, anything you see, funny videos, because we like funny videos, especially on a day like today. And Fabrizio's gone, and you're eating. Always eating.
That's the only request I had today for Manuccio here.
You know, this
he asked me, what do you want here from the groceries? Just this, the little...
Bro, for me, this is cinema. Like, the first time we did this Fabrizio Cam, I asked for this to be done because I think, you know, like, seeing just this man talk, people, you know, like, I like you, you like me.
The other one is arriving.
No one cares about us. No one in the chat cares about us.
I can say everything I want here.
Yeah, but no one cares about us. It's Fabrizio. They care only about Fabrizio. And to see him speak on the phone triggers your mind to see what he's talking about.
He's asking for...
Here, you see? These guys are cringe. You see? It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. The people here are for Fabrizio. Fabri, any interesting call there?
Really, many things, guys. Many things. I think it's going to be really busy later. Really busy. In a minute, I'm going to explain a bit the situation of Osimhen. So I will take 2 minutes and I will explain to you everything on Victor Osimhen. It's been a crazy day so far for Osimhen. And let me say that at this time of the night, it's almost 7 p.m. in Italy. It's almost 7 p.m. in Italy, and there is a concrete possibility.
Wait. Yeah. There's a comment here in the chat from Henry Clarkson, probably not the real Henry Clarkson, okay, whatever. He said his mom called and said everyone knows what deadline day is.
No.
No, it was not your mom?
I'm sorry, but no, my mom, my mom doesn't know anything about this. She only knows that I'm a journalist. Stop.
Okay.
Really, She doesn't know anything.
I love still.
That's why she prefers like when he's like on newspapers, you know, or like magazines. That we all do respect.
So it's okay.
I will tell the story probably later in the stream when we have like a few quiet minutes, if we even will have quiet minutes. But the moment that you had, that you postponed your mom's birthday for the announcement of Kylian Mbappé to Real Madrid.
Yeah. I know. It's part of. I want to tell this kind of stories in another moment, but they are right. It's part of my life, actually. Sometimes news is more important than personal life.
So sad.
So far.
You said. Okay. Bro just stopped Fabrizio from saying Osimhen news. Did I stop you from saying any Osimhen news?
You kind of.
Yeah?
Yeah. But it's better because I'm receiving a message every second on the situation of Osimhen. Trust me, guys, it's a very complicated situation. So trust me, in a minute, I'm going to explain to you what's going on. I know there are many different reports. Today was a crazy day with many different stories on that one. Many. Let me see my chat.
Why did you cut him off? He was going to give us some news.
No, but
like
I'm
people,
giving
people,
you...
people are angry with me, you know. People are angry with me. Yeah, it's good.
Trust me that if he has to say something, he will say
it,
that.
of course.
So he doesn't care if
you have
you're
to understand
speaking.
how to say, guys. Trust me, the Osimhen. Let me say one thing. I will tell you something behind the scenes. Today, I got a call from one of my sources, one of my best sources, a really important person in football. He told me it's 25 years that I'm into football. This guy was working into some of the biggest deals in the history of the game in the last 25 years. And he told me, I never saw a situation like this one of Osimhen. Never. He told me not even when, I can't mention the players, but not even when players were joining Barcelona, were joining other big clubs. He told me in this case, it's super crazy. But I don't say in terms of how important is the situation, just in the sense of how crazy is the situation. Completely crazy. Now it's 7 p.m. and trust me, people involved in the story don't know where Victor Osimhen can end up. They don't know. It's
What's
really
your feeling?
Completely crazy. My feeling is that there is a very good chance to see Victor Osimhen staying at Napoli.
Wow.
Staying at Napoli
With
out of the
all
squad.
the bids.
Out of the squad, not playing football. Out of the
wow.
squad. That's a possibility. It's a possibility. As of now, it's a possibility. It's shocking to me. I really hope it doesn't happen because it's a shame when it's a top player like Victor Osimhen not playing football. So I hope they find a solution. Maybe find the club, maybe reach an agreement with one of the clubs involved. Maybe say, okay, let's clarify this and let's play with Lukaku and Osimhen together, which is not a bad idea. So you find a solution. I really hope. But at the moment, the situation is really, really complicated. So there is still time. Let's see what happens.
Also, the Saudi transfer window is not. Deadline day is not today.
Yeah.
No. It's another topic that, not saying that has a link with Osimhen, but it's going to be, I think, September 2nd or 3rd, I don't remember.
Yeah. But Fabrizio, you mentioned an interesting factor, and that's time. And if I look at the top left of our corner, we see that there's 5 hours remaining, the last 5 hours of this transfer deadline day with Fabrizio Romano presented.
This first hour
by
was
Kraken.
flying.
It felt like 2 minutes.
Yeah. 5 minutes.
So
do we have something at 7 p.m. that we are waiting for, or because I see you're waiting for something?
No, I have an ear. I have Nico.
You have Nico.
I have Nico. Shout out to Nico first of all.
Ciao, Nico.
Nico, the man behind the scenes. Our beloved Nico. Shout out to Playback. Shout out to all you beautiful people watching us on Playback, are with us, are sending in the comments. We're reading you. We're appreciating you. Just to read out a few names from Playback. Gilmour to Napoli. What's the situation on that?
If you want my opinion,
I do want your opinion, Fabrizio.
The point that is to understand what happens with Osimhen. Because Napoli today were prepared to close this deal. Now we have to see if financially they can make it happen, even if they don't have Osimhen sold. At the moment, Osimhen is still not sold. So they have to understand whether they can do it or can't do it. This Gilmour deal was another crazy story. Then sometimes in football there is bad luck, because Gilmour was almost a Napoli player. Then O'Reilly gets injured after 7 minutes. It was really unlucky for O'Reilly, of course, and for Billy Gilmour, who wanted to go to Napoli, and so the deal got in standby. So today Napoli decided to proceed, but now let's see if they can make it happen.
Another question here from Playback TV. Fab, what about Lemar?
Staying at Atletico Madrid, I think.
Good.
I think Atletico will not change anything else.
Another question, but not for you, Fabrizio, for Matteo. Ask Matteo, is the rumors about Unai to Real Betis true? Unai to Real Betis.
Check. I try to check right now.
Okay. Español, por favor.
Español, mejor.
Let him try.
Las Palmas preguntó por Unai, pero el fichaje no se concretó.
Okay.
La sesión.
Las Palmas asked for Unai, but the loan didn't happen.
Now I try to check with Real
Betis, guys. I think they signed Lo Celso. I don't think they signed many others. Let me say that Betis work like this. In football, there are some clubs who go one target and they work only on one target. And there are some
multiple
clubs,
targets.
Yeah, they work on 5-6 players on the same moment. Look at Napoli. Napoli this summer, I think they called for 20 midfielders. So it's a style. You decide how to do it. Betis is one of the clubs who work on many different players at the same time. Armando Broja to Ipswich Town is advancing very well at this time.
Simic to Cardiff?
Simic to Cardiff is done deal, and I'm very happy for Simic, because I had the chance to meet with him Salzburg this season. Rocco Simic to Cardiff, 2 million euros transfer fee, 500 million. 500 million is complicated. 500,000 as add-ons, 10% sell-on clause to Red Bull Salzburg, direct loan to Kortrijk because they have the same owner, and also the race was won against Sunderland and Dinamo Zagreb. So good luck to Rocco Simic, the son of former Milan and Inter defender Dario Simic, going to play for Cardiff on loan now to Kortrijk.
I'm seeing here another comment, a guy who's copy-pasting, or a girl who's copy-pasting the same comment. Hi man, and thank you for your job. Any news on Baturina?
No news.
No news?
No news.
Okay, that's cleared up. No news is also news. Toney to Chelsea happening soon? I don't think so, no?
No.
Because we just commented.
Toney, no, this is important. I think Toney is going to Al-Ahli. I'm told that Toney is going to Al-Ahli. I was just sending a message to do a final check. But they are exchanging the documents. When clubs start reviewing all the documents, he completed the medical. So I think Ivan Toney is going to Al-Ahli. That's the feeling. That's the feeling. And again, on Osimhen, I will explain to you the situation. I need some more messages to clarify.
Verifica questo, dai. Io ho chiesto a...
Qual è? È che non so se chiedere a lui. I love this silence. It means things are happening.
Yeah. Okay, we have some comments. Fabrizio, there's Oga Boss with a Nigerian flag asked, Fabrizio, have you eaten today? Please eat something.
Yeah, I did. McDonald's.
Yeah?
Yeah,
No, don't say that. Don't say that. They have to pay us for that.
It's fine. I don't think it's gonna be a big scandal.
Okay. Any talks of Richard Rios to Liverpool? Fabrizio
left.
He left us. No talks. No talks. Cool. But thank you for all the people watching on playback. You know what's interesting? Because coming soon, playback is exclusively offering Premier League gamecasts to partners. With Gamecast, you can host watch-alongs with live scores and game clocks synced to broadcast. Get paid while engaging your community during Premier League matches. Apply at creator.playback.tv and start your Gamecast watch-alongs today. Also, we will put a nice chat in the comments. Comment in the chat in the comment in the chat.
We will do some games later as well, right?
Of course, you only like games. You're like a kid, you're eating candy, want to play games. Oh.
We will do that as well.
Of course,
right?
we will play games.
Also, we will. I see there like a board. We will do our top 11 now.
Yeah, we have the top 11.
Top 11 of the transfer window. It's another of my favorite ones.
You know, I never came prepared to this top 11.
Never.
But this time, I thought, nah, I need to come prepared. There are so many transfers that I need to have a few names already in mind, you know, that I'm going to lobby for. You know, because there's always like a fight, and Fabrizio has his favorites, of course, and you have your favorites. But I can't prepare this time.
He decides it all anyway.
Okay. Yeah, look at this guy in the picture, eh? Douglas Costa, good luck. You know where he's going?
No.
It's a good test if people is following me or not.
Where? It's in the chat.
In Sydney. Life. In Australia, same club
Brighton
as Alessandro
FTV,
Del
Piero.
Yeah.
So he's taking a flight from Brazil?
I don't know from, but to Australia for sure. I think Brazil, yes.
He wanted to say something, but he's still in the air.
He's still there. Yeah.
Or did he land?
I guess wherever he was, it's gonna be a long flight because going to Australia is not like a...
He looks comfortable though.
Yeah.
Good talk. Let's do more of this often. Any defenders to Liverpool today, Fabrizio?
At the moment, no. At the moment, still quiet.
Okay.
But
Liverpool,
let's see till the end. I would keep it open.
Yeah?
Yeah, because you never know. But at the moment, I don't want to sell fake news. At the moment, there is nothing I am aware about.
As things stand, Liverpool completed 2 signings, one for this season, one for next season, right? Because they got Federico Chiesa, which was one of the... We will talk about Chiesa later, maybe. It was one of the surprises, no? Of the...
You forgot one. And one for the next 10 seasons. Arne Slot.
Ah, okay, yeah, of course. I was talking about players.
You think you will do better or worse than Jurgen Klopp?
Man, doing better than the Jurgen Klopp.
Number-wise. 1 Champions League, 1 Premier League.
Yeah, but remember where he started.
Of course. And against one of the best teams ever in the world.
On Billy Gilmour, I say we have many Napoli fans asking, and also Brighton fans, of course. On Billy Gilmour, the player is still waiting for the green light to proceed with the deal. So Billy is waiting. He's waiting for a call. Okay, go sign or not. So waiting, basically waiting. That's the story for Billy. Let's see.
Okay, Fabrizio.
Napoli.
Always the same.
Yeah.
Always
What do you want to ask?
No, I wanted to compliment him actually.
Compliment
by how he looks. But I want to see this Fabrizio cam again. Minute of silence.
Napoli had some big signings, you know. Which is your favorite one of Napoli? Between
but not this summer, right?
This summer.
This summer, yeah. You think?
No. David Neres.
I like David Neres. I like him, but he's very temperamental. Like sometimes he has a good game, sometimes I know him from Ajax. But you saw like in the first 2 minutes he gets the ball, bam, he turns you, assist. He's good.
Yeah.
He can make things happen. And I think this Napoli team
they
needed players
who
who
like
can
that.
Yeah. Because going from that season, that championship season, to last year, and you saw last year was a bit dull, was a bit slow, people were struggling in that team. I think David Neres now to come and shake things up, it's important.
Yeah.
But they also lost some important players.
Yeah, Victor Osimhen. Let's see what will happen.
Maybe,
but it's another.
Either they lost him out of the squad or they lose him to a team.
Yeah.
But also Zielinski.
Zielinski as a free agent. Yeah. But they also.
You're happy with Napoli? Yeah?
I think Napoli, they did some strong signings. And Antonio Conte is one of the best managers. Matteo, chiedesi algo?
No.
Ah. Sto spirando.
Sì.
What?
I'm sure, I see a comment here from Andika, I'm sure 80% of the people watching this are Chelsea supporters. But I have the feeling every time we're doing a deadline day, there's only Chelsea supporters?
No.
Or is it because Chelsea just does the most transfers, so all the Chelsea supporters just assemble to watch who their team are going to see next?
I wonder if there is some people assembled together to watch us, you know, if there are some big screens
like
around.
watch parties.
Exactly.
Deadline day watch parties.
If there are any, please send us some pictures.
No, that would be top. But also, as I said before, like we have the comments, of course, where you're firing. But if you really want to catch our eye, hashtag deadline day with Fabrizio Romano, very long hashtag. As I'm typing it in now, if you're sending in any tweet there, then we might even show it on screen. So send us memes, send us funny stuff. And while I'm saying this, 26.8 thousand people watching us on YouTube. We have 6,000 people watching on Playback TV. Ma perché non parlate italiano?
Possiamo parlare italiano.
Someone is asking this in the chat.
Vogliono che parliamo italiano, parliamo italiano. Non c'è problema.
Perché so italiano questi?
Quindi Gilmour, ferma.
Ok.
Sì, aspettando. Billy Gilmour is in an office in this moment, waiting to know if he has to go to Napoli or not. He's waiting. He's sitting in office, waiting.
Can we get a picture of it? Can we get a photo of him?
In London.
No? No. Brighton is not kind of club who likes this kind of things, I think.
Oh, with you especially.
But you have an honorary membership there, no? At Brighton? Honorary membership.
Yeah. With Cucurella, yeah.
I really like the club actually, so if they want, I'm happy.
It's a nice club.
Yeah.
But they don't like you after the Cucurella story.
I think they are among the clubs who did the best market this summer.
As always.
It's underrated. Yeah, but this summer they spent big money. They didn't sell one of the big stars. They only invested big money on top players. Ferdi Kadioglu, Gruda, Rater, O'Reilly for me is one of the best midfielders around. Really underrated. Top player, O'Reilly. Top player. I'm really sorry that he got injured, but he's a top player. They invested very well.
Roberto De Zerbi must be happy about it.
Yeah, true.
And while we're saying this, we did a poll in the chat. Do you support Chelsea? How
many?
How many people? 54% said they support Chelsea. So we have a lot of Chelsea fans today in the chat, Fabrizio.
And of course, Jadon Sancho is probably the biggest news they can get probably today.
I get a comment here in the chat. Brighton lost Gross though, their best player. What are you talking about?
Lost who?
Gross, Pascal Gross.
Yeah, of course, but I think they sold Pascal Gross. They didn't lose Pascal Gross.
Okay.
Selling a player who is over 30 for 10 million euros, he wants to go, you let him go to Borussia Dortmund, go back home. I think it was absolutely something you can understand. No?
It was meaning that they didn't sell the big
They
stars,
didn't sell
the big young,
Cucurella,
exactly.
yeah, that's
The
what
big
I mean.
young,
Also
exactly.
because they had the possibility
McAllister.
to sell João Pedro. João Pedro, for me, another top player they have. They had the possibility to entertain talks with some clubs, and they didn't. They say the player stays here, so it was a perfect summer, I think, for.
And they had a strong start as well in the Premier League.
Yeah, but fantastic start
Yes,
with a manager.
with a
who is
manager.
younger of all of us.
Yeah.
So,
No,
you
no,
know.
not me.
Yeah. So not bad.
I'm the only one
You're
younger.
the youngest, no?
I'm the youngest here, yes.
Olympique Marseille fans, I think they also had an exciting summer. Marseille, Brighton, Roberto De Zerbi for Marseille was a fantastic summer. I think many nice signings, and the manager is a top manager. But for Marseille, it's true, as many reported in France, that Marseille are trying for Ismaël Bennacer. It's true. So Marseille called the agents of the player. They're trying to understand if there is a way. It's expensive, so it's not easy. Let me say again, not easy. But Olympique Marseille are in conversations for Ismaël Bennacer. Let's see if they can make it happen or not. Also, let's see what makes sense for Milan in terms of money, because Milan are not giving Bennacer away in a cheap deal. Still not a crucial player for Milan, but they still want good money. So let's see. Carlos Soler completing his medical at West Ham from Paris Saint-Germain, loan with buy option, something around 20-25 million euros.
Can Ismaël Bennacer be an opportunity also for Saudi clubs in the next days, in case it doesn't move today? No?
Let's see, he was already there were already many
That's
talks
why.
about Saudi, but at the end never something really
Concrete.
close. Let's say close. There were some talks, but never something really concrete, close.
Fabrizio, I must say you look very nice today.
Yeah? Thanks to City Company.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's always the same sketch every year.
What else is there to say?
I always look worse, but the clothes are fantastic. So.
But the clothes
Thanks to
always
City
look better.
Company. Yeah, no, it's top.
Better and better and better. And top quality, yeah?
I will be. You know, I'm very honest. Today, the first thing I told you when we arrived is, I love these clothes. Really, super nice, super fresh. So perfect.
Very good.
Yeah.
And that makes us go to watch this following video.
If you had to pick your first love, then what would it be?
King Colin, Phil Foden, or your first piece of CP?
The Bologna-born invisible man felt at home in the north and decided to stay. No longer alone, now one of our own.
This is the Mancunian way.
It's not always been easy.
We're a city built on ambition and industry.
When Saturday comes, we let off steam.
Chicken Milano,
Rice and fruit. We keep it in the family.
from the Kippax to Mary D's.
If you need to score, feed the G-O-A-T.
A Lancastrian rose beats in our chest.
To the sound of warehouses laid to rest.
From Cottonopolis worldwide.
We put the mill in Millie in Moss Side.
They call us the city on the sea, because this is where the canals meet.
And blue blood runs deep.
Back in the place where I belong, singing songs about where I'm from.
And things I never dreamed I'd see.
Like matches made in heaven, City and CP.
That was a fantastic commercial by CP Company announcing their partnership with Man City, and we're proud to have them as a partner already for the sixth time, if I'm not mistaken. Sixth time looking fresh on deadline day. So
Can you see that we were before everyone with CP Company?
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
now
before they
I
went big,
see
yeah.
everyone.
Marco Roy, CP, Man City.
A lot of players, Manchester City. So we are.
I think we set the trend.
We set the trend.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, like with deadline day, we set the trend. Now also we
because
set
other people do that when they shows I saw around, you know.
Yeah.
No.
But,
maybe.
I don't know. I don't watch. I remember.
I don't watch either because we are here, so I never watch it anyway. So.
After the first time we did it and everyone started doing it, you know, you kind of lose hope, you know, and it's están pasando cosas and this and that.
Yeah. But we are still here.
I think it's also nice nothing is happening today with Real Madrid, right? We can't expect anything from Real Madrid. How many times did Ancelotti say our market is closed?
I think he did well because at the end of the day, every day in the media there were some rumors, but maybe Real Madrid do this, do that.
Did they sign someone
Relax.
this summer? I don't remember.
No, but again, from July was really quiet. Real Madrid, they were never going to panic as always. So
they loan out a player like
what Real Madrid did in the last year is the biggest lesson of how to manage a football club in the history of football.
In the last 10 years,
I've
probably.
never seen something like this in my life. Never. Injury David Alaba, injury Thibaut Courtois, injury Eder Militao. If you go to other clubs, I can mention many who the following day signed 3 players. Panic, I need one on loan, one to cover this, one to cover that. Real Madrid, total calm, trust your players. We don't sign anyone. Chouameni a centre-back.
Jesus Vallejo.
And also they have a plan also for the young stars going abroad.
Yeah. They won everything.
Yeah.
At the point of the season, the only centre-back was Toney Rudiger.
Yeah.
Then Toney Rudiger and Nacho, the only 2. Alaba out, Militao out. Still calma, relax.
They play with
Chouameni can
midfielders as centre-backs.
Trust your squad. So Real Madrid, and then wait at the right moment to sign players. Look also with Euro. Real Madrid wanted to sign Lenny Yoro. This was probably the biggest disappointment of their summer because Lenny Yoro was in attendance at the Champions League final with people of Real Madrid. So Real Madrid were preparing this move of Lenny Yoro. Then the player changed his mind, decided to go to Manchester United. Credits to Man United because they were very convincing, but Real Madrid didn't say, okay, no Euro, we go to sign this.
We go to someone bigger maybe to
No problem. No
and
Euro,
also, as I was saying, they have a plan for also the young players. You know?
Yeah.
Loan them out, like in Copas to Como, for example, like others. They have a plan.
And always selling with a buyback clause.
Exactly.
So
they control the player. They don't lose them. They have them also because they're learning from mistakes from the past, maybe.
Exactly.
Doing that.
Yeah, it was years ago.
Ages ago.
Yeah,
but with players that maybe they lost track of them, and right now they're keeping control of the big young stars.
Absolutely.
Dígame.
Una notizia per i tifosi del Napoli,
Okay.
almeno che possano stare tranquilli su un arrivo sicuro, certo. McTominay, l'ufficialità è attesa in serata, quindi stanno preparando tutto perché tra qualche ora verrà ufficializzato in maniera
Benvenuto
definitiva
Scotti De Laurentiis
come nuovo giocatore del Napoli.
Okay, so McTominay also for Manchester United fans as well is an important update. Napoli are about to announce McTominay in the coming hours, of course, before the end of the deadline day, and that's it. Right?
Yes.
What can you say?
What I can tell you right now about Napoli, it's a place I like very much.
You love Napoli, right?
Yeah, I love Napoli. I love the city. I love the vibes, and of course, it's a very special football city. And a man we love is from there.
Fabrizio.
Yes, Fabrizio.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking
you were erroring.
I was thinking about,
there was an error. No worries. It's okay.
I was thinking about Maradona, so I was like, Maradona is not from
No,
Napoli.
it's not from there. No, but Fabrizio is from there. Guys and girls who are watching the show, we will have something very special later because you will get to participate in one big quiz. A huge game. We'll, I think, get between 50 and 100 people involved in that quiz. We will do that later. But in the meantime, it's your turn to sign up on quiz. So download the app right now. We're pumping the link in chat, both on playback and on YouTube. So make sure to download the app. And as I said, we'll be coming with you shortly with this massive game to test your football knowledge, but also your transfer knowledge, and you get to go up against Fabrizio. So I think there's a big chance you might lose, but who knows? Because
Nottingham Forest are working on a deal to sign Ernest Nuama, the winger of Olympique Lyon, who was in the list of Everton, wanted by Fulham. Fulham are still there. Now Nottingham Forest close to reaching an agreement with Lyon. So Nottingham Forest, Lyon working on that, but still agreement with the player not reached for Nottingham Forest. So let's see what happens on that one.
Perfect. If there's a quiz about transfer news, do you think you will win?
I hope so.
Of all time?
All time, probably no.
Last 10 years?
Yeah.
Yes? Last 15?
Yeah, 15 maybe, yeah.
Okay. We'll test it later on quiz. We'll test later on quiz. And also, what I also want to say, because what is nice, people who have been following us for the last few years know that every once in a while in these deadline day shows, we get players.
Yeah.
We get to call with football players.
We had some historical ones. Some
historical transfer or just made a transfer this transfer window. And I can confirm to you that in 8 minutes, we will have our first guest. 8 minutes.
Oh. Who is?
I don't know. I will send you on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Okay, he knows him very well.
Yeah, he knows him. He knows him.
Yeah?
Yeah. I sent you on WhatsApp. So in more or less 6-7 minutes from now, we will have our first player in the chat. You can guess. There's a guy here still. Hey man, thank you for your job. Any news on Baturina? I think we already said 20 minutes ago. No news on Baturina, but you can keep spamming. Let me check the rest of the comments. A very valid comment. Always news, always questions about the same clubs. What about Benfica? Is there any news about Benfica?
I spent the whole summer giving news about Benfica. Actually, Portuguese football is one of my favorites in the world, you know? I love
How
Portugal.
come?
Fantastic country, fantastic fans, fantastic cities, fantastic energy at the stadium.
Music?
I'm in love with Portugal. Their language also. I love Portuguese fans, Portuguese football, Portuguese people, Portuguese players, because actually we will talk about that later, but I put one of my favorite transfers of the summer is João Neves to Paris Saint-Germain. We will touch on that later, but I really like Portuguese football. On Benfica, we say the Caboret joining on loan from Manchester City, new right back. Then there is a big proposal on the table from Al-Ahli for Marcos Leonardo. Marcos Leonardo is a striker who joined Benfica from Santos a few months ago, and now Al-Ahli came with 40 million euros today. Benfica have to decide whether they accept or reject. They were asking for 40 and they offered 40. Now it looks like, okay, it's done. Yeah, but they're still waiting for an email from Benfica to say, okay, we really accept what we said verbally. Let's see, there is a concrete possibility for Marcos Leonardo to go to Al-Hilal in Saudi. Who is not going to Al-Hilal is Kingsley Coman, who had this proposal, but from what I understand, he's staying at Bayern.
So Al-Hilal is looking for an attacker because an attack of Neymar, Mitrovic is probably not enough. You need something.
Yeah.
You need something to add to that attack.
Something more.
Yeah, and Malcolm as well there. It's not enough.
If you see I think it was today, so the start 11.
They have a top team.
They have a top team.
They
will play in
the
the FIFA Club World Cup in 2020, summer 2025.
They will win it.
They will be a contender.
Cancelo, Bono in goal, Koulibaly, Renan Lodi, Ruben Neves, Milinkovic Savic.
Yeah.
They have this guy.
Who's the one?
Al-Dafsari. No, the Saudi Arabian guy.
Yeah.
It's proper. Mitrovic, you have Malcolm, Neymar.
As well.
If he comes back, Neymar. This is exactly the same situation when we were negotiating Enzo deal with Benfica. Fab was wearing the same kind of t-shirt, if I remember correctly.
It's always the same kind
Come
of t-shirt.
on, Fab. Victor Osimhen to Chelsea, here we go. Someone is requesting.
Guys, for Osimhen, it's completely crazy. It's completely crazy. I can guarantee to you that the player is furious in this moment. Player is furious because many things happened today, many things happened in the last 2-3 days, but especially today. Today, early morning, after the night, Al-Ahli reached an agreement with Napoli for Osimhen. So between Al-Ahli and Napoli was done. Still no green light Osimhen to Al-Ahli, it was in the morning, so that was the story. Then, basically, what happens is that Al-Ahli decided to proceed also with Toney deal because they had a feeling this Victor Osimhen had many issues. Obviously issues on player side because they were waiting on a final green light, but the big issue was also that, and this is an important point, is that Napoli, from my understanding, at some point on the negotiation, when they saw Toney going to do a medical with Brentford, and when they saw that Victor Osimhen was still taking his time, Napoli started asking for more money to Al-Ahli. And in that moment, the situation got really tense. Meanwhile, Chelsea in Napoli with their delegation started trying to reach an agreement with Osimhen, but there is a financial fair play limit. So Chelsea can offer money, but still some point they don't have unlimited budget in terms of financial fair play, new wage structure. So Chelsea presented their proposal, Chelsea delegation in Napoli working super hard to try to make it happen, but still not matching the request of the player. So the situation is very tense, I can guarantee that to you. Now, I think it's important to be quiet, to let all the people involved talk, work, negotiate, and then, as soon as something happens, I will let you know, guys. Let me say that in this moment, really all open. I think the most complicated option now is Al-Ahli, because Al-Ahli are finalizing a deal for Toney. It's not signed yet, and until I see the document signed in this story, I will not say here we go, because it's a crazy saga, trust me. So, Al-Ahli are working and progressing in the steps to complete the deal for Toney. Let's see now. let's see now what happens with Osimhen, because they need a solution. Otherwise, Osimhen will stay at Napoli, but Osimhen and Napoli are in a super tense situation. So it's not that Osimhen stays in Napoli and plays tomorrow. They will need to find a solution together, and trust me, it's not gonna be easy. That's the indication.
Won't be easy, and it's
I
probably the worst scenario also for Antonio Conte as well, no, the manager, who didn't want this kind of situation, having Osimhen staying with this tension that there is at the moment. So will be interesting to see what's next here. 4 hours and 30 minutes to go until the end of the summer 2024 transfer window, and we're waiting to hear about Jadon Sancho as well. It's another big story of the night.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest one with Osimhen.
Yeah.
We have questions. I also take my laptop if you want.
Yeah, Carney Chukwuemeka to Manchester United. Is the possibility?
Carney in general is a possibility for several clubs are calling Chelsea to understand what they can do. So Carney is going to be an interesting situation.
It's crazy, no? So many players who have an unresolved situation, and so late on deadline day.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Raheem Sterling as well. Chilwell.
Yes, but I think it's completely crazy to continue with this system on the market, to play football games while there is the transfer market open. I mean, also in the past few weeks, not only tonight. I mean, in general, they have to close the market before the beginning of the leagues, because this is creating a big issues. You know, many times this is creating an issue with the timing. Many times it's creating an issue in the mind of the players who maybe think, okay, I play 1-2 games and then we see what happens. So this is really being a big damage to the industry, and I think it makes no sense. Take 10 top managers, the best 10 managers in the world, and ask them, do you want the market to close before the end of the transfer window, before the beginning of the league, or not? They for sure would say before. The players also, the agents also, they all want the same. So why doing this? It's really, really stupid to me, but okay, good luck. Now in 1 hour there is Inter playing Atalanta, and they are doing the market. Maybe Atalanta want to sign a player, but the director of Atalanta is in San Siro for the game. What's the sense? What are they doing? Why? It's like you say, okay, there is the Champions League final, and at the same time we play quarterfinals of Europa League. What's the sense on the same night? Why? Makes no sense. Respect the competition. So, but okay.
Do you think we should go back to a model that was adopted a few years ago in the Premier League, that the transfer market was closed before the first game of the Premier League kicked off?
Yes, but I think for me it has to close exactly the day before. So the Premier League starts, I don't know, 10 of August at 6. Well, then day 9, close. Stop.
End of the transfer window, the squad you have is the squad you're going to...
But the clubs start working on these people. The most stupid question I see in my life is when people ask me, when is the transfer window starting?
Tomorrow.
Start. 1st of July, no.
Tomorrow is starting
because
the January
exactly, you
one.
can work at any moment. There are clubs who sign players in February. Inter signed Taremi and Zielinski in February.
Inter finished the
German
transfer
clubs,
window basically in
but
May.
For example, I see Borussia Dortmund many times signing players in March, in April for the summer.
No, heading also to 2025.
It's always open. It's always open.
An important topic will be also the contracts of the players. Maybe we'll talk about it later, because there is the FIFA World Cup, in June and July. But a lot of players playing in that World Cup left their contracts ending in the middle of the competition, basically. And we still don't know what's going to happen.
Oran Mangala on loan to Everton from Olympique Lyon completed. Deal official. Yesterday I received 1 million messages. Fabrizio, he's going to Fiorentina. They say he goes to Fiorentina. It's done to Fiorentina. No, Oran Mangala goes to Everton. Only Everton, and deal is now official. Loan from Olympique Lyon.
Una noticia de España.
Vamos.
Estoy averiguando porque hay la posibilidad de que Gonzalo Guedes regrese al Villarreal. Estamos en ello y vamos a ver si tenemos confirmación.
I want to see if the people in the chat can guess our next guest, or our first guest. Our first and next guest.
Yes.
I'm going to give you one clue. He was in the academy of Real Madrid.
Mm-hmm.
This is something special we're doing. Also, let me say, to bring players here, deadline day, presented by Kraken, you have the possibility to have the news, but also the players. It's not easy to have players on show. I see many big TV shows doing the deadline day. No, now everyone is doing their deadline day, but there is not even one player. So it's not easy to have players coming, and we will have many thanks to this guy. So It's not that easy.
What a man.
I'm doing my best.
This is only happening on deadline day powered by Kraken. On all the others, you will not find that. You will find people in suites, but not this.
I'm doing my best. Okay, cool.
We're not in suits.
We almost go with our guest. He played for Real Madrid, made 2 appearances, then did a round of loans in Spain, played in the United States as well. Let's see if we know. Let's see, Brahim Diaz, Nico Paz, blah, 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 blah. Okay. How old is he? Okay, yeah. Let me just show you who we have now. Buenas noches, Álvaro.
Buenas noches.
Grande Álvaro, ¿qué tal?
¿Qué tal? ¿Todo bien?
Todo bien, gracias. ¿Y tú? ¿Qué tal?
Bien, pasando unos días libres de descanso después del último partido. Y nada, el domingo vuelta a los entrenamientos.
Guys, we will talk in Spanish, then we will obviously translate.
Speak English.
You want to talk English?
Wait, we can talk in English. For me, no problem.
Okay.
He played in the United States. Plays now a few years now in Saudi Arabia.
I know. I just didn't want to put him in a situation, the most favorable situation in Spanish. But let's do in English. And Álvaro, I just wanted to start asking you, how is your feeling about the league where you're playing? No, because there is all the people in the world talking about that, even here where we are in Europe, talking about your league. How is your feeling as a Spanish guy who is now living there, enjoying this new football? How do you find that?
I mean, first of all, when I arrived, nothing know. What is happening now, it wasn't there. You know? I was already there playing for a Saudi team in the Saudi League, and nobody expects what is happening right now. And then once Cristiano came, everything changed. He did the change, and the league started to invest. And now we can talk, or everyone is talking about Saudi League, all the signings that they are doing, all the plans that they have about the stadiums, with the World Cup coming in 2034. So yeah, I think I'm just happy to be there at this moment. I'm enjoying because it's changing a lot since I arrived. So yeah, for me it's top to be there, and yeah, I'm having fun in the league.
2 questions, then I will leave to the guys. The first one is about your career, how it is to change always, no? Because this is showing how you are good also to adapting to different countries, different leagues. Obviously, you used to play in Spain, then you started changing a lot, trying different cultures, different leagues, and you're always making an impact, no? You're always on point in every different league, and this is not easy because you move to MLS, then to Saudi, and the fans love you in every club where you go. How is this change for you, and how do you adapt so quickly to different leagues?
I mean, everywhere I go, I try to do my best to enjoy football. That's what I do since I was a kid. But yeah, as you said, I have to adapt to every part of the world that I'm doing. I'm living, sorry, the culture, everything, the teams. It's not easy, but if you don't adapt, you will not perform and you will not do well. So it's part of the job to try to get the best of you, and then that's what I try to do. That's what my family taught me. But wherever I go, I try to do my best to enjoy, and I think I'm having fun and having success. So, it's just matter to keep doing the same.
My final question was about Steven Gerrard. What does it mean for you to have a manager with this name so important, and also just your feeling, because maybe you were playing video games with Steven Gerrard when he was a football player, of course. Now he's a manager. And if you feel that one day Steven Gerrard can make it, for example, to Liverpool, or I don't know, to this top level also as a coach.
For sure. I think he can. The coaching staff that they have here in the DFAC is very professional. They are doing well. They work hard. They change a lot. They change the team. Since I arrived, I mean, they spend the whole day in the club trying improve the team, to do the things well. They want for us to compete for the league, to compete for every cup that we are playing. And I think yes, even after his time here in Saudi and he wants to come back to Europe or England, I think he will have success for sure. And yeah, for me it was special when I was in Taiwan and he called me like he want to sign me for his team, and it was a special moment. You know, at the end he's a legend. He's in my same position, and when someone like him want to sign you, it's a very special moment.
And Alvaro, as a football player, how do you follow deadline day?
I follow everyone. I like. For me, like summer and January is the best time to watch Twitter or this kind of thing to know all the signings. I like it. So and I have for each on Twitter, so I follow all the tweets that they put, and yeah, for me it's funny. It's fun. I mean, I was in that situation 2-3 years. As a player, it's not funny, but because you are waiting and you don't know how it's gonna be. Sometimes I could move to a team. Sometimes there was 1 year that I went to my house. So it's not easy for a player, but when you have a contract or you are in a team, it's not that fun.
Can you tell us about a crazy transfer story you had?
Yeah, I mean, I was in Valencia. I think I was 1 year contract left. And then I was waiting for to move to a team, but nothing happened and it couldn't be done. So at the end we spoke with Valencia and we finished the contract. And I was without team. And the next day, instead to go training, I was going to my house. So it wasn't easy for me. I think it was one of the worst days in my life. But as we spoke, you have to adapt everything, and after 2 weeks I moved to Chicago. So for me it was a bad day in my life, but at the end the move to Chicago, I think it was worth it in my life.
Yeah, football is two sides, right? So one day you can be here, the other day you can be there. Of course, send a big hug to our friend Borja, and we wish you all the best. We're going to follow you. Last season, 11 assists. We expect more this year.
I will try to do my best. As always, I said I want to improve myself, and yeah, so from here I want to send a hug to you guys. Thank you for having me here. This is very special for me because I've never been in this kind of thing. So thank you so much, and a big hug to Borja and also to Reguilón, who sent me a WhatsApp.
Going, Reguilón, give us a news. Where is going?
I don't know yet.
No, yo sé que la Fiorentina ha preguntado por Reguilón.
Pero ha fichado a Gosens, así que...
Ahora pero preguntó por Reguilón.
Also Lille.
Preguntó.
Also Lille. But now we let Alvaro go, otherwise he gets in trouble with transfer news. Ciao, Alvaro.
Borja kill us later.
Muchas gracias, Alvaro.
Ciao.
Cuídate mucho.
Gracias.
Chao.
Alvaro Medran.
You have updates on something?
First player. I wanted to tell him
official
actually.
Fekir to Al Jazeera, Not the TV, but
the TV.
Yeah.
I saw a tweet yesterday.
Yeah.
Someone saying, I didn't know that Fekir was a journalist.
This is a good one. You can make so many jokes with this one.
Yeah.
You can also say about.
But we only get them.
About Francesco to Al Jazeera. You can also say.
Yeah.
To the other one. Huh? Yeah, to me as well. To me a bit more complicated, but yes. Okay,
we're not going to that, but
the first player we had on the show, Alvaro, nice guy, huh? No? Super nice guy, well educated, told us a little bit of stories about his days as a playing career, and always nice just
also
to have.
He did some interesting moves because he went to Chicago Fire, MLS, played to MLS, then he went to the Saudi League before it became
the
popular. Saudi League that we all know, and now he's playing.
Before it was cool.
Before it was cool, and now he's still there under Steven Gerrard.
No, but I like it. I like to have the player's perspective because at the end of the day we are journalists, presenters, and we tell one side of the story. But it's nice to hear them as well, and to hear him saying, hey, my source, of course, is also just Fabrizio, and I'm watching on Twitter and I'm following the news. So that's always nice to hear it from the players themselves. And we will have many more players as well later in the show. We have 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. Stay tuned for that. If you have any special request of who you would like us to call, also let us know in the chat and we will try to make it happen, yeah?
Jadon Sancho, I wanted to say something. The negotiation between Man United and Chelsea is ongoing in these minutes. So the two clubs are talking, there are calls and contacts every minute. Man United are still not happy with the initial proposal of Chelsea. As I told you, Chelsea are offering loan with option on one side, loan with obligation on the other side. So basically up to Man United. But at the moment, United are not happy with the proposal. United want their conditions to be met on the loan fee and also on the salary coverage. There are these two points were crucial to make the deal happen. So Sancho Chelsea agreement done on the personal terms, but still working on the agreement between the clubs. The negotiation is still on for Sancho, so absolutely on.
So Jadon Sancho will be probably our focus for the next 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Sancho, Osimhen, on Osimhen.
You're not quite yet.
No. I think on Osimhen there are still many things happening in the background. There are many things happening in the background, then we'll try to bring you all the latest, but it's far west, the Osimhen situation. I think this is the best definition.
Everyone against
It's
everyone.
far west. Where you relax 5 minutes, someone in the back is coming. So get ready because it's Far West Osimhen, my title tonight.
Okay. Oh Christ.
Yes.
We will
still optimism.
No, because
something
I want to say something, but I
let's
know
stay
you
in
can't say
Napoli, but
anything.
in incomings in this case. For Billy Gilmour, we are covering this with Matteo a long time. There is optimism now. So also the player is still waiting to have the final green light, sign, complete everything, but there is optimism. So Napoli is giving positive messages to Brighton and to the player, something like, okay, in the next hours we will get it done. So at the moment, Napoli are working in the direction to get everything completed. So we know it's already very advanced, still missing the final part, but Napoli giving positive messages to the player and to Brighton.
Is he still in the room waiting?
He's at dinner now.
Ah, okay. So at least he moves.
He's at dinner.
Per il Brighton,
Center London, if someone wants to go and take a picture.
Per il Brighton è un giocatore del Napoli. Per il Brighton è andato.
Brighton considers Billy a Napoli player, yeah, but they still have to do the formal steps.
Good. Okay, so Let's see. We will talk. You want to say something about what we were saying? No. Continue by myself. We were mentioning Billy Gilmour and Napoli, so that's another one that should be done by the end of our deadline day show today. Italian clubs also have time until midnight. That's a big news compared to the other transfer windows, because before it was until 8 p.m. Today is also until midnight as well, so they have also time for that. Roma were quite busy. Talk about Italian clubs, no, Matte, as well.
Roma? Sì. La Roma in italiano o
Sì,
spagnolo?
italiano.
No, la Roma è stata una delle squadre più attive sicuramente di questo finale di mercato. Oggi ha chiuso un colpo secondo me molto importante, che è quello di Manu Koné. Manu Koné è stato per lungo tempo come dire sotto la lente di ingrandimento del Milan. Però il Milan, avendo l'idea del Milan era quella di provare a fare due centrocampisti fisici, che fosse Fofana e Koné, ma per fare il secondo servivano delle uscite, e ad oggi sono le 19:47, il Milan non ha ancora completato le due uscite che doveva fare, che sono Bennacer è rimasto, Al-Ahli è andato, E quindi diciamo che la Roma...
rimane.
No, per adesso Benasser
ok.
resta e non ho segnali in questo momento che possa andare, ma vediamo se il Marsiglia cambierà le carte in tavola. Però diciamo che la Roma ha approfittato comunque di questo tipo di situazione per inserirsi forte su Manu Koné e chiudere l'operazione oggi.
So Manu Koné, like this, is going to Roma. That was one of the big signings of today, coming from Borussia Mönchengladbach for around 15 million, no? 15 più o meno.
Yes. So 50 million, and the idea was also for AC Milan to sign this player, but then Roma were faster. AC Milan needed to complete some outgoings. They didn't do that, so Roma are the one that made it in the transfer. Roma were one of the most active clubs this summer. They signed Mattias Soler from Juventus. They signed Dovbyk from Girona, and the Dybala story was one of the craziest saga also of the last 10 days, 20 days. At the end he stayed at the club. We have some memes?
Yeah, we have some memes.
Yes?
We have some memes. We definitely have some memes. The people, and by the people I mean Nico, they will put some they will put some memes as well on screen later. Yeah, people are crazy. People are crazy. Hashtag deadline day with Fabrizio Romano. Don't forget to send in your tweets, your thoughts, anything, your questions, your comments, your memes. We'll be reading it out later. In the meantime, I think one of the names mentioned most now, Fabrizio, Arsenal. Are they working on something?
At this point, still can't guarantee any signing. So I can't say that.
Working? Or?
No, at the moment I can't guarantee anything on Arsenal. So no, there were rumors on Coman, other things, but at the moment I can't guarantee anything. But again, guys, Arsenal, Liverpool, I always want to keep the doors open because you never know. You never know.
I like that.
These clubs are good at keeping things quiet. So let's keep the doors open till the end.
Let's leave it at that, because when the doors are open, that's when the deadline day is the most fun, right, Francesco?
Yeah. What? No, when the doors are open.
When the doors are open, yeah, that's when the deadline day is most fun.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why
Because
we're here. We are here following.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. We are eyeing the most interesting situations, and probably the one of, for sure, the one of Jadon Sancho and Victor Osimhen are the most interesting one. While also I'm looking, I mean, that's just a bit of Italian football here. The Atalanta lineups for the game against Inter. There is a lot of topics here also about the transfer window. Because I see, for example, here 1, 2, 4 new signings. Atalanta, despite winning the Europa League, they changed a lot of players this season. Also due to the injury of Gianluca Scamacca, they need a replacement. Brescianini, who was also a big story because was close to join Napoli, then he joined Atalanta. He's starting. Bellanova, also coming from Torino, was also an important signing for Atalanta as well. And they will all play against Inter tonight. And also Samardzic, who was also a player that, coming from Udinese, was close to join Inter in summer 2023. Also AC Milan wanted to sign him this summer, and then he joined Atalanta.
Thanks for that, Francesco.
Yeah. Gertruida just signed with Leipzig, so deal confirmed. Exclusive story from yesterday. Mo Simakan goes to Al Nassr, and Gertruida is the replacement at Leipzig. 25 million euros. So new defender Lucharel Gertruida to Red Bull Leipzig. Deal completed.
See also Alvaro Rodriguez from Real Madrid joins Getafe on loan.
Yeah.
Una noticia, bueno, que falta muy pocas horas al cierre, pero simplemente para los aficionados de Real Madrid, para acordar que finalmente Dani Ceballos se va a quedar. O sea, esto me parecía claro, lo comentamos a principio del día, pero finalmente Ceballos se queda, tenía la posibilidad de irse al Betis o sobre todo al extranjero, tenía una propuesta de Mónaco Y además me dicen que ha llamado un club muy grande hace 2 horas, pero ya era tarde y vamos a ver cuál será. Lo vamos a ver más adelante, el club que ha llamado hace 2 horas a Dani Ceballos, pero al final el chico ha decidido quedarse en el Real Madrid.
So Ceballos stays at Real Madrid, not going to Betis, not going to Monaco, because also Monaco were interested in Dani Ceballos, but staying at Real Madrid. Real Madrid are expected to continue with this squad, so no changes, no signings, no outgoings, all quiet around Real Madrid.
Fabrizio, you know there's a club I like very much, Ajax?
Yes.
Any news?
No, at this moment, no.
Nothing?
No.
Forbes outgoing, we're waiting for the confirmation. Because
Still
from the
waiting.
club side, it's still silent.
There is still some work to do on personal terms for Wolves. So the deal is almost there, but still some small details to complete.
On selling players, there are a few names that are isolated from the first squad. I'm saying Benji Tahirovic, Owen Vandal.
Tahirovic has some possibilities in Italy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So
return
that
to
will
Italy.
have to happen tonight.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Owen Vandal, what do we know?
Nothing. Nothing at this point. I don't know.
Okay. And
Wait,
names
wait.
that
I have to take this one.
Okay. We're lucky to be in the presence of Fabrizio, and we're lucky if we get a few moments with him, a few
More
words.
than 15 seconds is like you understand he really wants to talk.
Yes. No, he was speaking, so I'm grateful for that.
You're grateful for that.
Thank you, Fabrizio.
Thank
and
you.
now let's enjoy.
Appreciation.
This is my favorite moment. I cannot say it often enough. Like seeing the Fabrizio cam while we are speaking, he's in silent, speaking with some super agent, maybe with a sporting director, maybe with
The pizza
Napoli,
delivery guy.
with the pizza delivery guy, with his mom, maybe even with Romelu Lukaku. You don't know who he's speaking with.
We will never know.
We will never know, because that's the beauty of the Fabrizio camp. That's the beauty of Transfer Deadline Day presented by Kraken. Fabcam is insane. Yes, you know. Glazing. Oh, thank you, Fabrizio. Nice. I like the random comments.
About here.
About everything, about everything.
Yeah.
About everything. He's speaking with
Sancho,
Sancho.
we are waiting for that.
You know what I also like about Deadline Day? The sweets. We need sugar. It's like 7 hours.
That's the only thing I asked today.
I only need Osimhen. Fabrizio 007, lol.
I think a lot of these calls are also about this. That's my feeling. Don't know what's your feeling about that, but
That a lot of these calls are about Victor Osimhen?
A nice update. It's not a news. I just got a text from my mother saying, I know you said hi to me live.
Yeah?
Really? I don't know how.
your nephew.
So
Really?
she knows what
Really?
Deadline Day.
I'm serious. I don't know who told her.
Probably your nephew or
I'm
cousin.
shocked.
¿Qué te ha dicho? ¿Cosa?
Your cousin is the one who's benefiting most from these Deadline Days. Every time he gets like a book of Panini, this, that, this. Today
yeah,
we'll
this
get
is true.
he will get the football shirts probably.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's definitely the one who told her. Was this about Victor Osimhen?
The call, yes.
But we cannot say anything.
Let me be honest on Osimhen, guys. Crazy. you can't believe what's going on. I can't say too much. I can't. I hope you will understand my position. I'm in a really difficult position because I would love to come here and tell you everything, but I can't. So at the moment, the only thing I can do, then obviously we will keep you posted here. You know, this is Deadline Day show. So as soon as we can, this is the Deadline Day. This is presented by Kraken. So we are together. We prepared everything. We have our setup, our people. So don't worry. The news will come. But in terms of behind the scenes, in terms of what's really going on now, complete madness. I think if they wanted to do a movie about this day, involving all the people from the Saudi, Chelsea, agent, player, Napoli, it was going to be
Fabrizio.
historical. No, me no, but it's really crazy, trust me. And really tense because I can guarantee that the player side, they are not happy at all with Napoli. the situation, let me say that the situation, this I can say, the situation between Napoli and Osimhen is completely broken. Completely broken. But really completely broken. I don't think there is a chance to fix this situation in a normal way in case Osimhen stays. But at this time, I still can't give any guarantee of Osimhen staying because the situation is absolutely open till last minute. Let's see. I will speak as soon as I can.
For me, that's crazy. Like, we haven't heard Fabrizio in the past speaking in this way about a player or about a situation. I think this is like really pushing it to the max.
Because I think compared to the other, let's say, sagas that we had in the transfer deadline days, where maybe it was one player going to another club, like for example Enzo Fernandez was probably one of the biggest news we had here on a deadline day show.
Biggest.
Probably the biggest one.
In terms of impact, and in terms of a player moving to a club with such anticipation for that fee,
it's
who just became world champion.
Yeah, it was the biggest one. Yeah.
At that time, I think it was like, what was 20 to 12? I think it was 11:40 at night.
Yeah, it was probably
it was the impact. It was everything coming together.
For me, the craziest one is still the one of the first deadline show with 3 players involved, with Saul, with Frankie de Jong and Antoine Griezmann. So 3 players, 3 clubs, everything that was about to collapse. And
but that one had for me a little bit of an anti-climax because it wasn't confirmed until 4 a.m. So we couldn't confirm it in the show.
Yeah.
And he told it in the show, and then Chelsea confirmed it as well. So that was the nice part about it. But if Osimhen happens today, that will be the biggest. I think it overtakes.
By far. Yeah.
Also because the profile player he is. He's a champion.
And also a player that we were expecting him to leave Napoli since May.
Exactly.
Maybe March or February as well. So definitely.
Okay. UEFA Europa Conference League winners Olympiacos news. It's a nice way of introducing your club. Olympiacos?
No, nothing yet at the moment. I don't know when closes the market in Greece, to be honest. I think they have some more days.
Yes,
usually.
I think so.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Everything happens later in Greece. Okay. So. What? So, nothing, guys. So, time to say also a big thanks to Kraken teaming up with us for our 7th Fabrizio Romano Deadline Day show presented by Kraken. Is their chance to shine in Europe, especially after their recent partnership with some of the European top clubs, for example, Atletico Madrid, for example, as you can see the shirts here, Atletico Madrid, Tottenham, so many partnerships, and thanks again to Kraken, our big partner for this day. You can see this format we did in the recent days. So the top transfer window investments. This one I don't see anything, but I think it's Solanke, no? Solanke.
Yeah. Solanke, one of my favorite news of the summer. Absolutely. So a big profit. You can say the numbers because I can't see really. I'm not joking, but you can read the numbers. But I think
bought for 21 million, then sold for 64 million, so a profit of
great deal for all parties involved. Record sale for Bournemouth, record signing for Tottenham. It's not easy to find this kind of situations, and so Solanke, really good profit for Tottenham, a striker I really appreciate, and Ange Postecoglou was really pushing for this one. Postecoglou is big fan of Solanke, his work rate is insane, and so this was a really smart investment. So you can see that this kind of deals are always part of the summer transfer window.
Brought to you by Kraken.
Absolutely.
So thanks for that. And we'll be later with more top transfer window investments by Kraken.
There is an official statement from Manchester United on an exclusive news. I said a few weeks ago, is on a talent, Sekou Koné, born in 2006 from Mali. Sekou Koné signed at Manchester United today. This is a very talented midfielder. Many important clubs around Europe were tracking him, but he signs for Manchester United. So good luck to this young player, Sekou Koné, joining Manchester United. Was a news out of nowhere. I still remember when I asked my source, he was in shock, telling me, how is possible you know this? but Sekou Kone goes to Man United. Good luck.
I love the silence.
While we have 3 hours for 56 minutes,
We
so
passed the
already
4 hour
passed
mark.
the 4 hours mark. We are heading the last 4 hours of the summer transfer window for the top 5 leagues, because also there will be more time for other leagues, the Turkish league, the Saudi Pro League as well, so more days for that. What's happening in Ajax?
Yeah, I'm looking a bit of transfer window.
Transfer window closed in Germany, now officially. Right now.
Is it 8 p.m?
Yeah, it was at 8.
It was-
Yeah.
we closed it already. We closed it 1.5 hours ago.
We closed it at 2 hours.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
They
Now
gave us the
officially
keys,
closed.
we closed it before, so all good.
Now officially closed.
All good, all good. No, I'm just scrolling a little bit, see what...
We are safe in Germany with German clubs usually,
Yes.
so they don't make last-minute moves.
See if there's a little bit of Ajax news. You like this one?
Yeah, I saw that.
This is the sporting
Ciao,
director.
Alvaro.
This
Yes.
is...
And it's official and exclusive news we gave right before the beginning of the show. Thanks to Matte, Dennis Vavro to Wolfsburg from Copenhagen. They needed a centre back to replace Lacroix, who is joining Crystal Palace, and Dennis Vavro goes to Wolfsburg. So deal done
Un
for
pallino di
Dennis Vavro.
Ha giocato in Italia.
Yes.
Fantacalcio, grande acquisto.
And also today Robin Gosens, another German player,
So-
in this case from Union Berlin to Fiorentina, done deal, loan obligation to buy 7.5 million euros. Someone say that Gosens was not going to Fiorentina, was not leaving. No, Gosens is leaving. Gosens is going to Fiorentina, so 100% confirmed, and that's it. There was no turnaround, no surprise. There was always the plan. Gosens, Fiorentina, here we go. It's important.
No, mi veniva a dire una cosa. Ma dico.
Novità?
Morato to Nottingham Forest is being signed right now between the clubs. 17 million euros plus sell-on clause. So new defender for Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest loved the deadline day, we know that. Today they called for many players already. Today they signed Ward-Prowse from West Ham on loan, and West Ham are signing Carlos Soler. So that deal is confirmed too. So let's see how it will evolve with Nottingham Forest. The situation of Nuama is really interesting, with English clubs involved. This talented winger from Olympique Lyon, who is in the list of Nottingham Forest, agreement with Lyon, not yet with the player. Everton and Fulham still in the mix for Ernest Nuama, so this is going to be one of the interesting ones ahead of the end of the deadline. Then Sar asking, hello, Newcastle and Al-Ahli news, please. I think he's a PIF fan, probably. And on Al-Ahli, I can tell you that they are finalizing and completing the deal for... it's true. It's good, actually. So,
Good for him.
Finalizing, for sure. Actually completing a deal for Ivan Toney. So Ivan Toney completed the medical. Now they are exchanging and reviewing all the contracts. We wait for the documents to be signed, and then Ivan Toney will be, here we go, to Al-Ahli if all goes to plan on the technical stuff. And on Newcastle, at the moment, nothing yet. They called for Elanga, but Nottingham Forest want to keep the player. So let's see if Forest will be able to resist to all these proposals, and we will see.
We're 7,000 people watching on Playback TV. That's fantastic, no? Fabri?
Plus.
That's great.
How many on YouTube?
A lot on YouTube.
A lot.
27,000 on YouTube. There's a lot of people watching, basically. A lot of people, and there's a lot of news to be discussed. We have Jadon Sancho coming up, Raheem Sterling potentially, Victor Osimhen.
No, many things. Trust me, it's gonna be...
Many things. What should the people do? What should the people do?
Obviously, stay here. What do you want to do?
No.
It's gonna be long, eh? It's
But
long
if I
and
say
full
it,
of
it's
news.
different than if you say it.
No. It's gonna be interesting tonight. Trust me. It's calm before the storm.
Fabrizio is telling you to stay here. Don't move. So wherever you're watching from, if it's on your laptop, if you're at home, if you're at work, If you're in a different time zone, maybe if you're in the States, in the West Coast, in the East Coast, it's way earlier. If you're in Australia, it's already night. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Keep watching us. We'll be with you with the news. Quiz? What quiz?
Which are we doing?
Okay, I think it's time to play quiz.
Should we stand up?
I think we should stand up. Me
Yes.
too? Yes, let's go.
Ecco.
Quick news. Quick news. I don't know how many Las Palmas fans do we have.
10.
And meanwhile, Las Palmas did a very good job in the recent days.
Chi è?
Sono già ovunque.
Credo di no, eh? Credo.
Let me check just a second. It's for Las Palmas fans. Something
Sì.
around. Yeah, I don't care. Fabio Silva, the striker from Wolves, goes to Las Palmas. So deal agreed for Fabio Silva to Las Palmas. I will give you some details in a minute. But the deal is done. It's a loan until the end of the season, no option to buy. Las Palmas now need to complete the move formally with registration in the next hours in order to complete everything. But deal done for Fabio Silva to Las Palmas from Wolves. The agreement has been completed, and so yes, I'm posting right now. So loan from Wolverhampton. Negotiations for Sancho, guys, are still ongoing in this moment. The agents of Sancho, Manchester United, Chelsea, so talks club to club ongoing. The deal is absolutely on for Jadon Sancho. And Lo Celso is signing, I don't know if it's already official, but Lo Celso is signing his contract at Real Betis in this moment, right now. So Lo Celso to Betis is 100% confirmed.
3+1.
Wait. What game should we play? What game should we play?
We are waiting to see with Aviv now what's next. I can stand here and talk with you for the whole night if you want. We will talk. We will see what's next. Let me see the chat. Open the chat. We got something. Everyone here disappeared. Hello, Aviv.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. So we're going to play a game. It's on quiz. In the meantime, while you're at home, we're going to play a massive game testing your football and transfer window knowledge. So download the quiz app. The link is in the chat right now. And we're waiting for further instructions before we start. We're waiting for more people to join the game.
Here.
Yes. Rica. Oh. Okay.
No, wait a second. I put your card on.
Let me put my card on. Can we disconnect this phone 1 second from the screen, please? Thanks. Do some comments in the meantime.
Yes, I'm reading the chat here. They say they can join the quiz. We will know about it just shortly. Where is Fabrizio? Fabrizio is in some rooms here, speaking with, we don't know, maybe about something Osimhen, maybe something about Jadon Sancho. When he's back, he will tell us. Then let's read some questions. Juventus were super active this summer transfer window. I think we have here, what is it? Oh yeah, Federico Chiesa actually left Juventus there. Then we got, we want Fabrizio back. Yes, of course, we all want him. We are waiting for him to come back and see what's happening. Chelsea, please give us Osimhen.
What team do you support? What team do you support?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm impartial.
Impartial. Impartial, he says. Okay. India is blocked from quiz. Yeah, we're sorry for that. We think we might have some difficulties in India and in some parts of Africa. Let's see. What about Rabiot, Depay, Hermoso? Lots of free agents, huh? On the market.
Rabiot as well. He's a free agent.
You don't think it's crazy?
I think these players, I mean, they should have moved like before. No, like a player like Rabiot, contract ends June 30th. You need a club as soon as possible, no?
Good players, you can't convince me that no one is interested in these players.
Maybe they were waiting for other clubs. The other clubs, they didn't really come out. Then other teams signed other players. So I think it's more complicated. No, Rabiot didn't retire. He's just waiting to see what's next. No, come on. When he didn't join Barcelona.
No, I didn't want to join Barcelona.
You didn't want him to join Barcelona?
I think he's a good player. Different style.
Nice wordings. Let's move on to another topic. What about Sterling? Sterling is another player that we're still waiting to see what's next because he was out of the project. He's clearly out of the project from Chelsea. Enzo Maresca was very clear on that since the beginning of the pre-season tour, and Basile there. So let's see. Nico Williams, and we will ask all these questions to Fabrizio later. Liverpool, Gilmour, Osimhen. Perisic also, we said about Perisic and Genoa as a potential club for these last hours.
Fabri, come. What do you have?
I still can't talk, unfortunately.
If I speak,
exactly,
I'm in big trouble.
Yeah.
I prefer not to speak, yes.
Yeah. Give me some minutes and...
Things are happening or not?
No, for sure things are happening.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yes.
You know our favorite moment is when you walk into that Fabrizio camp.
Yeah, I hope people can't really see what I'm saying. No? Are you sure? I'm trusting you. No, otherwise we go all to jail.
Is that bad?
No, I'm joking.
What about Sancho?
Sancho's negotiations ongoing. I have a good feeling on this one because Chelsea really want to make it happen. The player wants to go. So I think it would be kind of pointless for Man United to keep a player who wants to go. No? But you still have a good proposal on the table, but has to be still the proposal Man United want. Man United told Chelsea, we will do it only if it's our conditions, so not all conditions possible. When you arrive at the final hours, it's always like this. There is a club hoping to have the opportunity and the other club fighting to have respect for their conditions. So,
and does that mean anything for Mykhailo Mudryk? Now with Pedro Neto, with Sancho?
No? Mudryk stays at Chelsea, for sure.
Okay. They believe in him, still part of the project?
Yes, absolutely. No, of course. Mudryk changed agents recently, few days ago, but I'm told that it was just for future management, not for a change in the final hours. No. Mudryk is staying, and Chelsea invested a lot in him, so I think they will keep protecting him, doing their best to protect him. Sure. So, what's the quiz?
We're still waiting.
We're waiting. We had it, and now it's gone. So we're waiting for it to happen, but it's okay. We're building up. You can still download.
We can answer some questions as well here from the chat. Like we mentioned already, Nico Williams, Ugarte. They're all waiting for the official statement of Ugarte. And
Ugarte is all okay, yeah? He's basically only waiting for Napoli to sign all the documents for Scott McTominay. So as soon as but it's already signed also McTominay. So now it's about the registration, Serie A, you know, this kind of
official
stuff.
statements.
Yeah. It's all technical stuff.
And we should not expect something on Nico Williams, right? In the last hours, because there are still a lot of questions about him.
I don't know who started this week saying about Nico Williams again. Nico Williams, Arsenal, Nico Williams, other clubs. If Nico Williams wanted to leave Athletic Bilbao, it was going to happen after the Euros. He was not even going back to the training ground. Take the number 10. This is not a Nico Williams style. Nico is a super nice guy, respectful, professional. So if Nico wanted to go, he was going to communicate and inform the club. He never did that. So Nico Williams stays at Athletic. And I think this would be a really interesting talking point in the future, no? I think this summer, two of the craziest stories is that Nico Williams at the Euros was unbelievable, was fantastic. And usually when you have a player like Nico Williams performing at that level from 0 to 10, 11. And he's playing in a
basically were the players of the summer.
Yeah, with Dani Olmo, yes, this trio from Spain. And then you play for Athletic Bilbao, a club I love because they deserve all the respect in the world for what they do. So it's a special club, but it's still not a club which is competing every season to win the best titles. So in 99% of the cases, you have this kind of Euros and you leave. You have a release clause, so you say, okay, I leave. Premier League, I don't know, whatever, but you can leave for a top club. Nico stays. Martin Zubimendi, one of the best midfielders in the world, in my opinion. It's difficult to find players like him. Bid on the table from Liverpool. Liverpool want to pay the release clause. Martin Zubimendi stays. So this is showing us that in that area of Spain,
something different is happening.
It's different. The feeling they have,
Real
club,
Sociedad
city, player, family. The feeling they have, Real Sociedad, so in Donosti with the club, and the feeling they have in Bilbao with their players is something completely different. It's a different story, and this is why Zubimendi decides to stay, and this is why Nico decides to stay. Nico, for me, is super surprising.
You think it's more him deciding to stay, or like clubs that didn't...
No, it's him deciding to stay. Yes.
All right. Let's move on to other topics here. Jadon Sancho, you tell us when you know something more. Liverpool, we are not expecting. Juventus, we're not expecting Juventus to sign more players. After they decided to drop off the race for Jadon Sancho this morning, basically. Was Juventus deciding to not go for Sancho in the last hours of the transfer window?
No, Juventus tried, but the reality is that the asking price from Manchester United was too high for Juventus, and then Juventus had a big problem with many players who didn't want to leave, because Artur Melo still there, Filip Kostic still there. If these players were going to leave Juventus, maybe you have some more money to raise your bid.
They had
to Man
issues
United.
on selling players.
Yeah, so maybe instead of 6 million euros loan fee for Sancho, you can go there and offer 10, 11, 12, so it's different. As they did for Conceição. For Sancho was impossible to convince with Man United with 6 million euros, option and not obligation to buy, salary coverage not even 50%, so it was impossible to have a green light from
Talking about Juventus, what do you think about that move, the one you have here behind? Federico Chiesa
Fede
joining
Chiesa,
Liverpool.
no, but probably my favorite news of the summer.
Yes?
Yeah,
Really?
because it was it's really difficult to get news about Liverpool because Liverpool love to keep things quiet. Then Liverpool fans on social media with me sometimes, they are still saying, but Caicedo, like if I was working with Caicedo. So, no, but so I always wanted to give something special to Liverpool fans, yeah. And so the Chiesa news was out of nowhere. We had full of people every day saying, no, Chiesa is going to Barca, Chiesa is done to Barca, Chiesa agreed with Barca, Barca agreed with Juve. That was not true. Barca never presented a bid for Chiesa. Barca spoke to the agent. The relationship between Barca and Fali Ramadani, the agent of the player, is excellent, but that's it. Barca never advanced in a deal for Chiesa because they had fair play issues, and this is why they are not signing player today, yesterday, this week. But Federico Chiesa to Liverpool was out of nowhere. So Liverpool started talks on Monday. They were tracking the player for a long time. But concrete talks started on Monday. Federico immediately said yes. Federico was buzzing when he knew about this possibility to go to Liverpool. Also because at some point of the summer, it was quite scary, you are out of the project at Juventus, not extending the contract. So maybe you start thinking, maybe I have to stay here.
Yeah, also he was very clear when leaving Juventus, saying his point of view. I don't know about that, but he's saying, I never received a an offer from Juventus, to extend deal. He had a deal with Juventus running until 2025. So if he was to stay, he was basically going to the last contract at the club, the last year of the contract at the club, and then maybe he was about to leave in January, so he couldn't do much,
Yeah.
So let's see what he will do at Liverpool. Of course, we wish him the best, also for the Italian national team, that we need Chiesa at the best level to compete again. We already said about Manu Koné and Roma. I'm reading the questions here. I'm trying also to see questions that are not related to either Jadon Sancho or Victor Osimhen, because most of them are just about these two. Fenerbahce, Galatasaray, also, of course, Turkish fans are always on point here. What's going on?
We have it. We have the we have the quiz.
Okay.
Now it's time for the quiz. Okay. Fabrizio.
Yes.
Segment presented by a quiz.
Yes.
So yeah, for you guys at home, link in the chat, download it, and you can play the special Fabrizio game. If you deposit $10, you will get $12 back. That's a crazy deal, right?
Of course it is.
Of course it is. Now we're going to play a game because we can pick any games. What do you know about cars?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What do you know about animals?
Almost
Don't
nothing.
say anything.
Almost nothing.
What kind of animal would you say you are?
I am.
Che bestia ti senti? Che belva ti senti?
Esatto. Good question. I don't know. Never thought of this. Good question.
Thank you.
There is an Italian journalist called Francesca Fagnani who invites the
Ask the
guest.
chat, no? Which animal Fabrizio
And
is?
she always asks, the first question of the interview is like, what animal represents you? What beast represents you?
What animal or what beast represents Fabrizio? Let us know. We're not gonna name the first one. Okay, cool.
A wolf.
A wolf, okay.
Yeah, a Wall Street.
Of course, here
Wolf of
there's a football one. We're going to play. The game starts in 3. We're all together, but
I'm
you
ready.
can also see it on the screen because it's
I don't
mirroring.
see anything.
Okay.
Which country represents? France. Come on.
It was difficult this.
Can make mistakes.
Who coached the winner team of the 2022 UEFA Champions League final?
Ancelotti.
There was
No.
We were in Paris.
Ah, yeah, right.
Paris,
Yeah.
Paris.
Right. It's always
No,
Ancelotti.
no, and he clicks.
Yeah. Which Chelsea player has the most international caps while at the club?
Interesting. Could be Czech. The Czech was not there for a long time. Or Terry, yeah. Czech or Terry.
I think it's Didier Drogba.
And he clicks Terry.
Yeah.
Franco, the only one we didn't mention.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rodriguez made his world debut. Which
James?
Rodriguez?
Which James?
That's
Let's
Sam
go with
Rodriguez.
James
Let's go
at
with
2014.
14. Who was 10?
James Rodriguez.
Oh, okay.
The one, the goal he scored against,
Yeah.
I don't remember who, but...
Pending. Waiting for opponents to finish a play. Okay, let's play again with $10 coming out of your money. Thank you, Fabrizio. We're playing again,
What
and we
do
can
we
win
need
$17. We go again. Fabri, I need you here.
Harry Maguire.
Very good.
Here I'm good, huh? This is only on transfers?
This is on
No.
football still. 2005. Jerzy Dudek. Very good.
Yeah,
Well, you know what I like about you? That you respond fast.
Wait.
Okay.
I'll do that.
We lost him. What's the color? Red and white.
White. And then when he comes back, we're gonna have news on
Oh yeah, I hope so.
midfielder.
No, click fast.
You're the one in charge of click
fast. We can also have a guest in the show to play this, huh? Because I see.
That's for you. Eric Tenag.
Come
on, easy.
Dalila, how is your football knowledge? Yeah, it's good. You want to come play? Does she need a mic? we're going to play this with Dalila. Okay, you need I think we're giving you a microphone. In the meantime, we can introduce you. Dalila Stabile.
Dalila Stabile.
Content creator.
Good pronunciation.
Thank you. Content creator from Napoli. Salerno.
It's very different.
It's
very different. Of course, it's very
Very
different.
different.
You don't say to a Napoli one you're from Salerno, the opposite.
And you love football?
Yes.
You're not going to say which team you support, or yes?
No.
Okay.
You're
Because
from Salerno?
I don't have a team.
I think if you would say
Everyone
the team,
has.
I think if you would say the team you support, you and Francesco wouldn't be friends.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Which team do you support?
I don't know. Which one you support?
Which one you support?
Let's move on. Let's go
Okay.
to...
Napoli. No, I'm kidding. That's not true. No, of course not.
We have 28,000 people watching.
Oh, okay.
That's a lot,
Oh,
huh?
hi everyone. Okay. I didn't notice that. Hi.
Dalila.
So, how's the...
Dalila, before we start playing, we should also speak about you because you're a content creator, but you also moved in the transfer window. You also signed for an agency.
Double tap.
Very good.
Yes.
In this transfer window, Dalila to double tap. Here we go.
What's
confirmed.
double tap?
I confirmed that.
Yes, double tap. Okay.
That's true.
We can play. We can click play again. Please.
I'm so
you can-
competitive. If I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose.
It's okay. It's okay. We
Play
want.
a game?
We'll play a game.
Okay.
Just so you know, everyone can see what game you're playing. Fabrice is gonna.
Chalobah to Crystal Palace, eh? Agreement reached
give me time.
few seconds ago. Trevoh Chalobah will go to Crystal Palace on loan.
Confirm?
Yes, it's first of many outgoings for Chelsea. They are also working on Datro for fun.
Player that was keen on the move for many transfer windows and deadline show as well.
Yeah.
And we have Sterling coming up. In the meantime, Fabrizio, because you left, we called up Dalila to play.
Yes.
Quiz.
No one.
Yes.
No one.
I was not born?
No one.
No one.
No, he was old. You were not born in 2007?
No. I was, I think, 4.
Senegal.
Senegal.
How do you do?
Give
Yeah,
me
it's good.
time.
We play another one. This one you can play with Francesco.
Which one?
This one.
This? Well. No?
Yes.
Easy one.
We are good team.
That's the.
I was born in 2002. That's yours.
No, that's 3. 5.
Wrong. 5.
Wrong. My fault.
Guys, did you know that? Scoring.
2016, he's in Portugal.
Matt Turner just signed his contract at Crystal Palace, loan from Nottingham Forest. Completed.
What should we do here? We got A. A is good.
Hey, it's good, yeah.
All right.
You see, like
We are champions.
we have $50 to spend because we
In
use
what?
Fabrizio's credit card. So we're going to
In what?
we're going to finish them
50 euros in
in
game.
games.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay,
in games,
okay.
in games.
Game,
But we're
game.
also making money, so that's good. Liverpool's all-time top scorer.
You know, when I come with my dad and we sit, you know, where we sit and have the experience as a fan, which is, you know, what we've always been as well. So it's kind of nice, like amazing to be invited back by the club and do it this way too. But yeah, I was here at the first game of the season with my dad as well, and I love doing that too. So
when you come as a supporter, and I always find this interesting for athletes in general, right? Obviously, can you sit and just chill and actually enjoy the game, or are you kind of sitting there as like a player mentality, being like, oh, I wouldn't have done that. That was a great pass. Like, can you actually just switch off and enjoy it as a supporter?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah.
I can, absolutely. And yeah, of course, you probably look with slightly different eyes when you watch a game. But at the same time, like, I just come and watch and enjoy the games now, and just, you know, it is what it is. I don't really, I mean, I don't get too caught up in tactics and this and that, and I just get behind the lads and hope we win. Do you know what I mean? That's it. I don't get too invested in that side of stuff, if you know what I mean.
And you were part of the Arsenal side that won the FA Cup in 2014. I think we might embarrass you with some really cute pictures on the screen in a moment.
Right.
Yeah, I love that. What was that like? What an incredible achievement, hey?
Yeah, I mean, I've still got the medal at home at my mum and dad's, and I mean, to say you've lifted the FA Cup for your boy at the club, I mean, it's...
So I don't know if you can spot you. It's a bit like, where's Wally?
I mean,
that's you.
I mean, that's one of my best mates from school's brothers.
Oh, wow.
And my other mate, Kingy's around there somewhere. But, I mean, they're memories that will never go away. Not just for me, but for my family too, do you know what I mean?
Oh, look at this team. Jack Wilshere holding the trophy. Good expression from you. Love that.
Just staring at the FA Cup like, whoa.
Your face, I want to know what you were saying in that moment. You're like, whoa. But is that a moment that kind of does live with you forever? Does it feel like yesterday? Because obviously it was, you know, a little while ago now.
Yeah, no, it feels a while ago now for sure. But yeah, it's a memory that never goes away. There's all different things that happen in your life, I suppose, that you remember clearly for the rest of your life. And, you know, lifting the FA Cup, I mean, it will never be much clearer than that. And, you know, it's something you will always remember and you always be very proud of. Do you know what I mean? Have a FA Cup winners medal is like, for your boy at the club, it don't get any better than that.
Yeah, and you've been playing out in Australia, haven't you, recently? Were you actually able to watch games? Were you getting up at midnight? Talk to us, Carl, be honest. This is a safe space, we're not judging you. Were you getting up at midnight
it was
to watch?
difficult. It was difficult. I watched maybe 2 or 3 a season, but it was middle of the night, and I either had a game or I had training the next day, so it was like, well, you want to watch your club, but you also want to train well the next day and play well yourself, so yeah, it was difficult, but yeah, that was one of the hard things actually, like not just football and the Arsenal, but also family and everything. The time difference was crazy, so that was hard. That was hard work, but it was a great experience, a great adventure, and best thing I ever did, really.
Really?
Yeah, in terms of like a life experience, I had 2.5 years there. I lived in Melbourne for a bit, and then Newcastle for 2 years, and just opens your eyes up to different stuff, different ways of life, and it was an amazing lifestyle.
Brunches, they love their brunch there, didn't they?
Yeah, always sunny beaches, you know, it was amazing, I can't lie, but family and stuff always, it never goes away, you can't replace people, so I always knew I'd come back, and, you know, I'm really happy to be back now. And
then what is next for you? What's on the horizon? Any breaking news, Carl Jenkinson?
Nothing breaking right now, no, I'm just training, keeping fit at the moment. I've been at the PFA camp for the last 6 weeks, just maintaining my fitness, and yeah, just waiting to see what comes along, really. I want to keep playing football, I love football. My body still works, still functions, so yeah, just waiting to see, and hopefully something comes along which, you know, gives me the chance to keep playing and doing what I love.
Okay, well, we'll be keeping an eye out for any Carl Jenkinson breaking news. I was hoping you'd give us a little scoop that would go viral, Carl. That was...
Yeah, sorry, I'm disappointed in you there.
Absolutely not.
Apologies.
Before I let you go and have a lovely time in the director's box, which we are all very jealous of, we want to know your dream five-a-side team from players that you've played with at Arsenal. I know that's putting you on the spot a bit, and you've played with some incredible players, so... I'll give you approximately 3 seconds to have a little think, Carl.
Yeah, I've got a few that spring to mind straight away, yeah.
For a five-a-side team,
Shall I just get going now?
Go! Straight down the camera to the supporters at home.
Okay, where's the camera there?
Yeah, in front of you.
I would say Thomas Rosicky. He was just so good technically. Santi Cazorla's often a go-to because he was just right foot, left foot. Am I meant to be giving reasons why, or just say the name?
Oh, no, you can. That's great, yeah.
Bakary Sagna, he was ahead of me for many years, and rightly so, because he was unbelievable defender, so good. I'm gonna say Aaron Ramsey.
Yeah.
Just because he was just a a constant in the Arsenal side while I was at the club. Scored goals, was just a great team player. And then I'm going to go with Olivier Giroud.
Aww.
Yeah, I really liked Olivier. I think he's a fantastic player. He's always scored goals throughout his career. So yeah, Ollie. Shout out Ollie.
If you're watching at home, not a bad team, right? That'd be. Oh well.
Didn't think about that. I don't think we're them players.
Oh yeah, rush keeper.
Yeah, we play rush keeper. Yeah.
Versatility in this team. All right, Carl, thank you so much. We are going to let you head off and enjoy the game. And I'm guessing you are predicting an Arsenal win?
3-0 today.
Oh, 3-0.
Tough game, but 3-0.
And happy with the lineup?
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure I will be.
Basically, same as last time out, just Trossard in for Martinelli.
Okay, interesting. Yeah,
Yeah?
nice.
Nice?
Yeah, I can't wait.
Okay.
Not long now.
Well, I think Frimmy has actually been at player arrivals, so we can have a look now and see who's been coming into Emirates Stadium.
What's going on, guys? We are here at the Emirates for that game against Brighton, and I can't wait to see what we can do. Obviously, we've had them here, we've had great games against them here, and hopefully we can do that once again. We've got the people coming through here, the coaches love that. And listen, it's going to be a great day. We, of course, have won our first and second game of the season. Hopefully, we can make it a third. We've got the captain walking past there. We've got Kai, of course, he was here last year and scored the winner that took the 3 points from Brighton. We've got Bukayo, we've got Trossard, who got his first goal of the season against Aston Villa, coming off the bench and doing his thing. And also someone else that got their first goal of the season, Thomas Partey. Hopefully he might be the one that comes out next. No, we've got Kivio, man like Kivio there, looking mad relaxed. That's what I like to see. And we got David Raya. What are you saying, man? You good? David Raya in the building. Of course, he won. He was in team of the season for the PFA. I was happy enough to get my suit on, go over there and catch the vibes. That was absolutely brilliant. We've got Willow, yeah, man like William Saliba. We see him. Are you good? He had a great game against Villa, and listen, we're hoping he's going to have another great game like that today. I think that's it. So, listen, guys, I'm going to send it straight back to you.
Great stuff, thank you. Frimmy, I always love seeing behind the scenes. It's always quite exciting, isn't it? Okay, I am now joined by an Arsenal invincible, Jeremy Al-Ahli. Jeremy! Lovely to see you. You took your time, didn't you?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rush, yeah.
How are you though? You good?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, you?
Yeah, I'm well. I'm very well. I'm really excited to be here, and obviously we've got a new show live from N5 and a massive screen behind me. Great Gooners in the box. What is there not to love, Jez? But what have you been up to? Because you've been doing a lot of training at the moment.
Yeah, I've been. Well, it's been in my mind for a few years. I've always, every year around the London Marathon, I see all that excitement, and I've always wanted to challenge myself, but never really had the courage or the cause to do it. And my dad passed away a couple of years ago of pancreatic cancer. So I just thought this is the time for me to do it. And so I've contacted Pancreatic Cancer UK and they gave me a place for the next year marathon. So you see, I've started running.
Amazing. I mean, that's a wonderful cause. And I'm sure we're all going to completely get behind you and support you and be cheering you on.
Thank you.
How is training going? Must be tough, right?
Hard. I must say, very hard. You think because you've been an athlete, you can actually run, but marathon is a different game. It's like running for 4 or 5 hours or however long it takes you to complete it. And I respect them people, them runners, way much more than I did back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, you missed it earlier, but we've got James here in the My Arsenal Rewards box with us, who has casually walked from Brighton to Emirates Stadium in the past 24 hours and ran quite a bit of it as well.
Okay, oh.
So you need to get some tips.
Yeah, you might give me some tips then of training and how to, we'll have a chat.
Oh, that's wonderful. But surely you're super fit, right? I know you've not played for a while, but come on.
No, you know what? Playing football or running for hours is just completely different. You think you're fit, but you're, playing, you stop, start, you get recovery. When you run for 3-4 hours, there's no recovery unless you just stop completely and start walking, which is not obviously what I want to do. I want to train properly and try to do in the best time I can do, you know.
Or you see, that is the difference between an actual elite mentality that one would have as an athlete and someone like me. I would be like, just get it done. If I crawl, I crawl. You're like, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna do it in a good time.
I challenge myself. Yeah, I want to do it. That's the competitiveness in me. I just want to do it in the best time I can do and really commit to it.
Amazing. And I've also not seen you since the 20th anniversary of the Invincibles. 20th anniversary. I mean,
it makes me feel old.
Does it make you feel? I was going to say, does it make you feel?
I still feel like I could go out there and play, but obviously when you do end up playing, having a kick about with friends, you realise that time's gone. Yeah.
But how do you reflect on such an incredible achievement and time in your life?
The only thing for me is just at the time I didn't take it all in, I guess, but now I know it was the best time of my life. Like the thing we've lived, the bond that we had, it's like even till now, and it's been 20 years, as you said, over 20 years, and we still chat to each other. We've got a group chat and we just always keep in touch, wishing everybody happy birthdays and all that kind of stuff, which I'm not sure there's many teams that still in contact everybody from the squad 20 years on. So yeah, no, it was just be part of that squad, that team, and that club at the time was just incredible, amazing.
Oh, I love that there's a group chat. I really want to see it later so I can see what the picture is. Like every group chat has a little.
Show you.
Oh yeah, I'll get the inside scoop. And speaking of elite athletes, I'm sure most of us were glued to our TVs this summer watching the Olympics in Paris. Some of us, Jez, were lucky enough to be there.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Yeah, who's that? It was incredible, and I'm sure everyone enjoyed it so much at home. We saw 131 athletes step onto the podium for Team GB, and we have one of those athletes here with us today. So excited to have him. He's a massive gooner, double Olympic diving medalist. It is the incredible Noah Williams. He's got the medals. Come on in. Hello, so nice to see you.
How are you, man? Nice
right,
to
no,
meet
if you stand in the middle for us. I mean, firstly, let's just have a moment for these.
Yeah, you too. I'm like.
They're heavy though. Oh, they're so heavy. That's okay. Firstly, I mean, congratulations.
Thank you.
Obviously. How are you feeling? What is it like coming back to London and I guess kind of back to normality? Although I've seen you out and about at different events and stuff with the medals. So yeah, talk to us. How are you feeling?
No, I'm feeling good. I'm obviously happy I'm here. That's the main thing I'm happy about, I can't lie. I've been at a few events, but this is the best one.
Yeah, you've got to say that.
No, I'm not happy, but no. Yeah, life feels normal. It's weird. It almost feels like a dream, Paris. Like, it was obviously out there, it's like super intense. I was obviously so happy. But you come back and yeah, life's normal.
Is it though? I feel like it can't be. No, Jez is like, I'm not buying that.
Nah, it can't be normal with these two.
I'm not just going to the supermarket with these on.
Are you wearing them every day? Like,
no way. I've been instructed to. Nicole said I had to.
No, to be fair, so we obviously chatted in Paris. And I didn't realise you were a gooner as well. And then I saw you post on your Instagram story that Arsenal would start following you.
I wish they followed. No, I'm not that cool yet. But they liked my pic getting the medal and commented.
Oh, they did follow you.
I wish.
I'm sorry, well, maybe later, Noah.
No, it's fine. No, but either way, I was gassed. I was also genuinely, my girlfriend tell you, I was happier with the comment and the like than the medal. I was going around telling everyone. Posted on my. I hadn't even posted about like many things yet. But I was like, I've got to post this on my story. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is obviously then quite a cool moment for you.
Yeah,
I'm like, how cool for you to be stood with me and Jez on live from Empire. I mean, you're an Olympic legend now.
No, this is cool. I was more nerve-wracked for this. I was like, I need to prepare, make sure what they're going to ask me.
No, not at all. But we are going to ask you about, you growing up as a gooner, I suppose. Tell us your story.
Yeah, I mean, my first game I came to, I was about 6, and it was here, or maybe 7. But either way, I was young. I was like right up at the top, and I remember the first game I ever came. I was like to my dad, I was like, "Where's the commentary?" Because I didn't know I needed glasses, so I couldn't actually see the pitch. And I was like, I want to know who's who, and like I can't hear anything. And yeah, it turns out that's not a thing. But no, I mean I love it. I try and come whenever I can. Obviously, I travel in a lot with diving, but yeah, you know what's hard? Season tickets here are like gold dust. One day I'll get one. That's like That's better than a. I'll trade both of these, and then you can get me here every week. There we go. It's a
You're
deal.
like, if you're listening, MIKEL, or anyone, I mean, I don't think they deal with season tickets, do
Nah,
they?
probably not.
No one's like, if you can, then.
But no, I mean, Arsenal's like genuinely obviously a huge part of my life. Like a lot of my friends are Arsenal supporters, so it's just obviously something to talk about, something to celebrate, and especially with how well they're doing at the moment, it's great. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I guess you don't remember me playing.
No,
Too young for that, right?
I like no being honest.
Well, the Invincibles was like 21 years ago. I was 3. Yeah. Actually, wait, no. You won on the 15th of May, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my birthday. So I was 4. Look at that.
Oh, look at those pictures. Is you and your girlfriend,
Yeah.
right?
Look at that.
Oh, that's so. I love that.
Well, I actually forced her to be an Arsenal fan. So.
Yeah, well,
You
good.
have to, right? Yeah. She was not
the
before.
right team, obviously.
I mean, the only team.
Yeah.
Biggest team in London, so.
There is another picture that I would love to show you as well. I'm sure you've obviously seen loads of footage of yourself when you are diving in motion with Tom Daley there. But look, guys, look at that. Have you seen many still images of yourself like in that moment?
I mean, I try not to look. They're not that flattering, are they? I don't look great. I mean, I'm sure you look better in your football images.
There's some bad ones.
There's some bad
as well.
ones?
There's some funny faces, yeah.
I mean, all of mine are bad, if that makes you feel better.
But to capture that at that moment is special.
Yeah, at least we were in sync.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
There you go. And I mean, didn't do too badly either, did you? What is next for you? What are you doing right now? Are you having a bit of downtime at the moment?
Having a bit of a break. Obviously, like the next Olympics are 4 years away, so long. So
Yeah.
bit of a long break because I don't want to burn out before LA. So yeah, long break, and then I'm not sure when I'll head back to it, but at some point.
Yeah. And before we let you go and chill out before kickoff, how are you feeling about today? I know you're excited, but
Very
thoughts,
excited.
feelings, Brighton, good side?
Very good. So I mean, obviously they played well the last 2 games,
Mm-hmm.
but no, I feel confident. I think we'll get a result. I have faith in the boys, you know. Yeah, always. You got to go in confident. Otherwise, what's the point?
Absolutely. Want to give us a score prediction? We just had Carl Jenkinson, who went with 3-0. Quite,
Wow.
keeping another clean sheet.
Yeah, my best friend said 3-0 as well. I was going to say, I think another 2-0. Just keep it. Every game of the season 2-0. Look at that.
I would say that.
That would be insane.
All right.
Consistency is
perfect.
key.
Thank you so much. We are going to let
Thank
you go and have a lovely time before kick-off, where hopefully we will see a 2-0 win. I would take that, right?
Yeah.
Please give it up one more time for the incredible Noah Williams. Thank you so much. Olympic hero. If only I were that talented. You kind of know how it feels to actually be good at something, Jess.
Well, yeah, I know, but it felt like a kid seeing their medals, because same, I watched it for like 2 weeks and then suddenly you got someone with the medals. I'm like,
Let me touch it.
How heavy they are, yeah, they are.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, Noah, great stuff. Love him. And I love that, we could get him here and make that happen. And it's so cool, isn't it, when you speak to someone like that who has just had an incredible few weeks, past month, achieved so much, but it means so much to him to be here at EMIRATES, like kind of working with his club.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how passionate you see fans are, because obviously for me, who played for the club for many years, you just end up taking it a bit for granted. I'd rather have these 2 medals that just come and watch or get a season ticket, you know what I mean? But he's like, oh no, I'll give them away for anything to do with Arsenal, which is it's brilliant to see.
Passion.
Yeah.
We love to see it. And you know what? We also love to see that win against Aston Villa. That was good, wasn't it? We enjoyed that. I think we can have a look at the highlights from that game in a moment. Jez, talk to me. I mean, an important win, and I know that might sound funny because we're only, that was our 2nd game of the season, so it does feel a bit mad to be like, this was such a crucial win. But, I mean, it was maybe a statement from Arsenal, right? Because I'm not going to talk too much about our results against them last season, but maybe that as a player, and you can tell me a bit about this, maybe that is kind of in your head if you know that this club was maybe a bit of a bogey side for us last season. There's kind of a lot riding on this game, wasn't there?
100%. I think everybody. There's no one that actually were extra confident and we're just going to go there and win, knowing that we've lost twice against them last season. So it was a big game, the way they play as well. With Unai Emery, who knows how to play against us. And then when you look at the game, and you see them 2 chances missed by Watkins. you started thinking, oh God, are we gonna end up losing that game? And then we just stayed in the game at every time. And then obviously a bit of magic from Trossard first, and then after it was just taking control of the game and finishing it off. But they're big games, Aston Villa might not be the most prestigious club that we're going to play against, because we always think about Man City. But these 3 points and that clean sheet and another 2-0 is just huge. It's massive.
Absolutely, and I get what you mean there, saying they're not a Manchester City, but come on, look at what they did last season, right? Like, they are a force to be reckoned with right now, and we've seen firsthand what they can do.
The way they played. And that game in particular, but the way they've played last season, there's not many teams that are going to go there and get 3 points.
That second goal. That was nice.
So I think it'll be a tough ground to go, even for top club like Man City. They'll get there, and the way Villa played, on a different day, they could have beat us if they scored that first goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or that second, the first goal when Raya made that incredible save. That would have been a completely different game.
And we should probably talk about the man we just saw on screen, Leandro Trossard. I mean, his celebration, it was so cool and so chilled, wasn't it? I would be going absolutely wild. But he's so important, and we chatted a bit about the lineup earlier on, and Jez, you've probably seen team news by now, but Trossard is starting, so I kind of want to get your thoughts on that, because that's a difficult decision for Mikel Arteta to make, isn't it, between Gabby and Trossard?
It is a different, and that's why you end up making decision of key moment, and that was a key moment. He came out of the bench and he, let's be honest, gave us them 3 points, gave us the win with that ridiculous finish again, so calm. And as you just mentioned, the celebration, that is just a little bit of anger of being on the bench. He's obviously not happy. And a lot of players will come on and just be a little bit, I didn't start, I'm not happy. But no, he come on, he does his job to show Mikel again. You see, every time you stick me on the pitch, I will deliver. And fair play to Mikel to give him the start today as well. I think he deserves it.
And I think, maybe we'll come to you guys as well and get your thoughts on that. But I think that's a really good point, Jez, is that, I suppose if you're Mikel Arteta, Trossard's put in such a good performance. He's giving you every reason to give him a start. But it must be tough for Mikel when you've got a player who does so well off the bench. And no player, I'm sure, Jeremy, wants to be that guy or that girl that is almost like the impact sub. But it's tricky when he does deliver so well when he comes off the bench to, I suppose, change that up. But it's fair that he's been given the chance today.
I think it's fair, though, because there's so much you can take as a player of being on the bench. At some point, you've got to be rewarded for what you do when you come on. And, I know every time he comes on, he scores or he assists or he delivers, he creates something. But he does it even when he starts. So I don't think we should just think, every time he comes on, brilliant, we'll just stick him on the bench, because at some point his patience is just going to run out and just think, listen, I've got to move on to go and play regular football and start in the team. So I think it's fair, and with Sterling arriving, there's going to be more people coming in. But that's all good pressure for players, because when in the starting 11 every week, suddenly you've got to up your game. You've got to play better, you've got to train better to show the manager that, I'm ready, I want to start, I'll give anything.
Yeah, and that's exactly the sort of competition, right, that we have been wanting to see for years in this Arsenal side. And you're right, it probably spurs all of them on to do even better. Another great achievement from that game, by the way, was Bukayo Saka becoming the third youngest player in Premier League history to reach 100 wins. Another great achievement. Everyone's face in the My Arsenal Rewards box, it's like, oh, yeah, fair play. We thought he couldn't do any more, and then he just does something else and makes another ridiculous stat. Jez, what a star boy he is for us, eh?
Do you know the hardest thing in football at the top level is just to be consistent and to keep doing it, because, we all have one fantastic game, two, and then you'll disappear for 3-4 games, and then you do another great one. How many players have done that? The top of the top are doing it every single game. They don't miss out on anything. And that's why you see them numbers, because since he's got in the team, he hasn't had any bad moment, any 1 or 2 months when he's not really at his top. He's always, even when he's not at the top of his game, it's still good enough. Do you know what I mean? And that's why then only few players could just dream of being in that category is the world-class player.
And I mean, guys, he is world class, isn't he, Bukayo Saka? Like, I don't even think that's me being biased as an Arsenal supporter. He is a world class player now, surely, right?
He's that good that I've captained him in my FPL this week.
I love it when people come in here, and we've already had it a couple of times now, talking about FPL teams, because it's so important to everyone, isn't it? But yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, no, he's so good, and it's come to a point where we've never really seen a reason to drop him at all, because he just keeps delivering week on week. I think Sterling coming in provides competition as well, because we have Martinelli and Trossard on the left-hand side, and we don't really have that kind of person to push Saka at the moment. But Sterling coming in, because he can play on the right as well. I know Martinelli and Trossard have done it before, but I think it will also be able to rotate Saka as well if needed, so we don't tire him out for the season, and hopefully that pushes us for the title.
Absolutely, and that's a really important point to make. And I think we will. We're going to have to talk about Raheem Sterling and some of our latest additions to the squad in a bit. I do just want to have a little look though. We've got to talk about David Raya in that Villa game. What a performance from him as well, and hopefully we can have a look at that epic save that he made again, because I just want to see it. I've seen it like 7 times, but here we go. It was so good. Oh, the reflexes, guys. Look, slow-mo version, Jez.
It's how quick he gets back up. Like, it's just incredible.
I know.
He's just got up so quickly. Listen, to be fair, as a next forward, I think Watkins should do better as well. He should put it more in an angle, but it goes so quick, sometimes you just get your head on it. But the save is, at that time in the game, if he doesn't make that save, we lose the game, because that's 1-0, and I don't think we get back in it after. So that's another, we've got Trossard that gave us, but I think Raya's got, has got as much credit as well.
Does anyone think that they would actually be able to get off the floor as quickly as David Raya? No one backs himself. Everyone's like, no, absolutely not. Jez?
No, I used to.
Really?
Not anymore, no.
You think you could have done it that quick?
Yeah, when I was 20 probably.
No.
Not save, just get up. I'm not saying saving it.
No, I'm not buying it. We might also be able to look at, we've all witnessed some other incredible saves from Arsenal keepers across the years. I can think of one from David Seaman where he literally got... I love that everyone in here is nodding. I'm like, we're thinking of the same one, because I'm sure he would have made some absolute worldy saves in his time here. But there's one where it was like fingertips right on the line. Oh, I think we can see it now. Oh, look at that. And the hair, guys. The hair. Look closely here. Literally fingertips on the line. That is outrageous.
You've got to have huge hands for this save.
Yeah, you do.
Let's be honest. Did you see how we went and caught that one? You've got to have fingers that long, right?
Yeah, massive hands, but also like strong fingers, right? And a Jens Lehmann save that I can think of as well. That was like, Jens Lehmann, what a character, Jez. I love that reaction. Just,
He will create an argument out of nothing. Jens, but he's top guy though.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. On that group chat, by the way, he comes up with some funny things we've got a lot of sometimes, because we think, where did that come from?
Ooh, I feel like
I'll show you.
I want to hear. Everyone watching at home is going to be like, no, spill the tea now, live from M5, Jez, tell us. He is an incredible guy, but yeah, what a character.
He was a great goalkeeper as well, but goalkeeper, sometimes people think they're a bit selfish because they're on their own, but Jens was well involved in every discussion. Even at the other side of the pitch, he had his word to say. He wanted to be involved. He was a strong leader and a strong part of the team,
Yeah, okay, so that was an incredible win, obviously, against Aston Villa. And we're going to carry on the celebrations by giving one of you a chance to win one of the third kit shirts. So, if you want to be in with a chance of winning, if you were watching on Arsenal.com, you can scroll down and enter from below the video player, or you can scan this fancy QR code on the screen right now. All you've got to do is tell us who scored our first goal of the 2024-25 Premier League season. Make sure you are quick, as entries will close at kickoff, so you don't have too long to get your answer's in. Jez, do you know the answer to that? Don't say
No,
it
I'm not
because
going to
that
say
would
it.
ruin it.
But I saw the guys just looking at their time. Like, I haven't got time to scan it and get involved.
Cool. Let's. Yeah. I mean, there is time. What's the time? You've got 18 minutes to be quick. Everyone's quick on their phones these days, right? Of course, the transfer window has slammed shut, and we've spoken about one of the new signings, Raheem Sterling, a bit already. MIKEL also signed MIKEL. We've also got Neto, of course, that has come in on loan. Good signing. Jez, I mean, I'm like, who do we start with? I don't know about you guys, but last night I was just like wildly refreshing everything on social media. Like, is this going to happen? Is it Raheem? And it happened. And I, for one, am really excited about that. And also, obviously, Marino, great signing. We know that he has picked up an injury, unfortunately. Jez, talk to me. What have you made of the latest additions to the squad?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Really, really happy. I think, players that have come in. Sterling was a bit of a surprise, even if we heard MIKEL spoke about him last week in his press conference and saying how much he loves him and got a great relationship. So that was kind of a bit of a sign that, if there was a possibility, we'll definitely go and grab it. I think he's a great addition. Great addition because I think he's got a point to prove with the way Chelsea treated him. And he's a winner. He's won trophies, he's got experience. He's still young. People think he's like over 30, but he's not. He's still, he's still in his late 20s, and there's so much to come from him. And the fact that he didn't get picked as well for England, that would be another point to prove he wants to get back to his top. And I'm sure, Arsenal is the club for him.
Absolutely. I'm excited about this signing, Jez. I think we're going to see some good stuff. And I just trust in MIKEL and Edu as well, right? I believe in what they're doing. Right, at Arsenal, we've always been proud of our role at the forefront of equality in English football. And this week, we were privileged to be at the launch of Black Arsenal, a new book exploring our connection with Black British identity and culture. And Frimmy was at the launch, and here he is telling us all about it.
everyone's going to say Jorginho,
Yeah.
but I think with me, I'm going to say it's slightly underrated, but Tomiyasu maybe.
Ooh.
His mentality is a bit more on the low-key side, so something in his brain is something, he's always planning something.
The Odegaard.
Ooh, why?
Because I think Arteta sees a lot in himself in Odegaard. He wouldn't have picked him as the captain if he didn't see a lot of himself in Odegaard. So I think as a leader, as someone that's developing the squad, I think Odegaard would be a sick manager.
It's got to be Odegaard.
A lot of people have said that. Why do you think Odegaard?
Just because he's got that pizzazz, he's got the team behind him. But then I also think Saka, just because he's a little cutie.
What type of manager do you think he'll be, though? Do you think he'll be like a arm around the shoulder, or if things are all going wrong, he's going to get onto the players? What kind of manager do you think he'll be?
He'll be like an arm around the shoulder, you know, build up the positivity and that. Yeah. And I think Odegaard, with a tactical sense, you know, he's going to try and build that system and everything. So I think Odegaard will be a sick manager.
I think Jorginho would make a great manager.
Why is that?
I think he shows leadership, he shows a calming presence. He gives me the Arteta vibes back in 2011, who knows what he's doing, but doesn't need to say much because his attitude and his demeanour shows it.
Saka could be a good shot. No one's actually said Saka.
Everyone loves Saka, like especially the England squad. They always talk good things about him, so I think Saka would be a good one as well.
What type of clothing do you think he'll wear? You think Saka or Odegaard will come in suits?
I think Odegaard would be suits, Saka would be tracksuits.
Oh, okay, all right.
Like big games, like Champions League, I think he'd be suited and booted.
What kind of team talk do you think he would give if you know, everything's up against them, they're 2-0 down? What kind of team talk do you think it would be?
As we know, he's Italian. He's going to give that Italian flair, mixed with the, you know, the pep drama in there as well. I think he'll be a passionate one.
Yeah.
Because of
Going to give us an example?
Oh, my.
He said, maybe not.
Players, come on, you must believe.
That's decent.
Yeah.
That's good.
I think it was Spanish, but.
Yeah.
Good vibes from everyone here at Emirates Stadium. Right, it is almost time for kickoff. You can see the players are in the tunnel. Guys, are we feeling confident?
Yes.
Yes? Jez?
Yeah,
Thoughts,
massively confident, yeah. Another 2-0 for me.
Yeah?
Another one, yeah.
Ooh.
Third one on the trot.
We'll take a clean sheet. If you are watching us on YouTube, then make sure you head over to arsenal.com or the app. We will be back at half-time, but for now, we will leave you in the very capable hands of Dan Roebuck and Adrian Clark.
Many thanks to Nicole, many thanks to Jeremy and to everyone live from N5. It is a lunchtime kickoff and an early top of the table clash. There's two teams with 100% winning records in North London. Welcome along to Emirates Stadium for Arsenal versus Brighton. The Gunners aiming for a third straight win from the start of a new season for the fourth time in Arsenal's Premier League history and the second occasion under Mikel Arteta's stewardship. Fabian Hurtzler's Seagulls have also impressed in the opening weeks and, as we know, also have a play to 1-2 record in the top flight. They also defeated Crawley Town in the League Cup in midweek, and given Brighton have won 3 of their 7 Premier League away games against Arsenal, nothing can be taken for granted today. Adrian, interesting test today. I thought that over the course of the summer, Brighton might be one to fame, might be one that would be looking to maintain their top flight status rather than the table, but it's starting really well today. changes. Season for Mikel Arteta and the team, and some interesting business done over the course of the last 24 hours in the transfer window, with Raheem Sterling not signed quick enough to play today, signed very, very late last night, introduced to the Arsenal squad. I'm sure he will be a huge plus over the course of this season. Chelsea and Liverpool, but we have won 10 of the 19 occasions that he has been the man in the middle. Brighton all in yellow, their away kit, the travelling contingent up from the south coast away to our right, and it will be Fabian Hürzeler's side to get this game underway. Be interesting to see how they go about their business. As you mentioned, Adrian, under Fabian Hürzeler, something of an unknown, but they have sort of retained to a certain extent the style of Messrs De Zerbi and Potter over the course of the last few campaigns, and given their really good start to this season, we expect them to be a bit of a test today.
Yeah, definitely a test. Yeah, look, it's not a huge departure tactically from what we've seen of Brighton in the past. They'll be high energy, they'll press. They've still got, some very good wide players.
Let's see what Arsenal can do with Ødegaard on the right-hand side here, inside the penalty area, a twist and a turn. Looks to lay it back to Thomas Partey, couldn't quite do so, and it's Brighton that come away with possession, and a good powerful run on the left-hand side from Mitoma. Does he keep it in play? He does. One or two Arsenal fans thought that he didn't. He's going to be a real threat on the left.
Oh, well, he's been a thorn in our side before, hasn't he, Kaoru Mitoma? So, yeah, he started the season excellently. As have João Pedro and Danny Welbeck up front. Danny Welbeck's 2 in 2. João Pedro's been at the heart of everything that they've done well. He likes to drop. He'll drop in on Thomas Partey or Jurrien Timber and look to sort of man-mark them. And I think across the board, they'll try and go man-to-man where possible, Brighton and Hove Albion, just to sort of make sure that we don't have an easy route through the thirds. And as we can see, as we're building the play up, going side to side at the back, there's a line of 4 yellow shirts. Mitoma, Pedro, Welbeck and Minter on the other side. They are a wall of shirts that are going to try and block us.
Arsenal have possession with Havertz. Now it's with Bukayo Saka, just too shy of 50 Premier League goals, of course. Arsenal's number 7, looking to take on Hinshelwood. One step over, gets inside the penalty area and gets to the byline and looks to pull it back. It pops up, he's taken down by Rice inside the area, who will curl it back to the far post. Trossard will lay it in field, but Timber can't take a touch, and suddenly Brighton are on the counter, but there's not too many yellow shirts forward here in advanced positions, and it's Minter that loses possession. Arsenal have it back.
It's a great response, actually, from Jurrien Timber there. Arsenal lost the ball, Timber went forward, Trossard gave him a loose pass, and they looked to spring that break, but the way that Timber got back into a position where he could disrupt the player was excellent. Lovely, well-timed slide tackle, and Arsenal have the ball again. And once more we see Brighton look to just block off any kind of pass into Partey or Timber in midfield.
Interesting to see Saka get to the byline.
Oh, it's brilliant, wasn't it?
As he did, because it's something that I don't really associate with him. The back header from Dunk just about scrambled into his arms by Verbruggen as Havertz was lurking. But just on Saka, because we know he likes to come in on his left side. So to get to the byline, almost Raheem Sterling like to a certain extent.
It was, yeah. Look, I'm excited to see Sterling in an Arsenal shirt. It would be brilliant cover for Saka, and he'll challenge players for starting positions elsewhere as well. But no, look, as a winger, you have to vary it, Dan. You can't just do the same thing all the time. You've got to keep the fullback guessing. And he fancied himself, he backed himself to go on the outside of Hinshelwood. It was brilliant wing play from Saka, and we were unlucky not to score from that piece of football from him. So yeah, good start for Bukayo in this game.
Brighton have got a throw. João Pedro wins it, scored the winner very late on, of course, against Manchester United a week ago. Welbeck also scoring against his former club. Let's hope he doesn't score against Arsenal today. Of course, well liked when he was here. Welbeck still going strong, and a scorer in both of Brighton's games so far this season. 16 in 88 for Arsenal, 25 in 111 for Brighton in the top flight, and still a hard-working centre-forward.
So hard-working. He still offers plenty. You know, there's a threat in the air. We've seen him hit the bar with a header last weekend against Manchester United as well. He'll run the channels, he'll link play. Through the course of my analysis this week, I was looking at him, and no centre-forward in the division that started both games has lost possession less often than Danny Welbeck. So he looks after the ball. He gets it, he makes good decisions. He's not the sort that you can't rely on to hold the ball up. So look, he's started this campaign in terrific form.
Meanwhile, Ben White loses possession. João Pedro has it inside the penalty area. Angle of the box, looks to play back towards Welbeck. Good touch from Partey. Now it's with Havertz, looking for Saliba. And now Gabriel. There's a press coming from Brighton, but Arsenal will play through it. And it's played to this near side, and Havertz once again. Hinshaw comes to close him down. Now Ben White once again looks to launch it long. It spins up and doesn't go out of play. It does now. That's going to be an Arsenal throw, I think. Or is it? No, Brighton.
Yeah, I think it was an offside. I think Havertz just went a bit early. If they'd have seen the pass, he was on, and he was inside his own half when Ben White had the ball. But they didn't see the pass quickly enough, so then he couldn't quite stop himself. He entered the Brighton half, and for that reason, he was in an offside position.
Here is Ben White, and now it's with David Raya, who will punt it long. Havertz battles with Van Hecke. The ball will break for Ødegaard on the left, and now it's with Trossard, who will come forward, getting boos from the Brighton supporters. Clips it inside the box towards Havertz. Nice idea, maybe just gets a little bit too much on that one.
Well, he did get too much on it, but it's a good move, isn't it? It's nice free-flowing football. Arsenal sweeping the ball left, and Trossard, yeah, he was getting a little bit of stick from the away fans. Just ducks inside, and it's a really nice idea. The execution's tough. So he hasn't got a lot of angle, he hasn't got much room to play with, because the curl of the ball, which is an in-swinging cross, is always going to carry it out of play, and it just had too much on it to avoid Kai Havertz, but wasn't far away.
25 goals in 116 appearances, Trossard made for Brighton. But left, of course, mid-season, which no supporters like. Here is João Pedro, loses out. Saka has it. Hinshaw brings him down, right on the edge of the penalty area, borderline inside. Free kick Arsenal, could have been worse for the Seagulls.
Oh.
Might be worse. Was it just outside?
I think, well, it definitely started outside. He pulls him outside. It kind of lets go just when he gets to the line. Just Hinshaw, yeah, it's a blatant tug of the shirt, of the arm. And now Arsenal got a free kick. If you can imagine, what is it, 9 yards from the byline. It's about an inch outside the edge of the 18-yard box, and Saka's over this with his left foot. Does he shoot here, Dan, or does he look to pick someone out, I wonder?
Well, two-player wall. I would suggest he'll probably try and pick someone out, but it's one of those, isn't it, that you can imagine a good player like Saka is just rifling this one into a top corner, or curling it into the near corner, Maradona-like. Let's see what Saka can do. Arsenal have loaded up far post, angle of the 6-yard box, far side of Saka. Will see no one near side, but runners on the edge of the area. Rice is completely free. Saka will roll it in low, hits Mitoma, then taps it back towards Ødegaard. Here is Saka once again, a bit of a waste maybe from an Arsenal point of view, unless, of course, something comes of it, and it might do as Saka gets in, and Verbruggen makes the save. Not the connection he wanted, but a neat move nonetheless.
Oh, it's really clever from Martin Ødegaard. Well, how often do these two combine? Saka inside to Ødegaard, looking for the 1-2. The scoop pass from Ødegaard is a joy. And what I wanted to see from Saka there is him committing to the volley. Can he take a proper swing at it, hit it on the instep, and just take the net off? In the end, he goes for a side footer. And he doesn't catch it, does he? He just bobbles it towards the goalkeeper. What a goal that would have been had he connected properly there, Saka.
Well, the TV monitors that we're looking at here at the Emirates are showing Raheem Sterling at the moment. Look, he's a player that's got a point to prove. Frozen out at Chelsea, was their marquee signing, of course. The deal has been reported. He's very favourable from an Arsenal point of view. And I'm sure that MIKEL ARTETA will work with him at City, and that's got to be the main driver, I think, or one of the main drivers, because it was a deal that was done really late. We'll hope to get the best out of it.
Oh, yeah. He can play striker, he can play left wing, right wing, he can probably play at 10 as well. He's a really useful player that is proven at Premier League level. He scores goals, he makes goals. When you go to Chelsea, such an unstable environment, I think it's easy to go backwards. I think it's been a graveyard for a lot of players. I think he's still got a lot to offer, Raheem Sterling, and he will love our style of play.
Referee intervenes here. Arsenal have got a free kick. Havertz was brought down. James Milner is the perpetrator. Still going strong, of course, James Milner, closing in on the Premier League record appearance number. At the moment, it's 636. Incredible longevity to his career. Saka takes the long ball down easily.
Oh, yeah.
Looks to find Ødegaard, gets to the byline, pings it across, cleared away by Van Hecke. João Pedro completes the clearance. White will recycle for Arsenal. And Saliba has it once again. Has to turn back towards David Raya.
Good play again from the Gunners. They've started this game so sharply. This time, Saka plays Ødegaard in on the overlap.
Low ball in, but it's too close to the keeper. Well, Arsenal are getting closer, and the passes are just a little off in terms of the radar, but you sense a goalie's coming even at this early stage.
Everything is going through Bukayo Saka, isn't it? We're feeding him incessantly, and he definitely has the upper hand in his duel with young Hinshelwood. He really fancies it today, Bukayo Saka. It's 4 or 5 times now. He's got into some excellent positions.
Arsenal have it again, this time over on the left-hand side with Declan Rice. Rice will play it back for Timber. Timber infield for Saliba. Saliba lets the ball come across his body and then takes a touch and then swivels back towards Ben White. Now it's with Ødegaard once again. Ødegaard will play it back. Ben White has possession. And we've had opening exchanges here, 10 minutes in at the Emirates Stadium. Brighton with this 100% winning record, just about achieved with that late win over Manchester United, following up an easy win over Everton on match day 1. Saka again, right-hand side against Hinshelwood, inside the area, twists one way, then the other, still going, looks to stab it back the 6-yard box. White will flash it in, and it hits a Brighton player and goes out for a corner. That may well have been goal-bound. We were right behind that.
Oh, it's a peach of a strike from Ben White. They're appealing for handball. I don't think so. It's not. My gut instinct says not a lot the Brighton defender can do about this. It's by his side. I think it's just about by his side. It's a dunk it hits. But what about the wing play from Saka? 1v1. He turns Hinshelwood inside out and then just feeds the ball across the box. It comes back out to White and he lashes it at goal, and it takes a little nick. It's behind for a corner, but wow. Bukayo Saka, he's dominating the game at the moment. We're 10 minutes in and he's the only player we're really talking about.
He's had an awful lot of the ball. He shows some real skill and endeavour. And Ben White's shot from his cutback means that Arsenal have got a corner here. Left wing will be an in-swinger. Declan Rice will take. Arsenal heavy back post. Gabriel on the penalty spot at the moment, looking to get half a yard away from João Pedro. It's towards Gabriel. Looks to try and chest it down. Goes back out for another corner. No, goal kick. A little unlucky there, maybe, Big Gabby.
He was, yeah. They left him 1v1 with João Pedro, and they were pulling each other. And, you know, I thought for a moment the referee might consider giving a penalty against Brighton. In the end, he lets it go, and Pedro defends it nicely.
Here is Saliba. And now Gabriel. 2 clean sheets, of course, so far for Arsenal, but everyone knows that the Gunners rode their luck a little bit against Aston Villa last weekend. David Raya coming up with a couple of good stops. Meanwhile, Brighton win it back. Minter comes forward, tries to play it in field for Welbeck, but Trossard it is that picks it up, and he tries to divert it to this near side, but he's giving it straight to Mitoma. Mitoma coming forward, good skill, looks to get away from White. He's got some pace as Mitoma, as we know. Flicks it to the left flank here. Let's see what Brighton can do. Opportunity for Baleba to get forward, has to slow it down just a little. Now it's with Hinshelwood. First time that Brighton have got players in forward positions in numbers in this opening half. Here is Dunk, and now back towards Hinshelwood, and Dunk once again. Mitoma, Dunk has it. Brighton with a new coach, of course, Fabian Hürzeler. No one knew too much about, but he had a really good season last campaign in German football. He's come to Brighton. He's got a big opportunity to make an impression. Danny Welbeck's given it away.
Yeah, right, and I jinxed him, didn't I?
He did, yeah. Thinks he's playing for Arsenal.
So, yeah, no, I always like that, if we can jinx an opposition player. But, yeah, there's a really loose pass from him straight to Saka, of all people. And the other player that's really started the game well is Ødegaard. We've seen that scoop pass. We saw the overlap around the outside. He got to the byline. Trossard, I think, has been shaky. He's given the ball away 2 or 3 times. So yeah, he just needs to sharpen up his distribution, Leandro Trossard.
João Pedro has possession. Arsenal just a little sloppy at the back. This is Matoma coming forward on the left. Now it's João Pedro once again. Welbeck moves inside the penalty area. João Pedro launching it towards the far post, and a header that's turned behind by Raheem. In fact, he manages to keep it in play. Was it Minter on that right-hand side that got the shot away? It was.
It was, yeah. It was,
header away, I should
yeah,
say.
Jurrien Timber might look at himself and think, could I have got a little bit closer to young Kuba Minter there? It was a good far post delivery. Clean header. And Raya just swoops down to his left, parries it with soft hands, and then just gathers it at the second attempt. So, yeah, first effort of note from the Seagulls.
Saliba with the ball at his feet. Arsenal started positively here. Did have trouble with Brighton, of course, in recent times, but we're going to have won 3 of the last 4 in the Premier League. We've got an issue to whom here? Got a player down, can't quite see who it is. Is it James Milner?
James Milner is down. So I would assume that's the change that Brighton and Hove Albion are going to have to make here. I mean, it's interesting that they've made that call before the physios have even got on to see James Milner. So clearly that they might have seen what has happened. Maybe it's a muscle pull. We certainly didn't see the incident. Just having another look at that Minter chance. It's a great far post cross from João Pedro. And Jurrien Timber was just on his heels. He's not looking around him. The header itself actually wasn't going in. David Raya wasn't to know that. But yeah, I think Jurrien Timber's got to get himself into a slightly better position there and look to disrupt the winger better than he did. But we got away with it.
Well, Milner's still down. This is the 41st time that he's playing against Arsenal, James Milner, in his career. He made his debut against Arsenal for Leeds back in November 2003. He did play at Highbury the season after in the 03-04 campaign when Leeds were thumped 5-0 late on in Arsenal's invincible season. And since then has turned out for Newcastle, Villa, Man City, Liverpool, and of course Brighton against the Gunners. Unbelievable career, 38.
Yeah, amazing. Let's hope he's not seriously injured here. I think they were looking at his knee.
I think he is going to come off though, isn't he?
He is, yeah. They've obviously realised there's some kind of damage to his knee. Let's hope it's nothing major, because, you know, I'd love to see him break that appearance record in the Premier League.
So Milner off to be replaced here by Yasin Ayari, who's just 20. Had a loan spell at Blackburn last season and also played at Coventry on loan. And this a rare Premier League appearance for the youngster who was signed from Swedish side AK back in the January of 23. See what he can do. New name on me.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about him. Didn't make a huge impact, I have to say, in the Championship either.
No, didn't really. He wasn't a regular really at Coventry or Blackburn. So we restart. Brighton with an enforced change. Arsenal in possession. And this is Thomas Partey, scored, of course, against Villa last weekend with that driving shot from outside the area. Ben White looks to switch and does so with cool efficiency. This is Trossard, first time ball in. Ødegaard with a shot straight into the arms of Verbruggen. There has to be a goal. Has to score.
We saw 2 magnificent passes there. Ben White with a switch of play from one wing to the next. It is magnificent. So Leandro Trossard, all the Brighton players have come across. And then the ball in, left-footed from Trossard, is a peach. And yeah, I agree. I think Ødegaard, a little bit like Saka earlier, he's got to commit to that volley. Got to make a more aggressive contact on the ball. He's a little bit tentative, goes with his side foot, and it's a weak side foot. It just bobbles into the arms of Verbruggen. So, yeah, I mean, Arsenal could easily be 2 up here.
Hasn't scored since netting against Wolves late last season, late on in the 2-0 away win. 8 last term, 15 the year before, which was a standout campaign for our skipper. Never got into double figures previously in his league career, wherever he'd been. Havertz just strays offside here. But still waiting with 10 Premier League assists last season.
He's capable, isn't he?
Yeah, he's such a good player, isn't he? Beating heart. And that combination play between himself and Saka and Ben White on this right-hand side has been key to Arsenal's fortunes, I think, hasn't it, over the last few years?
Yeah, it has, yeah. Those three just love playing alongside each other. There's great chemistry. They kind of don't even have to think about it now. The triangles, the patterns that they create are so hard to deal with. And, yeah, I think that all three have been good at the start of this match as well. Just looking at some of the numbers, 13 touches in the box already for Arsenal after, what, 17 or 18 minutes. That's not bad going. You know, we really are controlling the match, and we are the side that look vastly superior.
Strong challenge from Minter on Ødegaard, who's gone down clutching just below the knee, which doesn't look good. Top of the shin, maybe.
I mean, Minter is claiming that it's an accident, and it is an accident. No, because he gets
follow through, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can't kick a ball and then just stop your foot. When was the last time you kicked the ball down? Come on.
Well, I'm going to be last time you're going back a long. You're going back a long
well,
way now.
It's very hard to kick a ball and not produce any follow-through whatsoever. So, of course, it follows through a little bit, and that's where he catches
I just think
the knee of Ødegaard.
I just think if the follow-through is reckless, it doesn't matter. And I'm not suggesting that
wasn't reckless. No, that's
I'm just saying that, you know, footballers are wily characters, Adrian, as you well know, and you can put all sorts of disguise on follow-through.
You can, but yeah, I'm going to give the Brighton player there, Minter, the benefit of the doubt. Hopefully, it's just a stinger for Martin Ødegaard, just on the bottom of the knee there. It would have hurt.
Yeah,
no doubt about that. We're seeing on our monitor as well pictures of MIKEL Merino. What a blow that was!
I mean, that is just unbelievable. Unlucky.
Bad luck, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I know that the players train hard. There's no, I don't think they hold back in training.
Yeah, they have to, don't they?
Yeah, so it would have been a committed training session, I'm sure, but no malice intended from Gabriel. By all accounts, he just sort of lands on Merino accidentally, and that's where the injury occurred. So yeah, let's just hope it's a minor one. It's such a shame for him to miss a couple of months or so.
Yeah, I mean, shoulder injuries, you think to yourself, well, that's okay, you know, you don't shoot with your shoulder, do you? But they can give you problems, can't they?
Well, I broke my collarbone playing for Arsenal, and yeah, I was probably out for a couple of months. Yeah, it was very sore as well. Absolutely no way you can run properly. You can't swing your arms, you know. So yeah, of course your shoulder will need to be fully healed before Merino can come back into training. I'm afraid he's got a lot of bike work to look forward to and things like that, just to keep his legs going while he's doing his rehab.
Yeah, we wish him well. Obviously, all the latest news as to when he might be available again, we'll have on the website for you. But look, there's a couple of international breaks coming up, one next week, of course, and one in October. So with a bit of luck, he's not going to miss loads and loads of the early part of the season, but look, still unfortunate. We restart. Ødegaard's not back on yet. Trossard's come to this right-hand side to pick up possession for Arsenal, down by the corner flag, and Trossard looks to try and curl the cross in. He wins the corner as it hits Duncan. It goes out for a flag kick as Martin Ødegaard just comes back on the field of play. Does he? Not quite yet. Just feeling that knee a little bit, but he looks to be okay. Just a couple of squats before he comes back on.
Yeah, you just might have to run it off. Obviously, it is an impact injury. You're just hoping it hasn't jarred the knee, that he hasn't bent it back in the wrong direction. Doesn't appear to be the case. So hopefully just a bruise. That was clever from Trossard. He got exactly what he was looking for. He wanted to corner off the defender, and he got it.
So Saka to take, left-footed, and it comes towards the near post. It's nodded away towards Ødegaard, who jumps towards the 6-yard box. We've got bodies down of both flavours here. Then it's flicked back by Baleba into the arms of Verbruggen. One or two cries from the Arsenal fans, but although there were some robust challenges and aerial duels inside the area, nothing untoward, I don't think.
No, definitely not. No, it was physical, but nothing breaking the rules, in my opinion. Seeing Brighton build up here, and Arsenal looking to press Thomas Partey. Very advanced there with the press. Got to be careful, because if Thomas Partey goes too far forward, João Pedro will drop into those little pockets between the midfield and the attack. He's done it in both games to really good effect so far. We saw, didn't we, in that Villa game? Morgan Rogers caused Partey a lot of problems.
Brighton have it. Minter on the right-hand side. Welbeck infield. João Pedro wants it inside the penalty area. So does Minter, who jumps with David Raya. Rather, Mitoma, wasn't it? Who jumps with David Raya. good claim. Not the tallest, is he, Mitoma? Not by any stretch of the imagination, but a safe pair of hands nonetheless.
Yeah, he just looks really confident, doesn't he, now, David Raya? I remember that first game that he played at Everton, where they really peppered his box with crosses. He was really dominant on that day, and that told me that even though he lacks height, he's got great spring and timing, David Raya. And I think now that he's super confident in an Arsenal shirt, we're seeing that come to the fore more and more often.
João Pedro, Party wins it back, does really well against Baleba. And now it's Ødegaard, central, just inside the centre circle. The referee's allowing 1 or 2 challenges to go here.
Wow.
He exclaims with a what as Ødegaard's still limping a little bit. Just caught my eye there, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's just a little bit of a hop and a skip there. I hope he's all right. But yeah, I thought he was fouled again there. It was a lovely piece of skill. And I thought they definitely knocked him to the ground, but the referee was on the spot, didn't give it.
Here is Lewis Dunk, still keeping our eye on Martin Ødegaard here because he's not moving particularly freely at all. Brighton have possession. Worked it well with Ayari getting involved, and the ball goes out of play, and Ødegaard's just gone. Is he going to go down again here? I think he is. No, back up on his feet.
Well, they'll be looking at him, that is for sure. Who are we going to send out? Jorginho's go out. We've got Ethan Nwaneri.
Yeah.
Skelly. Yeah, 4 subs have gone out to have a little limber up just in case.
I don't think he can continue here, Martin Ødegaard.
Doesn't look right.
It doesn't look right at all. He is continuing at the moment. He'll want to stay on, and he will know his own body. Sensible and educated guy. He'll know if he needs to come off.
What would you do here? I'll tell you what I would do. I would, if he has to come off, I'd bring Trossard in, and I'd put Martinelli out onto the left wing. I just don't think we've got a like-for-like replacement. We've let them go. Fabio Vieira's gone out on loan. Smith Rowe has gone. Reece Nelson's gone. Obviously, he was not a central player. You know, there's no obvious like-for-like. That's the issue with Ødegaard. You know, he's so crucial to this team.
Here he is. Looks for Havertz. Havertz can't get it beyond Van Hecke, and it runs through towards Dunk, who will cleverly play it forward for Ayari, and eventually to Minter over on that right-hand side. Here is Veltman to take a touch in the right-back position. And now Van Hecke again. Touch for Hinchelwood, who's come in field. And now Veltman has it over on the right-hand side. Turns it back towards Van Hecke. Brighton have possession here. No goals so far. 0-0 in the early kick-off match week 3 of the Premier League. Both of these sides with 100% winning records, of course. Rest of the Premier League programme to play out over the course of the weekend before the first international break of the campaign. It would be brilliant if Arsenal can make it 3 wins from 3 from the start of the season. Brighton haven't won 3 from the opening weekend of the season on the spin since the 11-12 campaign, I think it is. But they are acquitting themselves a little better after looking a little nervous in the opening 5 attempts.
Yeah, look, whenever we put them under pressure, I think their back four is creaking. I don't think there's any doubt about that. When we've got the ball wide in 1v1 situations, we look really, really good. And it's just about our final ball. But we know they've got good players. And they've produced some nice moments in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, João Pedro up against Thomas Partey, drives inside the area, looks to pull it back. It's a really good block and clearance from Saliba, and it's a Brighton throw.
Yeah, he went past Partey too easy. Morgan Rogers really gave Partey a tough time, a tough examination the other day. And here it's a clever piece of skill, but Thomas will be disappointed at how easily he was able to get the wrong side of him.
Hinchelwood on his right side, shot is blocked, it comes towards Mitoma. Mitoma moves outside of the Arsenal penalty area on the left-hand side, down by the corner flag, left flank here. Japanese style will play it back for João Pedro. João Pedro looking for Dunk, back towards João Pedro again. Mitoma's moved infield. Danny Welbeck calling for it inside the penalty area. Now it's with Hinchelwood. Looks to get the cross in, left-footed towards the far post, and it's Timber that just guides it behind as Minter was coming in behind him. Brighton corner.
Well, he got his positioning better this time, didn't he? Jurrien Timber got himself between Minter and the ball, and there wasn't a lot he could do, in all honesty. He had to play the percentage option, and that was to just put it behind for a corner. Brighton will carry a threat from these this season, no doubt about that.
So Brighton have a corner, right-hand side. Arsenal with everybody back inside their own penalty area. High in-swinger towards the back post, but there's nobody there. And then Baleba just shoves Saka over. That was pretty poor from the Cameroon midfielder.
Well, it was a bit daft, wasn't it? Because it was one of those situations where Saka didn't really want the ball. It's sort of running out of play. He's in the right back spot. There's nowhere for him to go. And Baleba commits a needless foul. So a let-off really there for Arsenal. It was an awful corner, wasn't it? It was ballooned into the air. Be great, wouldn't it? We can pull off another clean sheet here today. I think clean sheets are always team efforts, Dan, but Saliba and Gabriel have been brilliant, haven't they, together? Did a piece on it ahead of this game, and the win ratio when these two start is 76% in the Premier League. 48% of our matches end in a clean sheet as well with those two side by side. So hopefully we can edge towards 50% today.
Brighton have got a throw-in. Arsenal fans didn't like a challenge on Saka. I'm not quite sure he had it completely in his control, did he? I think he sort of took a touch and then went beyond it, but maybe unlucky not to get a free kick.
I thought it was a foul. Yeah, I did. I thought it was a really clumsy challenge from Mitoma, but the referee does appear to be keen to let play flow, doesn't he? He doesn't want to keep blowing up for free kicks, which I kind of do like.
Is that a directive for this season, AD?
I think there's the bar has been raised a little bit, hasn't it? Certainly for bookings it has. I don't think it should be raised for fouls necessarily, because you've got to protect players as well.
Meanwhile, a mistake from Partey, and this is Minter over on the right-hand side. The ball wasn't great, but he's brought it down from Baleba and then clips it back inside the area, cleared away. Welbeck was lurking. Havertz's header isn't great. Mitoma on the volley, wide of the target. Got hold of that one all right. Couldn't find the bottom corner, thankfully. But Arsenal, having given the ball away, were so nearly punished.
Well, it was a bit of a scare, wasn't it? Havertz couldn't get his clearance right. His header sort of went straight in the air, and it fell to Mitoma of all people. And he does commit to the volley in a way that Saka and Ødegaard maybe didn't. Goes with the laces, but in truth, it's probably a couple of foot wide of that far post in the end. But he is a real danger, the Japanese wide man. I'm a big fan of Mitoma.
Had a really good game against Arsenal in Arsenal's 4-2 win at Brighton a few years ago. Not really seen him run at Ben White just yet, thankfully. But he's a very, very clever player. Arsenal have got a free kick meanwhile, have they? Or is it just a throw-in on that far side? No, it will be a free kick. Trossard was shoved to the ground by Veltman.
Yeah, just looking at... Interesting watching Fabian Herzl, obviously 31, famously, and the youngest manager by far. He's got a lot of energy. He's got a lot to say for himself. He's certainly not a shrinking violet, is he, inside that technical area? He's given the fourth official plenty, that's for sure.
They've got St. Pauli up from the second tier in Germany last season. Good reputation, typical sort of Brighton signing, I guess, in a way, as a coach. You know, that's what Tony Blue, how they like to operate. I mean, they've spent a lot of money, haven't they, Brian? Is it the most now, I think, or the second most of this window? I'm not
quite sure what the sort of the final tallies have been added up, but they're up there. They've bought well, I think, Brighton. They have. They've definitely strengthened their squad. Not a lot of the players they've signed aren't available today, but yeah, they've got depth now, Brighton, no doubt about that. I think they'll finish in the top 8 and push for top 6.
Fabian Herzl is not happy because players have been stopped because Saka's on the ground now. He was caught by a stray boot of Jack Hinchelwood. I think it was accidental, but there was a bit of an elbow initially that brought him down. And then the follow-through when Saka was on the deck. I mean, he's looking at the ball, isn't he? And then he's trying to just get back down on the turf. Hinchelwood, I don't think there's any real blame on him, but he does catch Saka.
He does, yeah. He caught him with his arm, didn't he? And then he trod on him accidentally. Yeah, I don't think there was any malice. There's a little pat on the shoulder there from Hinchelwood to Bukayo, just to say, look, sorry, mate, I didn't mean it. And I believe him. But yeah, we just need to get back, don't we, to the first 15 minutes or so, first 20 here, where we're pinning Brighton in, we're getting the ball to Saka in those 1v1s. I think since Ødegaard's injury, and he's still hobbling around a little bit, we've lost some impetus, no doubt about that. He doesn't look right to me. He's not moving freely, is he?
No, still not. He's moving a little better, but still not as you would expect. Meanwhile, Arsenal have it. Tim but wins it cleanly, plays it towards Rice. He's got Trossard further left. Here is Trossard in front of the Brighton fans, looks to take on Veltman. They enjoyed that as Veltman got the challenge in, but Trossard still has possession. Now it's back towards Gabriel on the left-hand side. Saliba on the halfway line. He's got Ben White to his right. Arsenal fans respond with cries of Leo, backing their man. Trossard, instant impact, of course, off the bench at Villa Park last weekend. Here is Ødegaard. It's okay there, but the flick through towards Havertz didn't come off, and Hinchelwood will play it back for Verbruggen. And now it's Van Hecke as Havertz closes him down. Hertzler, just below our commentary position here, applauds as he sees his centre-half play the ball back towards Bart Verbruggen once again. Curls it over to the right-hand side. Veltman will take it down. Good press from Arsenal, and they've won it back. Partey towards Ødegaard. Ødegaard being challenged by Baleba. Free kick.
Yeah, it was interesting there to see Gabriel step into midfield to win the header. He's really aggressive with the way that he defended there. I've seen more and more of that from him. Saw it in the first 2 matches as well. A 1v1 for Saka.
Saka against Hinchelwood. Mitoma is coming back, sort of. He's not giving him that much protection so far in this first half. Saka back for Saliba. Saliba, angle of the box on the right-hand side. Saka has it again. And now back towards Saliba once more. Infield for Gabriel. Now it's with Saliba. And Gabriel, once again, Brighton looking to push out a little bit, but Saliba is calm under pressure and plays it towards Gabriel. Well, we've had 35 minutes here and still no goals, but nothing to get too concerned about. Arsenal have played on the front foot throughout and have created opportunities. Have been saves made by Bart Verbruggen. 3 attempts on target for Arsenal so far, and the flag has gone up here. Was that Havertz offside?
It's Declan Rice. He's been quiet, hasn't he, in this half? Declan Rice, such a dominant presence for us, isn't he? But hasn't really made a big impact, I'd say, in this first 35 minutes. I think that Partey and Rice have struggled to make their mark. Havertz has really not had much service. You know, not a lot has been fed into him. It really has. From an Arsenal point of view, we're struggling to make any headway down the middle of the pitch. And I talked about it earlier with Brighton, with that line of 4, looking to block the passes down the middle. Everything we're doing is having to go wide. We look good when we do it quickly, but Brighton seem more and more comfortable when we have the ball, which is obviously not a good sign.
Right, outside of his own penalty area. Now it's with Saliba. Saliba moves forwards, faced up by João Pedro and Mitoma. Partey is there and looks for Saka. Saka, was he just calling 2 miles out? Yeah. Half went towards the ball, then let it come across his body, and there's too much pace on it.
Yeah,
Throw in, Brian.
Yeah, it was a really nice pass to him, and it was one of those he should have taken a touch on reflection, but he thought, oh, this is going to stay in. I'm going to let it run across my body, and I'm going to keep the momentum from the pass. But unfortunately, the angle of the ball just meant that it ran out of play. So he was kicking himself there. Was Saka.
Long for Mitoma to chase. Saliba is there, bounces for Minter. Minter turns under pressure. Was he brought down by Gabriel? Yes, says the referee. Groans from the Arsenal fans and a shake of the head from Arsenal's number 6.
Looked a soft one, didn't it? Yeah, when you think about some of the things that he's let go in Brighton's half, when we've been on the front foot, some of the challenges that he's just waved play on for. Yeah, this was a soft one, and it does give Brighton an opportunity to whip across into the box. Yeah, all but one player really is up for this.
Yeah, Brighton have loaded up here, right on the edge of the penalty area, a line of 5. Good movement inside the box. It's towards Dunk, but Raya is there, watches it all the way, and then looks to try and release Trossard. Has he got the pace? Well, Verbruggen stopped, then started again, and was told by Hinchelwood to come and get the ball, which he did.
Oh, it was a good idea from David Raya, yeah, because he sees Trossard's away for a 1v1. He kicks it out of his hands, but Verbruggen basically hasn't retreated far enough back, so he's already in a high position and he's able to sweep up.
Saka looks to flick it forward. Havertz should be in here and looks to chip the keeper. Brilliantly done. Kai Havertz with a wonderful finish. Saka will claim the assist. And as Brighton try to re-establish themselves in the game, they've been suckered here by a wonderful goal from Arsenal. Cool finish from Kai Havertz, and it's the Gunners that lead by a 1-0.
Brilliant finish. Kai Havertz is a man in form. He loves scoring against Brighton. Kai Havertz, and he never looked like missing. It's an opportunist goal. Bukayo Saka picks up a loose ball. It's just a high ball, booted into the air. Brighton don't deal with it. They let it bounce. And then Saka just lobs it over Van Hecke, puts Havertz in the clear. And I tell you what, that's a difficult chance because the keeper comes out and he narrows the angle, but he gets a lovely bit of elevation on the lob. And it's a really calm finish. That will settle a few nerves here at Emirates Stadium.
Well, he scores again, and he scores again versus Brighton, as Eddie was pointing out. Got a really good record for Arsenal against the Seagulls. That's 3-3 now, and it's 4 all told. He did score in his Chelsea days against Brighton, but it was a cool finish, and when the Bruggen's racing towards you, you can panic a little bit, but he didn't miss his touch. It was a real cool take. Some of those you see blaze over the bar, some you see drop wide. It's never as easy as it looks, because on the face of it you think, well, that's an open goal, but it never is. And no. Excellent finish. Here is Mitoma as Brighton look to try and fight back. Curled to the edge of the area, not quite cleared away. It's come back inside the box towards Hinshelwood, doesn't get the head on it properly. Raya will play.
It's amazing, isn't it? You get to play all that pretty football, and really it's just a bobbler. It's a bobbler that sets Saka away to put him in a position where he can free up Kai Havertz. He basically comes off Bukayo Saka's back, and it falls nicely for him. But even Bukayo, he had a defender, I think it might have been Dunk. Yeah, it was steaming in on him, and he kept his eye on the ball, and he was brave, was Bukayo Saka, because a lot of players might have backed away from it, but he didn't. He towed it over the top for Kai Havertz, who made no mistake. And look, on the balance of play, we absolutely deserve it. You know, Saka had a good chance, Ødegaard had an even better one. You know, Brighton really haven't done a great deal, so yeah, we deserve this lead.
I think it's a lesson as well. You think, well, Saka's never going to beat Dunk in the air, but to a certain extent it doesn't matter. Challenge for it anyway. See what happens. See where the ball bounces, because that was the sort of genesis of where it happened, isn't it, really? It's
well, direct football is out of fashion. Well, I think we already said that. We know that. Managers don't want their players to lump it, but we saw there what can happen. Because it was basically just a lump forward where a collision between two players creates the scenario where we create a 1v1. So, you know, there are pros as well as cons to playing in a direct manner, and yeah, we did it well there.
Here's Ødegaard. Is that through the legs?
That was a lovely little Megs, yeah.
Here is Partey. Arsenal lose it, then win it back, and then Partey's just a little over-exuberant, but Arsenal still come away with possession, and Declan Rice. Oh, now then, that's a little late, and this could be a problem
yellow, isn't it?
for Rice. Is it going to be a yellow card? Let's have a see what colour it's going to be. He's in trouble. Just a yellow. He was late, wasn't he? I think I can see a yellow here, AD.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be ludicrous if that was a red. Yeah, it's a frustrating one for Declan. He's always second favourite, and he lunges in.
Yeah, it's yellow.
I mean, it's not even a great deal of contact.
And it's just a yellow, isn't it, really? Because he's pulling out, he's not gone forced through.
Some people might look at that at first glance and say, oh, is it a red, is it an orange, one of those in-betweeners? No, absolutely not.
I think it's in between a nothing and a yellow.
Yeah, I agree. It's a...
What do we call that? Cream.
A cream. A vanilla. No, vanilla, I think, works well for that.
Introduce that. Bit of a vanilla card, not even a yellow.
But yeah, that kind of sums up his half, Declan. He's really sort of been on the periphery of it. And there, when he had his opportunity to strive forward, the ball just didn't, sort of run of the ball didn't go his way.
Fabian Hurtzler's going to get a card for his protests from Chris Kavanagh. So, Brighton coach in the book. We're going to restart with a Brighton free kick because of the challenge.
That might quieten him down a bit, the Seagulls head coach. He's been lively in his technical area in this half. Yeah, he might just have to be a bit more restrained from now on.
Mitoma left-hand side for Brighton. Up against Saka for now. Cuts inside and back on his left foot. Here is Pedro. Mitoma's gone off a run. He puts the plate towards Hinshelwood, but it's a poor ball. Ødegaard picks it up and then Havertz loses out. Here is João Pedro again. Now Hinshelwood once more. Forward for João Pedro, who's shoved over by Saka. That's going to be a free kick to Brighton.
Yeah, a few too many fouls at the moment from an Arsenal point of view. We've got to get our shape slightly better. Yeah, it is a foul from Saka, but it comes because the players are the wrong side of their markers, and we allow João Pedro to get the ball on the half turn, and we're scrambling back. You know, you've got to get, when we lose the ball, as Havertz did there, quite sloppily, we just need to make sure that our shape is nice and compact, and it's been loose maybe since we took that lead.
Free kick, left-hand side. Good 25 yards out to the left. And Hinshelwood is going to play this one in right-footed. In-swinger, fairly low towards the far post. Good delivery as well. Comes off an Arsenal player, I think. Is that corner? Well, we've got an Arsenal player down, haven't we, here? It's Gabriel who's down. It's going to be a goal kick.
Yeah, so Gabriel is all right. Yeah, it was a decent-looking in-swinger. It comes off his heel, actually, or the back of his calf, doesn't it? In mid-air, he kind of loses control, Gabriel, and the ball loops over his head, hits the back of his calf, and goes out for what should have been a corner. Got away with that.
So goal kick to Arsenal, who lead by a goal to nil. Kai Havertz, the goal scorer. Arsenal in pretty good order, but just the one goal in it. Arsenal have to keep up the good work to maintain this advantage. Haven't seen that much from Brighton from an attacking point of view, but we've seen a little bit.
Well, they've got good individuals, haven't they, Brighton? I don't think you want to be giving them too many chances. Talented side. We've got 4 more minutes. Yeah, it's been a half with a few injury stoppages. Also, we saw Milner go off. Ødegaard was down for quite a while, and there were others too. But no, I think the star of the show has obviously been Bukayo Saka. Everything's come through him down this right-hand side. He's been outstanding. But I'm looking at Partey and Rice and even Ødegaard, Havertz, Trossard. I think there's more to come from all of those guys. I don't think they've been quite at their very best in this half. And a lot of that might be to do with Brighton, you know, for the way that they play.
Van Heck of a dunk. Plays it towards Mitoma. Infield, gives it straight to Rice. Rice plays it forward. Saka for Ødegaard. Back towards Saka. Baleba's in the way. And then Arsenal win it back. And this is Saka inside the area. Trossard with a flick. Rice can't take it on. Thumped away by Veltman. Maybe guilty of over-elaboration there.
Well, definitely guilty of over-elaboration. Yeah, it fell nicely to Saka. I'm just looking, when the ball falls kindly to him, I just want him to wrap his left foot around the ball there and whip it towards the far corner. We go for the intricate move, and ultimately it doesn't come off. It's a good pass.
Yeah, long here for Rice, who will let it go through for Trossard. Trossard on the left-hand side, inside the area, and the shot is well saved by Verbruggen, but in truth, he was favourite to save that, but it'll go down as one on target nonetheless.
Well, we saw a great pass, didn't we, from Gabriel at Aston Villa for Leandro Trossard over the top of a high line. I think Havertz is offside. He leaves it, doesn't he? Or was it Rice, rather, leaves it for Trossard, who's onside. He cuts inside his man. Yeah, the strike's decent enough. It's towards the near post, but the goalkeeper read it pretty early, I think. But I do like that from Gabriel. Coming out of defence, looking to clip one pass, one incisive, progressive pass over a fullback for a winger to get on the end of. And that's something he's bringing into his game more and more, Gabriel Magalhaes. So, yeah, well played him there.
Deep into the 4 minutes of added on time at the end of this first period. Opening half of match week 3 of the new Premier League season. Arsenal looking to make it 3 wins from 3. For what will be the 4th time in the Premier League era, and looking to win 9 games on the spin in the Premier League for the first time since the Invincible season.
Yeah.
Early on in Jan through Feb, wasn't it? 9 with Arsene Wenger.
Good skill there from João Pedro. Yeah, look. Everything that this team does is the first since the Invincibles, isn't it? You know, this is absolutely, categorically, the best Arsenal side since that group.
Partey's got a yellow card here, has he, for a challenge on João Pedro. João Pedro seemingly got away. We did get away from Saka, and then Partey came across and tug of the shirt.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the neck of the shirt, isn't it? So he's got him really by the neck. Can't do that. I mean, it's a soft old yellow, but yeah, it's a silly one. You know you can't get away with that.
Might be the last act of the first half, this. Free kick left-hand side, which Sherwood will take. Right-footed, whip this one in. And it comes fairly low trajectory, clear to the edge of the 6-yard box, then better from Gabriel. Minter will cushion the header for Baleba. He'll have to roll it all the way back to Verbruggen. The referee looks at his watch. Verbruggen goes long, route one, hopes to hit João Pedro, beaten in the air by Gabriel. João Pedro jumps again. Welbeck doesn't get there. Ødegaard's overhead does. And then Hinshelwood knocks it onto Saka. Saka goes down. The referee blows not for a foul, but for half-time. Hinshelwood races straight down the tunnel. 1 or 2 boos from the Arsenal fans. I think that's directed to the referee here, because Arsenal as a team
Timber, who back heels it into Rice. His curler, I think he's just missing the far post, but the defender didn't know that, and it's out for a corner. But yeah, Brighton's high line, I think, is something we can definitely pick off in this second half, maybe a bit more effectively.
Corner, and the Arsenal personnel have loaded up far post once again. Declan Rice looking to swing it towards the far post. Good delivery, nodded over the crossbar. Was that Gabriel round the back again? It was a tight angle. It was a dropping ball, and Gabriel got something to it, but couldn't divert it into the net.
Yeah, it just comes off dunk onto Gabriel's head, doesn't it? But, you know, it's encouraging that he's able to get away from his man marker. He's targeted that far post twice now, Gabriel, and it's been close without scoring. But yeah, we always look a real menace, don't we, over these dead ball situations. Nothing's changed from last season.
Brighton's got a throw, and it will be Veltman to take. Throws it down here towards towards Welbeck, rather. Welbeck keeps it in play, does well, and looks to turn on this right-hand side. Runs into Gabriel, who wins possession back. Now it's with Trossard left-hand side. Welbeck and Veltman win it back, but only can knock it out of play. Another Arsenal throw. Rice moves away, Timber to take. Yeah, it's interesting that the comment you made, AD, right at the end of the first half, you said, look, we haven't seen Timber sort of come into midfield at all. You're right, he's just not done that. I don't know if that's because he's looking after Minter in the way that Brighton have set up.
He did at the start of the game. I think he's almost given up because they blocked off that central lane quite expertly, actually. I think that, you know, Herzl deserves some credit for that part of the game plan. I think he kind of stolen it a little bit from Aston Villa. Oh, hello.
Oh, now then, what's happened here? This is Veltman and Rice. Rice has gone down. Veltman, what exactly did he do here? Rice is on the deck at the moment, and I think Veltman was...
I think Rice is trying to say, look, I'm not trying to get you sent off here. I'm genuinely hurt. He basically had a little lash out off the ball. It was a bit of afters, and he sort of wrapped his boot around the shins of Declan Rice. I think yellow.
Oh dear, it's a yellow card to Declan Rice, and he's been sent off. Declan Rice cannot believe it. It's a second yellow card, and Chris Kavanagh has given Declan Rice a caution for his part in that. Now, because it's a yellow card, it will not be reviewed, because you don't review yellows, and he's got to go.
Well, I'm not sure what he's done here. I'd like to see another replay, but
here we go again, okay. Adi, talk us through this. Veltman goes down, wants to take a free kick quickly.
Yeah.
And Veltman
that's for kicking no, it's for kicking the ball away. He's saying here that the referee, look,
that Rice has kicked the ball away.
If you call that kicking the ball away, wow. I mean, that is madness.
He's kicked the ball away.
He's literally towed it.
And then Veltman's caught him and gone down. But Rice, with the slightest of touches, afflicted away, and that's resulted in getting a yellow card and therefore a red.
Well, and he's out of the North London derby.
Well, Declan Rice. The first yellow card we thought was a little harsh, and the second, well,
remind me of the first one.
We kept talking about Vanilla. He was
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
He ran in. He was a little bit late, but he was trying to pull out, and he didn't really catch the player.
Well, this incident is a nothing incident, right by the front corner flag, and he's not looking to kick the ball away, I don't think, because the player isn't about to kick the ball in Declan's mind. He toes it about 5 inches away, and because he's towed it away, the player goes to kick the ball and misses it and kicks Declan. For me, that's not kicking the ball away, and it's not a yellow card, but I think that's a very strict interpretation of that law. No, you're not sure?
Well, whether you kick the ball 20 yards or a yard, you're still kicking the ball away. But having said that, I'm still not sure about that. I mean, Veltman's crashed into it. I mean, he really has taken Declan Rice out there.
Well, the referee's saying, basically, that the only reason he's crashed into him is because you've towed the ball away.
I mean, it's the slightest of touches, but it doesn't matter how far he goes.
Well, it's a very unusual yellow card, a very unusual dismissal.
It is, absolutely. I think he's been unlucky on both counts, but you could argue both of them are yellow. But look, Brighton coming forwards here.
Oh, well, yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge in second half. What does Mikel Arteta do? He'd love to bring on Mikel Merino, I know that, but that's not an option. So to regroup here, Martin Odegaard's sort of gone a little bit deeper, as has Trossard for the time being.
First sending off of his professional career for Declan Rice, I make it. We'll check it. But never been sent off before for Club Le Country. And
I mean, the punishment doesn't fit the crime, does it, really, in my opinion?
No, that's very true. But you can level that with an awful lot of football laws sometimes in the way they're interpreted.
Well, yeah, and I just think that the way that the referees want things to go is that to raise the bar, to make it, you know, tougher to get sent off. But of course, with 2 yellows, you can't appeal, which I've never really got
no,
that.
No, I've never got that. If the second one is,
especially if the second one leads to a.
But what would they do with that one, AG? What, you know, what would the officials do with that if they deemed to knock the ball away, however light that touch is?
Yeah.
It's a yellow card, isn't it? I mean, it is, you know, this is Matoma breaking forward, gets the cross in, it's towards Welbeck, cleared. Veltman takes the touch inside the area, gets the shot away, it's blocked again, and then the shot from Balaber is blocked. Good defensive work here from Arsenal. Here is Van Hecke. Well, it's a very different game now as Brighton look to use their numerical advantage to positive effect. Arsenal fans rallying behind the boys in red and white. Hinshelwood with a layoff. Here he is again, clips it towards David Raya, who awkwardly takes it on his chest and then grasps the ball.
I don't know why he did that, because it came from a Brighton player, so he could have just caught it. Bit of showboating, really, from David Raya. Almost backfired, because he chested it about 5 yards away from him. Luckily, there was no one in his proximity. But yeah, the pattern of the game's changed. We've gone very deep block all of a sudden. I think it's a very, very soft red card. That's my overriding reaction to it. By the letter of the law, I guess he's towed the ball away, but I've seen players whack the ball significantly further and not suffer any consequences for it, you know, so it's a little bit of inconsistency. I just feel that if that's the rules, do we want players sent off you know, for such minor instances?
We're seeing
really.
It again, AD.
Yeah.
He looks at he does just flick it away with the outside of the boot, and then he's taken out by Veltman. I thought it was going to be Veltman that was going to be. I mean, Veltman's not even. Veltman has got the yellow, didn't he? Did he get the yellow, Veltman? No, he didn't get the yellow. Brighton coming forward left-hand side. I thought he did. No, he didn't.
Well, I think he should have done, because there's a little bit of spite in what Veltman did. Declan Rice, I mean, he can't believe it. He's absolutely stunned.
Here is Veltman. Now it's with Van Hecke, and the pattern of play in this second period is not going to be what we expected. João Pedro breaking forward left-hand side, clips it inside the area towards Danny Welbeck. Timber clears away. Havertz has it, touch from Odegaard. Now Havertz again, plays it towards Saka. But Hinshelwood is there, and Brighton will start again. Well, it will be attack versus defence.
Yeah, we've got to have more of an outlet. We can't just have this sort of retreating mentality. It's going to be too long a second half for Arsenal. I think we've got to, where possible, when we have the ball, we've got to almost forget we've got the 10 men. And still go on the front foot and still go and attack this team. Obviously, without the ball, we're going to have players dropping in and helping out defensively. We're kind of playing strikerless at the moment, just to give you an idea. Kai Havertz has dropped in pretty much to like a left midfield spot. So we're playing, I would say we're playing 4-1, 4-0 at the moment, with Thomas Partey being the one and no one up front. So it'll be interesting to see how long MIKEL Arteta runs with that, whether he makes a change.
Yeah, very much a different test, as we've suggested. But Arsenal a goal to the good, let's not forget about that. Havertz's goal the difference. We've had 10 minutes of this second half, but a dramatic start to it with Declan Rice's first ever career red. And 2 yellow cards, both could be debated, certainly the second one.
I think the first was a yellow. I wouldn't have any quibbles about that. And look, I just didn't feel it was an obvious case of kicking the ball away. There wasn't a lot to be gained from it. I think he was just, I don't know what he did, really. I don't know why he did it.
Well, there's your answer.
Why did it?
You know, why did he just flick it away? I mean, Veltman was cute. He just thought, I'm going to have a swing here because he's nicked the ball away from me, and I know we'll get in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. So I guess the referee has deemed that he stopped Brighton from playing a quick free kick by flicking the ball away. Yeah. I don't even know whether Declan Rice thought that they were about to take a quick free kick, if I'm honest.
I think Veltman has done him there. I think it's like he's taken the opportunity. He probably wasn't going to take that quick. You know, he was going to whack the ball at Declan Rice, make a bit of a point. I don't think there was a genuine attempt for Brighton and Veltman to think we've got something on here. It was just a little sort of spiteful, let's take this quickly, I can get Rice into trouble.
And there was no time for Declan Rice to get away anyway. So if they had booted the ball at him, you know, that shouldn't have been a yellow either.
No, it's the fact that he flicks it.
Yeah.
That's the one that's turned it.
It's not clear, and people will argue that by the letter of the law, that's a definite yellow. It doesn't sit quite right with me that you get dismissed for something so minor, but there you go.
I think in the context of the that's a decent looking ball forward through towards Minter, might be able to get away. Fine save, David Raya, follow on João Pedro, Brighton equalise 1-1. Well, Raya stopped the first but couldn't stop the second, and Brighton have got a level up, and it's the away support up from the south coast that you can hear cheering around the Emirates Stadium here. The breakaway, Minter did really well because he had defenders either side. Raya produced another brilliant stop, but João Pedro was quickest to react, and it's Arsenal 1, Brighton 1.
Well, this second half just got significantly tougher. It's one through ball down the middle of the pitch. The two centre-halves have been pulled very wide, and Minter just runs between them. Gabriel is so tentative with his attempt to make the block. There's a big gap between Saliba and Gabriel. That doesn't happen very often. But I made Gabriel favourite to get there, and he's really tentative. The shot's saved by Raya, and it falls so kindly for João Pedro just to slot into the empty net underneath Raya's body.
So is it Trossard that's come off? It is Trossard that's come off. Calafiori's come on. So defensive alteration obviously here. How are Arsenal going to now line up? Almost a back no, it can't be a back three. What do we think? Well, Calafiori's going to play.
It looks like a back five. You know, it's going to be
Would you not have Timber outside Calafiori?
I would.
Yeah.
But or would Timber come into midfield? I think when Gabriel looks back at that, he's going to feel disappointed. Like whether you got 10 men or not, the two centre-halves don't need to be that far apart. And once he's there, can he be a bit more decisive there, Gabriel? I think the answer is yes.
Just outside the area as well, you could actually even take him out.
Yeah.
Because Saliba's there as well, he wouldn't have been...
Yeah, look, he's thinking we're down to 10, we can't go down to 9. I'm worried about giving a professional foul, I guess. But, yeah, it wasn't his finest hour. And look, we're in trouble now because... You know, we've now got much more defensive tactics, and we're on level terms. It's not like we're protecting a lead anymore. Now we're looking to stop defeat, and that's not where we were 10 minutes ago. It's remarkable how things can change.
1-1 at the Emirates. Significant and important test here from Arsenal. Arsenal 1, Brighton 1, but the Gunners down to 10, and Brighton with their tails up. Here is Verbruggen.
So it's a back five. As it stands, Kai Havertz and Thomas Partey are in central midfield with Ødegaard, and Saka is up front.
Yeah, Saka's very much central, isn't he?
Never seen Saka as a striker.
Mitoma for Brighton, left-hand side, inside the penalty area, side foots it here. Yari looks to get the shot away. It's a good block on the edge of the area from Gabriel. Nodded back inside the area, then the headed effort is wide. João Pedro, I think, is looking at Hinchwood and saying, I had that one for the overheads and you've taken it away from me.
Yeah. Well, it was on, wasn't it? The overhead. He certainly fancied it. Half an hour to go. That gap between the two centre-halves is so unusual because, you know, they're the toughest centre-half partnership in the division to get past, to breach, but the ball from Dunk is a peach, as is the run from Minter.
And I guess the follow-up, that's where Declan Rice would have been.
Potentially, yeah. The ball just falls to João Pedro. You credit the striker there for following in. But yeah, look, we could do with We need to offer a threat. We really do. So this sort of it's kind of a 5-3-1. I guess that's how you describe it at the moment with Saka up front. We might see Havertz switch with him on occasion, but it's a shape I've not seen us in ever, really, or certainly not for a long time under Arteta.
As you say, it doesn't really let Arsenal have any sort of significant outlook, does it really? Because a back five, when you've not got 11 players, means that you are very much low block mode, I guess, aren't you?
Yeah, well, it needs Timber to step in and step forward with Ayari. That's where he is at the moment, Timber, rather. He doesn't need to stay at centre-half all the time. I think he can...
That's where the difference is made.
Yeah, I think so.
Here is Van Hecke. Oh, caught by Havertz. Referee is going to let it go. Van Hecke's still on the deck here. Arsenal trying to win it back. And the Brighton players aren't happy. The ball at the feet of Verbruggen. Van Hecke is having a big go at Havertz. Arsenal fans responding in kind. No real significant football being played while the players calm themselves down. And then João Pedro, the goal scorer, comes forward again. Moves away from Ødegaard. Angle of the Arsenal penalty area. Flicks it back here for Hinchelwood. Good touch from Hinchelwood. Now it's Mitoma on the left-hand side. Mitoma back towards Hinchelwood again. João Pedro has it now, 25 yards out. João Pedro towards Mitoma. Flag stays down. Back towards Mitoma again. Ben White will clear away. Havertz is on the move. Well, the ball goes out of play for a Brighton throw. Always sense that Brighton are the type of team that are well equipped here to deal with being a player up. Some, if you see what I mean, some teams aren't, but the way that they play.
They're bold, they're bold, they're adventurous, and the moment we went down to 10 men, boom, the front four went and stood up front. They're putting this Arsenal rearguard under a lot of pressure. Almost forced MIKEL Arteta's hand to go with the extra defender. You know, they're so attack-minded, Brighton and Hove Albion, and then they're not going to, well, they don't want to waste this opportunity to get a famous win here at Arsenal.
Mitoma left-hand side against Ben White, makes space. Back on his right, then to his left, then looks to run White to the byline. Gets a low ball in chance here for Welbeck. He's nodded around and out for a corner. Gabriel with a block. Maybe Welbeck should have done better, don't know. Mitoma, this is what we know he can do.
So explosive, isn't he? From a standing start, he just stops Ben White and he goes, knocks it past him. Brilliant wing play from Mitoma.
Short corner taken. Here is Hinchelwood, right-footed ball in. David Raya will play. And then just waits.
Yeah, and in these situations, we've got to keep the ball now. We've just got to look after it. We've got to try and get upfield. You know, teams with 10 men can compete. They can score goals.
Here is Timber. Now it's with Saliba. Over the halfway line. Good positive ball for Havertz on the right flank. He's running at Hinchelwood. Havertz still going inside the penalty area. Move breaks down. And Ayari will clear for Brighton. Arsenal look to win it back. They do so fairly. Saliba showing strength. Comes forward again on the right-hand side. Ødegaard inside the penalty area. Still going forward here. Gets to the byline. Low ball in. Nearly falls to Havertz. Cleared away by Van Hecke. And just listen to the noise here from the Arsenal fans.
Yeah, good response. First chance we had to get some possession, we played with attacking intent, and that's really important. It's got the crowd back on side, and there's a real feeling now that we're a little bit hard done by, and that we've got to all pull together as one to maybe not just accept our fate to being a draw or a defeat, but to maybe go out and try and win this game.
Here is David Raya. Now it's with Saliba. This is Ødegaard, and it's for Partey on the halfway line. He gets himself into a bit of trouble with Danny Welbeck, who momentarily wins it back, but hasn't got the pace as he used to have as the Arsenal old boy, and Gabriel helps out. Now Raya will go long.
Yes.
Havertz flick for Saka, under pressure from Ayari. And then a challenge from Timber on Veltman that the referee didn't spot. Arsenal fans aren't happy, neither are Brighton supporters.
It's feisty.
Yeah. Mitoma, good pace, still going. And then Welbeck uses out, and Havertz has it now. He's up against Dunk, looking to run the centre-half on the halfway line, right-hand side, then infield.
Oh, lovely. Calafiori's in.
Calafiori could be in here. Odegaard can't quite make the pass. He would have been in as well. Van Hecker, I think, in the way, or Veltman, a combination of the two. It was very much on.
Oh, so on, wasn't it? It's a brilliant run from Calafiori. He sensed where the space was. You could picture it. Odegaard's pass was blocked, though.
Veltman, Ugarte. Brighton move forward into the final third once again. Move the ball from right to left as Mitoma looks to have another run potentially here. Midway point of the second half, one apiece. Mitoma once more, back towards João Pedro, curls in for Danny Welbeck, cleared away to the edge of the area, Saka's header, free kick Arsenal. Ironic cheers from the Arsenal supporters.
Yeah, well, our discipline was great last season, wasn't it? Yeah, I can't remember too many red cards. I don't know if we got any in the Premier League. I don't think
there was any.
I don't think we had any. So this is an unusual situation for us, something that I'm sure that MIKEL ARTETA will have practiced to a point, but it's something we haven't really had to put into good use. 2 red cards last year, didn't we?
Tommy Arsen and Vieira. Just check my notes. Vieira was it against? Oh, I can't remember if it was against Brentford or Southampton.
It's just so many games, aren't there?
Tommy Arsen was very early on at Crystal Palace. Do you remember?
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah, that was a bizarre red card. Just to put listeners in the picture, Kai Havertz is back up front. It's like a diamond, basically. We've got a back 5 and a diamond. Thomas Partey at the back of it. Odegaard one side, Saka the other, and Kai Havertz kind of playing as a false 9 up front. But whenever Brighton pin us in, it is 10 men behind the ball.
Arsenal fans, you can hear, one apiece to score. Both of these sides 100% winning records, but something's got to give today. They may well, and this fixture still unbeaten this season, but Brighton will sense that they've got a big opportunity to win at Arsenal here and make it 3 wins from 3. Veltman blocked by Saka. Now it's with Van Hecker. Looking to switch play for Mitoma. Good ball. Mitoma takes it first time. Great skill. Low ball in. Welbeck might be there. Just can't get there. And it's Calafiori to knock the ball behind for a corner.
Oof, that's outstanding, isn't it? From Kaoru Mitoma. What a player he is. Outside of the right foot. He bends a low cross along the 6-yard box. Someone should be there really for a tap in.
So Ugarte to take this corner kick, right-hand side, up goes the right arm. We've got players going down inside the box here. Is that Veltman, who's given a shove by Ben White? And the referee just inside the 6-yard box, reminding everyone of their responsibilities here. Veltman wants to get on Raya, but White's trying to stop him. Corner eventually is going to be taken. Still lots of pushing inside the 6-yard box. And it comes from Ayari, and Raya will make it his comfortable. And looks to roll it out for Saka, and Saka will just about control. Oh, the labour is there. The odds were against him now, I think.
Yeah, it was difficult. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have thrown that out there to Saka. It's made us a little bit stretched now as Brighton retrieve the ball.
Minter's gone down, free kick. Timber brings him down, yellow card to Jurrien Timber. Arsenal fans don't like it. Change is about to be made, incidentally. Martinelli's about to come on.
Oh, so Mint has just been yellow carded for asking for the yellow card. I mean, the referee is into his cards today. There's no doubt about that. I thought they were supposed to be dishing out less this season, but not here today.
Now card count rises a little more. Free kick, right-hand side, and Minter gets ready to take. Martinelli is going to come on. How ambitious does MIKEL ARTETA want to be this early on in the season? Does he still feel that his side should go for the win, or would he consider a point good enough given the game state? Probably going to go for the win, isn't he, ARTETA? Who comes off here, do we think? Martinelli? Veltman's gone down. Off the ball, just holding his hamstring.
Yeah, it's going to be a flurry of substitutions now, I think. So Martinelli's coming on. Who's it going to be for?
Well, this will give us an indication as to what... I mean, he can play that striking role on his own. So does Saka come off, or does Odegaard come off, or does Havertz come off?
I think maybe Martin Ødegaard, given the fact that he picked up that injury, pace is really important. When you're sitting off and then looking to explode on the break, speed is of the essence. I think Havertz's height is really important for us at set pieces when defending the box. I personally wouldn't bring Kai off. I would keep Saka on because of his power, that he can travel upfield at speed. It might be Martin Ødegaard that makes way. Well, it'd be interesting to find out, because he doesn't often get replaced, does he, the skipper?
Let's have a look. Brighton, first of all. Well, João Pedro, is he coming to this near side to be taken off? No, surely he's the goal scorer, he's not coming off. Well, Estupinian is coming on, Minter is off, and also Jorginho Rutter, I think, is coming on here. So is João Pedro coming off? Or not?
No,
it's Veltman, isn't it?
It's Veltman, yeah.
So Veltman off, and Minter off, and Jorginho Rutter on, and Pervis Estupinian coming on. Jorginho Rutter,
good player. You've seen a lot of him. Yeah, at Leeds United. I've seen him in the flesh many times, and he was outstanding at championship level. Very a number 10 that likes to run with the ball. Very creative, powerful, glides around the pitch. Not the best finisher, but yeah, he's a talent.
Hinshelwood's going to take the free kick here. The Arsenal fans aren't happy because he's moved it forward a yard. And it comes out swinging, a good delivery, flicked over the crossbar by Danny Welbeck, who rose more than anyone else, but couldn't keep it down.
Well, the reaction was a little bit over the top from Arsenal fans, I've got to say. I thought something major must have happened for that level of noise.
Arsenal substitution, number 8, Martin Ødegaard. The answer here is that Martin Ødegaard is coming off, yeah. That's probably right there, AD, as you said.
I think so. Yeah. I just think, look at the game state. We need Thomas Partey, because we haven't got any more defensive midfielders available. Well, just Jorginho, but he wasn't there about to come on. I think Saka, Martinelli and Havertz offer you different qualities. You know, Saka can travel with the ball upfield. Martinelli, explosive pace. And I think Kai Havertz, you need someone to maybe hold the ball and give you a chance. Yeah, he's on the right, isn't he? Martinelli.
Another change as well. Timber looks like he's gone over to play right back.
Okay, yeah, so White has slipped in field, and
so now it's just sort of more orthodox back three.
Yeah, we could have done it either way, couldn't we? But yeah, we sort of just shuffled Timber inside one. But yeah, look, Timber can scamper up the flank, and that's something we might need between now and the final whistle.
So we restart, changes for both sides. Ball flicked forward here for Welbeck, who makes a nuisance of himself, does really well, then goes down. Cleared away by Gabriel, and it's towards Havertz, who gets away from Van Hecke, and still going! Fine save! Saka with a follow-up, and it's blocked. Might get another go. It's towards Havertz, who keeps it in play, and then he falls over his feet, and the ball goes out for a goal kick.
Ah, it's a chance. It's a massive chance for Arsenal. Again, it's one long ball. Hove forward. Doesn't he do well to control it? And then he powers past Van Hecke. It's a brilliant save with the left leg by Verbruggen. And then there's not a lot of room for Saka on the follow-up, unfortunately. He's crowded out. Havertz didn't do a lot wrong here. It's just a magnificent save with his left leg. Oh, what a chance.
It's got down really well, Verbruggen. His left calf is on the turf, really spread out, extended as much as possible. It's a really good save, and then Saka's effort was blocked by Van Hecke. Good run from Havertz.
Magnificent run, but it gives Arsenal encouragement that there's something in it for them here.
Leeds have it with Rutter. Wants to get the cross in. Welbeck's flick doesn't come off. The shot from Baleba is blocked, and it spins to this near side where Bukayo Saka will just boot it downfield. There is Havertz to chest it down, but he's giving it straight to Ugarte, who will come forward to the edge of the area, then switch it for Matoma, but he's overhit. He's going to bounce through here for Estupinian to keep in play. Estupinian has it back towards Matoma, and Arsenal have got some more defending to do. We've got 15 minutes to go plus added on time here. Matoma knocks it back for Van Hecke, And Baleba, and then Van Hecker again. He's going to take the shot on. He takes a deflection. Ayari with a shot. Raya with a save. Gets back up on his feet, having gone one way. And he does really well to make the stop.
Yeah, he did well. Lucky maybe in a way that the shot was kind of straight at him, David Raya. But, yeah, cause he'd already dived for the first shot.
Yeah. It didn't come through the players, did it?
No, it was an unusual situation, but... Look, Arsenal will feel with that Havertz chance that they might get one or two more now. I think the old heart rate will be beating a little bit quicker.
Matoma, left-hand side, runs into trouble. Thankfully, Martinelli is there, does brilliantly. Taps it back for Partey. Partey clips it forward for Havertz, who's on the move on the right. As he got first drop on Van Hecker. Havertz, Saka inside the penalty area. Saka! Fine save from Verbruggen. Verbruggen makes the stop. Saka had to stretch for that. Didn't get the power on it, but it was a good stop nonetheless.
Wow, yeah, it was a good save, but excellent play from Arsenal. Really was. Thomas Partey clips a delightful pass down the channel for Havertz, who again does brilliantly. It's a tough one for Saka because he's having to stretch so far. The ball, Partey releases Havertz down the right. It's a brilliant channel run. He powers on. He runs and runs and runs. Delivers a great cross along the face. Saka's bust a gut to get there, and he's just really on the stretch, and he makes a good contact, but it is straight at the goalkeeper.
Yeah,
it's a tough chance.
It's a fairly comfortable save in truth from Verbruggen. Just looking at the other chance at the other end on our screens here as well, where Yari's strike was saved by David Raya, and at the minute, is it Timber who's down that needs a bit of treatment?
Yes, it's not gone to plan, has it, today? Little things have gone against us. Odegaard picked up a nasty knock. The Rice red card. Now Timber. We've missed some good chances today. We have missed some. Our XG is ahead of Brighton's.
So I wonder what sort. I mean, it'll come up on our screens what sort of XG that one was for Saka, because he was so on the stretch. It was on the face of it, it's a chance from 6-7 yards out. Close in with only keeper to beat. But
it's not. It's,
the truth of the matter is, it's quite difficult to get something on it.
It's a 0.4 XG, which is the second biggest. It's the second highest chance of the game, but outside of Havertz's goal.
It's surprising that Havertz is 0.57. To be honest, I thought that might be a little bit lower.
I agree. I think the XG sort of scoring system is a little bit flawed.
It's not perfect.
It's not an exact science. So, but yeah, look, on those breaks, we've been dangerous. Those long balls have worked for us today, and we might have one or two left in us, Dan.
Well, you mentioned that there would be one or two. We've had one. Will we get two? Will we get another?
We're going to see Zinchenko as well.
Timber is off the field of play at the moment. Just wonder if he's going to come back on, or if they just want Zinchenko on. Taking the decision straight away just to bring Zinni on. I presume it's for Yuri and Timber. Let's see. We've restarted, so the change can't be made just yet. Timber is not on. And Brighton, thankfully, have wasted possession. And Herzl is not happy about that at all, because Timber wasn't on the field of play. Still not on the field of play. Matoma had free run over on the left-hand side, and Timber's not going to come back on. So, where's Zinchenko going to play? A back four again? What do we think?
I think so. Let's have a look. So, as it stands, Ben White is back to right wing back, and Zinni will be the left wing back. So that was a brief experiment with Timber. Let's hope his injury isn't too bad. Yeah, it's not turning out how we hoped it would today. But look, there's still time for a big moment. And I think that Arsenal are starting to believe that they're capable of winning the game now. Whereas initially it was damage limitation. Let's get everyone back and protect David Raya. Now we're suddenly starting to get a taste for this. The key is to not get too carried away by that, and leave the door open for Brighton to win the game. Real balance has to be struck here.
Hinchorder's now playing right back, incidentally, has the ball. Now it's Van Hecker with Estupinian on the left-hand side. Here is Estupinian. And now it's towards Mitoma. It's going to have her on at Ben White. Martinelli is across as well. Mitoma decides not to drive forward and plays it back for Dunk. And then back over towards Estupinian. Once again, here is Mitoma. Now it's with Dunk through towards Mitoma, looking to use his pace inside the area. Terrific challenge, Ben White, corner.
Risky challenge from Ben White, but an excellent one. Because he knows Mitoma's quicker than him, but he times the left leg absolutely perfectly on the slide, Ben White. It's a clean tackle, but Brighton have a corner.
Left-hand side. Stupinian to take, will be an outswinger. Plenty in Brighton yellow inside the box. Everyone back for Arsenal. Low, flicked up, cleared away. Another corner is. Quite sure about the delivery, but he's going to have another go. So Welbeck waits. Rutter is inside the area. João Pedro and Mitoma as well. Dunk is up from the back. Van Hecker also. And it comes Van Hecker's header wide of the target, and he was caught after the ball had gone there. Or did he run into his own player?
Yeah, there's a clash of heads, I think, between two Brighton players. Might have another stoppage here.
Rutter's gone down feeling it. It wasn't that far away, I think, Van Hecker's header. Another look.
No, it's a very crowded near post. Calafiori, yeah, that's nasty, isn't it?
Yeah, that is nasty. It's, Rutter has caught Van Hecker. Van Hecker was up a little quicker, but that looked a nasty one. Just feeling the bridge of his nose at the moment. There's Jean-Paul Van Hecker.
Right, how long we got?
Well, 8 minutes according to my watch. But there will be a significant amount of added on time.
Yeah.
We've had stoppages.
Yeah, look, I think the mentality is let's try to win the game, but at worst, draw it. I don't think, you know, the fact that we've got a back five signals MIKEL's intentions. You know, he's being prudent. But I think when we get the ball, he is asking us to attack with our usual sort of vim and spark. And that is the right way to go about it, I think.
Dunk. João Pedro tries to play it forward. Thomas Partey is there. Free kick, Arsenal. Fans want the perpetrator to be carded, but João Pedro is not going to be. Not one of the Brighton players into the book. So, free kick, which David Raya is going to take. 10-12 yards outside his own penalty area, right-hand side. It's going to be launched long. 6 minutes remaining at the Emirates. Lunchtime kick-off here. Gunners were a goal to the good. Never cruising, but playing well. Declan Rice is sending off and really changed the face of this game. And João Pedro following up after David Raya and made a sharp stop from Minter. Means we're 1-1 as we go into the final 5 of this fixture, plus added on time. Brighton dominated possession, even though I say dominated, had more possession than in the first half, but overall now very much more.
Yeah.
Van Hecker looking for Mitoma again. This time, not quite so cute with the outside of the boot.
Yeah, they won't always come off. But look, two good players entering the fray for what we expect to be 10 minutes or more. And Ciso and Adingra, two real talents. That shows the depth that Brighton have got.
That. Because, I mean, both you could easily throw in starting 11, you all blink an eye, would you? Mitoma's off, and Danny Welbeck is also coming off. Gets good applause from the Arsenal fans. Danny Welbeck, unlike last week, cannot score against his former club, thankfully, and takes his seat on the bench.
Yeah, nice ovation. He didn't really respond, Danny, but he's a very likeable person, isn't he? Good character.
Goal kick, David Raya will take, right-footed, high, and then Cinso will nod it down. Ben White's header's a bit awkward. João Pedro does well. Adingra's first touch is good, and Brighton come forward once again. Cinso on the left-hand side. Gets away from White, still has it, gets to the byline. Looks to play the ball inside the box, but the touch is a bit weak, and it's cleared by Partey, but it's going to come straight back at Arsenal.
Yeah, this is why, you know, you do need to, if you can, leave somebody up front, ideally Kai Havertz. This is where the balance, you know, is so delicate.
Stupinian curled into the edge of the area towards João Pedro. Ciso tries to make it his. Partey will hook away again. Havertz jumps into Dunk, inadvertently wins the header, and then Dunk will knock it all the way back to Verbruggen.
He's a handful. He's given the two centre-halves a lot to think about in the second half, Kai Havertz, but used his physicality, his strength. He showed a good turn of pace as well, actually, as that lone striker. Yeah, can we get him in the clear one more time?
Yeah, 2 chances really, wasn't it, for the Gunners, but unable to take them. Brighton coming forward again. Stupinian loses out, or rather Adingra loses out. Saka does well and tries to take on Stupinian, still going forward, runs into Baleba, still going Bukayo Saka. Boy, has he put a shift in. And you can't do it all on your own. And now Enciso comes forwards here for Brighton, central position. Taps it for João Pedro. Turns it back towards Baleba. Clips it inside the area for Hinchelwood. Cleared away. Rutter's with a shot. Oh, Jorginho Rutter didn't quite get the knee over the ball maybe there.
Yeah, he sliced it badly, didn't he? He's a real talent, Rutter, but he didn't score many goals for Leeds United, and he's going to have to do better than that in the Premier League. But look, they've got so many good attacking players on the pitch, haven't they, at the moment? João Pedro, Enciso, Adingra and Rutter. But that back five is holding firm.
Right goes long. Gunners try and work something here with Calafiori, but he can only nod it towards Baleba, and then João Pedro for Enciso. Good play from Brighton. Stupinian on the left-hand side. Partey is in quickly, does brilliantly. Looks to find Saka, but Dunk is there. Plays it down the line. Adingra moves forward on the left, and Enciso calling for it. Adingra still has it. Now it's with Ugarte, 25 yards out, back towards João Pedro. Cleared. Baleba's with the hit, and it's come ricocheting back towards the same player, whose second effort is just as powerful, but over the crossbar. His first completely poleaxed Gabriel, who's down needing a bit of treatment. Looks to be winded.
Yes, definitely winded him. He has absolutely lashed these 2 efforts as a believer. First one has knocked Gabriel over. Second one, thankfully, it's way over the crossbar. But yeah, it was going to go straight at David Raya, I think, but yeah, he couldn't have hit it any harder. That is for sure.
Yeah, just a bit winded here, Gabriel. Take your time, man. I'll tell you what, if that was me,
Don't rush it.
I would have been walking for weeks.
Yeah, I think don't rush anything at this stage. Like, a draw is fine in the circumstances. Of course, you don't want to drop points, but I think, you know, given the fact that we would have had to have played most of the second half with 10 men, I think we've won all for a while now, haven't we? So, you know, that goal came just a couple of minutes before the hour mark. It's a long time. So I think you've got to take the point and move on if that is indeed what we achieve here. But might we steal it? Might we steal something? You know, we've got good attacking players on the pitch here. Saka, Martinelli, Havertz. Can one of them make something happen?
Long punt by Raya. We've got a Brighton player down at João Pedro at the moment. Saliba has it. We're about to see how many minutes of added on time we're going to get as well. Might be 6 or 7, you know, might be even more. Hinchelwood plays it back here for Verbruggen. Arsenal fans aren't happy. Brighton have possession.
Yeah, we're down to 9, temporarily out. Martinelli's back up on his feet.
Let's have a look. 6 is the answer.
Getting a minimum of 6 minutes.
We might get 7.
6 minutes.
It's one of those. Do we want it to be more or less?
Yeah, exactly. 6 to win it or 6 to hold on. Enciso looking here for Ayari. Ryer's there. Yeah.
Well, the fans around us want the winner.
Yeah.
You know, they're urging David Raya here to get on with it. But David himself has taken his time, which is a measure of how the players are thinking, I guess.
And that's the instruction maybe as well, you know,
Yeah,
that must be the instruction, because otherwise he wouldn't do it.
No.
Long from Raya. Here is Zinchenko. Awkward for Calafiori, but does well, shows his strength. Flicks it for Zinchenko, and then looks to curl it for Saka. Martinelli might be able to get there, he can't. Saka's gone down, doesn't get the decision. Frustration abounds at the Emirates here. You can hear what the supporters think. But it's Brighton that have it, and it's Enciso. That looks here for João Pedro, and now it's with Baleba coming forward centrally again here. It's on his left side, no one really out wide left, but he's barnstorming his way through. David Raya is brave at the feet of the midfielder, who's suddenly running the show.
Yeah, excellent goalkeeping, because that's a 50-50 and he gets there.
50-50,
it's a proper 50-50, and he's quick on his feet there, David Raya, and brave, and he claims the ball just ahead of the giant Brighton midfielder. I do think that the officiating has been not biased against Arsenal, but it's certainly riled the fans a lot. And you know, I spoke to a couple of it at half-time. They weren't happy with the referee. I don't think anyone's going to be happy with the referee come final whistle here.
Not unless Arsenal get a last-minute pen. Here is Adingra, left. Touches it back here for João Pedro. Clever, Estupinian to the byline. Can he dig out the cross? Takes the deflection out for a corner.
Just got to concentrate here, block out the noise, forget the frustration for a moment or two. Just got their jobs to do here. Just think clearly. You don't want to defend corners like this under pressure with frazzled minds.
Into the 4th minute of the added-on 6 in swinger, and it comes punched away by Raya. It's towards the Adingra. Arsenal might be able to counter. Saka's ball isn't good enough for Martinelli, who chases Baleba down, who goes all the way back towards the Brugge.
For a second you thought the counter was on there, but yeah, look, it's all Brighton at the moment. We are clinging on a bit.
Ciso, left-hand side. Chips it inside the area. The header down from Rutter's a bit awkward. It's cleared behind for another corner. That's another chance for Rutter.
Yeah, not outstanding defending from Arsenal here as the ball comes into the box. I mean, Zinchenko's caught underneath Rutter.
Short corner. Estupinian gets the shot in, but it's too high.
Well, that'll do. We don't mind shots like that at this stage of the game. Yeah, with the previous chance, you know, Zinchenko gets caught underneath the ball and Rutter's climbing all over him. So yeah, that was a slight let-off, but yeah, just got to keep calm here. It's not a bad point. We don't want to drop points, especially at home, but over the course of any campaign, you're going to. And there's a legitimate reason for this.
It's a yellow card for David Raya for wasting time.
Well, he's been so card happy today, and it's almost as if the more that Arsenal fans get on this guy's back, the more against us he goes with his decision-making. Yeah, he's not popular. It's the cabinet.
Long from Raya towards Havertz. Ball goes out of play. Arsenal have a throw. Just over a minute remaining of the added-on 6. Might get a little bit more, but I think the instruction here from MIKEL ARTETA is to try and see this one out. Arsenal fans not happy with the refereeing decisions, mainly the yellow cards dished out to Declan Rice. That added up to a red. Turning point, certainly. Brighton have took advantage up to a point, but only a point and not all 3. And is there late drama as Arsenal come forwards here. Saka looking to wriggle free. Calafiori with an awkward-looking challenge. Might be his first booking in English football. The referee says no, just a free kick to Brighton.
It's maybe like he didn't get yellow there. But Bukayo Saka threatened, didn't he, to cut inside on his left and hit one from distance. But look,
João Pedro goes down, free kick.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone down very easily today, haven't they, Brighton? There's another yellow card.
Another card.
This time to a Brighton player.
And it can't be Partey because they're already in the book.
I think it's João Pedro for again maybe waving that imaginary card. He's really on one, isn't he, the referee today? But look, this is dangerous. This is a free kick in a good area. They've got in-swinger or out-swinger options over the ball. and everyone's going to come up for this from a Brighton perspective.
Well, we've had 6 minutes of added on time, and we're pushing into the 7th minute. Will this be the last act? Will it be a defining act or something that we won't remember seconds later? Curled inside, flicked on by Rutter, half-hearted claims of handball, thumped away by Arsenal. The ball goes out, and that is it. Is it? Not quite. The referee, oh, he's just waiting here. Is he? Is he just waiting to see? No handball. Just got the nudge from the fourth official and the VAR officials, and then does blow for the 90. Boos around the ground. Those boos from the Arsenal supporters are squarely aimed at the match officials, and in particular Chris Kavanagh. Arsenal fans believe that Declan Rice should not have been sent off, and maybe one or two other decisions should not have gone against Arsenal. To the letter of the law, I can see why it's a red. In the spirit of the game, I think it's very, very harsh. That very much the turning point, AD, because obviously Arsenal, with Havertz scoring from Saka's ball, were in front at that stage before João Pedro, on the rebound from Minter's saved effort, made it 1-1 at the 90. But Rice is going to be the talking point.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, that was the big call. We were going to win this game. We were controlling it. The start of the second half have been really positive. So it's frustrating that we drop points here. But when you have to play with 10 players for what turned out to be about 40, 42 minutes, even longer maybe, that's not bad. To come away with just the point, you take that and you move on. I thought we showed good spirit. The goal itself that we conceded was a poor one, and I think you could look at that and analyse it and say, well, why were the centre-half split so wide? Could Gabriel be a little bit more aggressive with the way that he goes in on the challenge? But yeah, overall, it's a frustrating afternoon. But we have to just put it to one side now and move on.
Well, Chris Kavanagh is getting the catcalls as he just moves below us and into the tunnel. Arsenal players in the centre circle at the moment. Brighton personnel in front of their fans. Always plenty of talking points. Many thanks to Eddie Clark for now, but we've got Nicole and Jeremy to talk over the finer points of some odd decisions today, and obviously all the gang in the M5 Live studio as well, as we hand you back upstairs. Full time here is finished. Arsenal 1, Brighton 1.
Thanks, chaps. There we have it. 1-1 draw against Brighton. Jez, not quite the result that we would obviously be hoping for, but some positives to take from it, which we'll get onto. But, I guess we should address the fact that obviously Declan Rice got sent off early in that second half. So to go a second half against a good side with 10 men, I mean, that's tough, right? You'll probably have some experience of that, I imagine.
It is tough, in particular when you play against a team who's just stretched the game, who like the possession. So obviously having one man down counts massively. It's not a team that just hit long and then just go and battle out, which we could have dealt with. You've got to deal with wingers that just go really wide, so more ground to cover. So with a man down, it just changed the game completely. So obviously disappointed because after the first half we expected it to win, push on and get a second goal. But it's football. You get a red card and then suddenly you just change the game.
How are you kind of reflecting on the game overall then?
I think I'm a bit like Clark. You just got to move on. It's football. You just took a point. Yes, we've had a sending off, we would have got 3 and we would have won the game probably, but this is part of the season. It's only the 3rd game. Just got to move on. It will, many more things to happen this season. So I know it feels like 2 points drop because you just want to win every weekend, but sometimes things happen and it's not in your control.
I mean, it shows how far we've come on, right? That, like you said, Jez, it does feel a bit like 2 points dropped and we're all a bit like, deflated after it. It shows because we've got such high expectations now.
Do you know what it is? I think it is because we know what we need to do to win that Premier League. We were so close last year, playing so well, and then you just end up losing it for little details. Then straight away it comes up to your mind now and think, oh God, is these the 2 points we will need at the end of the season? But you can't start thinking that way because then you just you just start dragging all the game back and thinking, oh, we've lost there. No, it's just, that's it, it's done now. Nothing we can do about it. Let's just move on.
Yep, and you've mentioned there the Declan Rice sending off. We need to talk about that, obviously. We were confused, as I'm sure a lot of people watching at home were too. Initially, we kind of weren't quite sure what had happened or why he was sent off. Jez, what have you made of that then?
Well, from where we sat, we couldn't really understand what happened because he was on the other side. Then we just came in and had a look at the replay, and then you understand why.
Still don't entirely understand.
He just got unlucky that at the time when he touched the ball, it was the time the Brighton player decided that he wanted to take it quick. Yeah. So then he made it as a big thing, and obviously he made it as Declan Rice kicked it out. So Brighton couldn't pay quick, and then the referee just gave the yellow, and can't really argue with it. Really, it's just a silly one to take, but the referee's got to give it.
You know what? I respect your response there because you're like, fair play. It is what it is. I'm more like, no, that was so harsh.
You want to be that way, but the rules are the rules. We know with VAR, with everything we've got these days, you can't get away with anything now. So when you give a free kick away, do not touch the ball. That's it, it's done. Move, get back into your position. But Declan probably switched off. Forgot he was already on a yellow card and just instantly made a little mistake.
Oh, so frustrating, wasn't it? I want to hear from you guys, our wonderful studio audience, your thoughts after that game. I mean, who wants to voice their opinion?
Well, I think first and foremost, we can be immensely proud of the performance that the boys put on when we went down to 10 men.
Yeah.
I feel like Arteta probably could have brought on Calafiori sooner after the red card, because I think that little interval between bringing on the fifth defender and the sending off, that's where the goal came in. But at the same time, I feel like we were really solid defensively and quite compact. You know, Brighton's best two chances came from rebounds. You know, and I think MIKEL made the right subs, bring on Martinelli for the pace, and I think the attacking dynamics worked really well, hitting them on the break. And to be honest, in the second half, you can make a case that we probably had the better chances as well.
Yeah, we did.
True.
We did. I mean, but then is that a point, right, that we did have a couple of chances and just didn't finish them, Jez? Could we have done better with the chances that we had?
I think that maybe the Havertz chance was the best one because he's got not a bit of time, but he's up on his feet and he picks his spot. The Saka one, the ball's in front of him, he stretches out, he hits it how he can, and he doesn't really know where the ball's going to go. So it's a harder one to score, but yeah, I think you're right. We've had probably the better chances when we played with 10 men. So it's it's disappointed the result, but then like you said, the reaction, the boys worked hard, they've done everything they could, and it is what it is.
Yeah, you go again, and next time will be against Spurs. How are we feeling about that? Feeling confident? I mean, we've got a little break obviously before then.
Well, clearly, obviously with the Rice red card, we're going to be without Rice in that game, which is a massive deal. I'm sure we'll find a solution to that, but Rice, clearly this season and last, has been one of our most important players. So it's going to be damaging. Just hopefully the boys can hold their head high from today's performance, because again, after the goal we conceded, I did think we performed very well, and we spoke about the chances missed, but when you are playing with 10 men and you're chasing the game, those chances come after you run half the length of the pitch. So it is a little bit more understandable that by the time it comes to the finish, it's a little bit less refined. So it's difficult, but as I say, I think in the end they gave a good showing for themselves, and we just got to pick ourselves up, because Spurs away, then City away. It's no easy games in this league.
I know, yeah. I mean, it'll be good for neutrals to watch those games, I'm sure. Jez, from a player perspective, I suppose, is it a case of, these guys going, we did a good job in that second half, didn't concede another goal after, the one straight after the sending off. We go again, we regather, collect our thoughts. MIKEL will obviously, inspire them. Yeah. And you put it behind you and move forward?
You have to. You have to. Obviously, today they'll probably be disappointed because I'm sure they wanted to win. They wanted 3 wins out of 3 games, like all of us. But MIKEL will be telling them to move on. Some will go on international duty now and then clear their mind and be ready for Spurs in a couple of weeks. That's how it works. You can't dwell on what just happened.
Yeah.
Obviously, there is a bit of reflection time when you think about your game, what you could have done better, what didn't go your way, all them stuff. But after, it's just moving on and using this as a platform for the next game and not reproducing the same mistake.
Yep, picking yourselves up and hoping for a win next time. Okay, that is all we have time for. Jez, it's been a pleasure as always.